socialist, communist,
radical left influencer,
Hasan Piker,
dirtbag left,
Hasan Piker,
pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan Piker,
Hasan
Piker, going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
We won't condemn Hasan Piker. Remember that shit?
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
the assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan,
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
the man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope,
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker, even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Malak Heroes, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude? Good to see you again. And I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get that out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right. It's Newsday Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Newsday Tuesday. And I am live. I'm alive, coming to you from stolen Tongva territory, Los Angeles, California, West Hollywood. It is 79 degrees and it's sunny here. And I just realized that there's a little bit of a Mexico filter on today. A little bit of a Mexico filter, I see. But it seems to look cool, so we'll just allow it. We'll keep it going. In any case, that's because the lights actually got reset. That's because the lights got reset. The science guys are shitting on Epstein now. Yeah, I saw that. We're definitely going to watch that shit. Don't you worry about that. But let us celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the fight song. I mean, that's a great way to start the broadcast before I even get to the personal news. You know what I'm saying?
This is for Hillary.
What the fuck? Why is this white?
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion, like I was single word.
10 years ago, Hillary Rodham Clinton was crowned the queen of the Democratic Party. But more importantly than that, perhaps, she was crowned the queen of our hearts.
This time this is our fight song. Take back our life song. Prove we're alright song.
My power's turned on.
Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else leaves. 'Cause I've still got a lot of fight left in me.
That's right.
Losing friends and I'm chasing sleep. Everybody's worried about me. I'm in too deep.
let them in too deep.
Well, it's been 2 years and I miss my home, but there's a fire burning in my bones. Still believe, yeah, I still believe. And all those things I didn't say, wrecking balls inside my brain. I will scream and loud tonight. Can't you hear my voice?
How could the Democrats ever lose?
This is our fight song. Take back my life song. Prove we're all right song.
My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song.
And I don't really care if nobody else believes, 'cause I've still got a lot of fight left.
It take a village to raise a child, prepare him to run a nation. We got some hard choices, but together we gonna make it. We living in history. America, take a bow. We about to show the world that women are equal now.
Like a small boat on the ocean, sending big waves into motion. Like how a single word can make a heart open. I might only have one match,
But I can make an explosion.
this is our fight song.
Hey.
Take back my life song. Prove we're all right song. My power's turned on. Starting right now, I'll be strong. I'll play my fight song. And I don't really care if nobody else believes. I still got a lot of fight left in me.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Boys, girls, and envies. What a way to start. What a way to start. 10 years, a decade of failure, a decade of cringe, a decade of celebrity endorsements, and a decade of wondering how the Democrats lost with this absolute powerhouse. Perhaps it's because the Americans were not ready for real art, artistic expression of this sort, of this magnitude, of this frequency. Perhaps that's the reason, and perhaps we deserved to lose with this kind of showing. But yeah, Kaya, where are you going? She's like, this is too cringe for me. I'm freaking out. She said, I'm out.
Go, Hillary.
Oh! Anyway, I'm still with her. Obviously, 10 years later, I'm still with her. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is part of the broadcast where I will tell you my personal news. It's obviously still her turn, and I think people need to understand that. And if they don't understand that, that means they are sexist and also, perhaps more importantly, racist. I will not elaborate. If you do not like Hillary Rodham Clinton, you're probably racist. If you do not like Joe Biden, you're probably racist. If you like Cori Bush, for example, still racist. Summer Lee, still racist. I don't make the rules. The DNC decides who gets to be the anti-racist candidate and who doesn't. Not gonna lie, loving the clean-shaven look. Look at that. There's some takers. Okay. I appreciate that. I appreciate you for your bold take, for your brave take. Unfortunately, it's not shared by many others in this community. A lot of people actually despise the fact that I shaved. They don't like it. But I, you know, it's a fresh blue suit. Yes, American flag blue. You already know. You already know what's up. Israel comes to Haley Steven in her dreams. Beardless Hasanabi comes to me in my nightmares. Yeah, that's kind of how it goes. Okay. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. And yeah, there's a lot to talk about. But before I get to that, personal news, chud-ass loser time. You already know. Nothing going on in my life. Nothing going on in the world. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? You're so strange. She just opens the door and just pokes out and is just like, what's happening out here? Anytime there's movement in the house, she's like, I need to monitor. I need to see what's up. I need to see what's going on. Such a guard dog. In any case, where was I? So what was I talking about? Oh. So, yeah, she's situation monitoring. I'm situation monitoring. I'm a chud ass loser. I ended the broadcast last night, and what did I do? Not really much. Had to get ready for this big weekend coming up. Wisconsin, Michigan. We're going to be all up and down these wonderful states. Okay? A lot of get out the vote initiatives, a lot of big hitters, a lot of heavy hitters, some talks, some speeches, some rallies, hopefully some victories by the end of that process. Now, outside of that, are you going to be featured in Men's Health? Probably not. Ukraine tie, I see who you support. Wait, why would this be the color of Ukraine? Oh, because it's American flag blue and yellow. Is that why? But in any case, we're gonna be putting the cheese heads on, and we're gonna be getting cheesy with it. You already know I was getting ready for all of that, and more, and that is part of the reason why I am a chud ass loser and didn't do anything else. Woke up early in the morning. Not much else going on in my life. Played a game of basketball. I am winded so easily, which is devastating. I'll tell you guys about that. I get winded with ease now. I monitor my heart rate when I'm playing basketball, right? Very autistically. And one of the issues is usually if I'm playing like an intense game of basketball, one-on-one, half court, which is pretty aggressive. It's a very high intensity exercise. But when I usually do that, by the end of the process, I'm at like 180, right? Which is cranked up. I mean, that's like maximum allotment. Lately, though, I reach 170. Lately, I've been reaching 170 like on the first play, and it's not good. 180 is normal when you activity, right? Yeah, I mean I'm sprinting. 180 is when I'm like full sprinting by the end of the workout. Like I'm playing one-on-one basketball, but yeah, my cardio is not great. It's just not great. 35 is terrible. You got to see a doctor. 180 is high. I get 140. Dog, I'm talking about the threshold I reach on limited moments while I'm sprinting. But yeah, my cardio is really bad. I'm like a fucking smoker almost. My point is, it's gotten worse. My cardio's gotten worse, and I don't know if it's because I'm 35. I don't know what's going on. But ever since I turned 35, yeah, I fear my age may be catching up to me. Pretty much me. Sitting is worse for you than smoking? Yeah, but your max should be in the upper 160s. Man, chill out. Okay, we're talking zone 5. All right. Random ass fact I found. Jonathan Glazer, director of Zone of Interest, also directed Jamiroquai's 1996 video, Virtual Insanity. So he's been goated since 1996. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Don't let these people scare you. Sometimes it's just normal. I'm the same way. Yeah. How you feel is what matters most, I think. You got to lose more weight low key like LeBron as you age. I know. All right. Anyway, max heart rate is 220. Your age, don't worry about it. Yeah, I've never reached that. And I never will reach that. I hope. But other than that, Not much else is going on in my life. Just, you know, chud ass loser lifestyle. You already know. You already know what it is. But that's it. That's pretty much it. And very special guest coming on Thursday to this broadcast. I'm flying him out because he deserves it. Also, I'll be starring on CNN this Sunday for their special program covering the rise of democratic socialism in America. So obviously get excited for that. Watching Hasan's coverage of the Michigan debate. And above all else, he's just so misogynistic. The way he talks about women is actually disgusting. Proud liberal, dark woke, trans woman, DGG PFP. Makes sense. Okay, don't get mad at me. It was on my fucking For You page as I turned around to blast off. Yeah, no, definitely. Misogyny is when you don't like a candidate that is getting, you know, $50 million from AIPAC and has no discernible values that you can identify, no policies you can identify. When you call that out, that means you're misogynistic. Misogyny is when you disagree with a woman in general, which we should stop doing that. We should stop disagreeing with women in general. Obviously, it's doubly misogynistic because I can't handle constructive criticism, it seems. And that's what's going on here. Anyway, girl boss feminism. Destiny loves genocide. Yes, I have it on the docket. Okay, I saw it this morning on my timeline. I already liked it. I'm gonna watch it. I know. We are going to watch it. It's not even a drama video. It's literally a science community guy calling out, you know, a content creator in his genocide defense. Haley's strongest warrior has fallen after last night's debate performance, or even before then. When did this happen? When did this fall take place? Who's Haley's strongest warrior? Does she even have warriors? I do not know. But anyway, let's blast off. Stevens AES debate recap. Wisconsin Gov debate later. Zelensky and Netanyahu in DC. Lady G funeral. Strait still closed. Situation monitored. TPS chaos. Fran Hong poll nuke. Wisconsin governor debate later. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Okay, and we got some. AES over AOC acronym thoughts. Yes, I love AES as an acronym because AES is also the acronym for actually existing socialism. It's what MLs use to describe countries that are run by some sort of like Marxist-Leninist, one-party communist state, whether it be China, whether it be Cuba, Vietnam. So that's what AES means, at least in these corners of the world, at least in our little corner of the world. So I think it's really funny that Abdul El-Sayed is also AES. I sometimes like saying, yeah, actually existing socialism. It's also an energy company in Ohio, but it's all right. Okay. Still need to rotate in the Zhongshan suit every other week, though. I will. You might want to skip most of the video until like the last 20 minutes is a summary of Israel's actions since October 7. It's good refresher, good recap. Dumb blast off meme pro-cap propaganda. It's too late for that pro-cap propaganda because I already blasted off. Ah, yes, the rage-based suit. I don't even like calling it the rage bait suit because it's just dope. Like, it looks good. That's what matters most. And people try to make like comparisons to Nazi Germany. These are stupid comparisons. Like, this is not, it's a suit that predates Mao, and it's a suit that has certainly outlived Mao's experience and his governance. And Mao Zedong is not Adolf Hitler. So it doesn't really matter what stupid Western chauvinists say about it. Ultimately, it looks good. And that's what matters most. And you can, I mean, look, here's the thing. There's 1.4 billion Chinese people out there. Okay. There are billions of people living in the Asian continent, many of which are quite familiar with this style of suiting. It's not dissimilar to the Nehru style of suiting as well. Okay. So, of course, the 330 million Americans think that they're at the center of the world and have their own personal opinions about this that are, in some respects, quite racist. But that is not going to deter me from wearing a nice suit that I enjoy, that I got made, custom made by a Chinese tailor. It has a lot of, it has a lot of value for me. Just because some dumb fuck people in the West have decided to say that this is like the same, this is the equivalent of wearing some Adolf Hitler garb is really stupid. It's also not a standard that they actually apply evenly. I mean, Michael B. Jordan wore a similar suit to the Oscars. Unc, I think green is your color. Thank you. You mean American flag blue. It's like seeing someone dressed in a jalaba and call it the Gaddafi suit. Yeah, it's just, it's stupid. It's unbelievably stupid. Well, the difference is people hate you to make a living. Yes, that's true. But that's never really deterred me from doing things that I want to do, you know? What do I always say? Never, ever cede ground to your opposition's cynical framing. Did you change your camera or angle? No, I did not. It's just the lighting is a little different today. Me gonna die. Me wanna die. Can you stream? I need to die in Vegas. Me gonna die in LA like Kendrick. I am Tupac. Okay, take a day off. Yeah. I tried to be patient and nice. I tried to not be that guy, but I just can't deal with you having no beard. Why? It looks so good. I keep thinking about it all day and night. It's ruining my life. Okay. Well, fear not, chatter. It's already growing in. I already have the 5 o'clock shadow. I'm a Michigander, and I met Abdul in person when he visited my city. He has great vibes. All of his events had a large turnout, and it was nice to see so many people, especially a large amount of old people. Happy to support someone with socialist views. Well, Abdul doesn't have socialist views. He's a capitalist. He says he's a capitalist. He says the problem is corporatism. It's not capitalism. We've had this conversation on this broadcast many months ago, if you recall. That hasn't stopped me from, lending my support, full-blown support to Abdul and in his race. You know. Thoughts on the new Michigan Senate poll? Yeah, we have the Michigan Senate poll, the new one, the Glenn Gariff poll. That is a dusty and busted poll. It's an unbelievable outlier, and it's not something to take super seriously. But if that's going to light the fire under your ass to go out and smile and dial, then I'll take it. Let that be a motivation for you. Let that be a big motivation for you. Anyway, like I was saying. So yeah, we watched the debate last night, and it was a spectacular experience. Abdul showed up, and he put on a show, really. You can tell that he is a great speaker. And obviously, elections are, in many respects, popularity contest as well. So it's important to have swag. It's important to have charisma. There were some highlights. There were some great moments. There were some really low lights for Haley Stevens, obviously. This was one of them. Let's take a look.
Say this.
She got 30 grand from DTE. She's lying.
Dr. El-Sayed, I'm asking you the same question. Any money from anyone that we don't know about?
No and never, but then $40,000 in direct receipts to her campaign from DTE's corporate PAC. And then there's, I don't know, Center for Democratic Priorities, which released its funders, but then they're behind these shell organizations, these 501c4s. So I'd really like to revisit that question, because I don't know how to explain $40,000 directly to her campaign from DTE. I'm the only candidate in this race who's never touched a dime of corporate PAC money.
Abdul should say, how can the people of Michigan trust you when you can't even be honest right now?
Do you see why some people are bothered by the fact that so much money, $40+ million, has come from AIPAC?
Good question.
This moment in this country and here in Michigan, people have every right to be frustrated about our campaign finance system. My opponent here on this stage, Abdul, he's got a super PAC that his father-in-law funds that has millions of dollars going into it. And look, in terms of foreign policy, Abdul and I do differ.
Specifically about AIPAC money, more than $46 million has been spent on AIPAC spending to back your campaign. A lot of people wonder if that...
Roop Raj, the real hooper, baby. Why do you support terrorists? I don't support the nation state of Israel, my friend. You got it wrong. You're in the wrong place. I do not support terrorism. I do not support loss of civilian life. And therefore, I don't support the American military actions in Iran. And I do not support the Israeli government, nor its apartheid, nor its terrorism upon the Palestinian population, the Lebanese population in Syria, and numerous other countries. Wrong.
Is something where you're going to do their bidding should you win this seat. Is that something people should be concerned about? And if not, why not?
Absolutely not, Roop. Look, I have been very clear.
Why are they giving you 46 million then?
And I have
oh my God, Fox is cooking her. Thank you, moderator. Tel Aviv Impress.
And I'm still working to get us to long-term peace.
But no concern about the $46 million+ spent on the behalf of AIPAC that should worry people about perhaps you doing.
So one thing I want to point out here, because some people while we were watching were tongue-in-cheek saying, oh, it's 2v1, 2v1. This is the standard. What Roop Raj did last night was not favor Abdul Al-Sayed. What he did last night was favor the truth. That's what moderators are supposed to do. Okay? Obviously, we're joking about it, and I'm talking about like how goated Roop Raj is. I called him a Baltimore Maoist last night. But what he's doing is one of the most basic functions of real journalism. And it's unfortunately a dying art. It's a lost art. And many people don't follow through on these sorts of questions. When you ask a direct question, especially on an issue that is so important to many Michiganders, and the candidate refuses to answer this direct question, it's totally valid to reframe the question and ask it again. That's it. And because this is unfortunately not so common in local media, in mainstream media, in network television, when we see someone clear that low bar, we get excited.
In their bidding should you win the seat?
Well, I don't think there's much difference between super PACs going in for Abdul or super PACs going in for me. We have a problem with campaign finance reform in this country.
There's
Mike Rogers,
almost $100 million of difference.
The difference between us is $46 million of AIPAC spending. They've set a record in this race to help elect my opponent because they know that she'll be a reliable vote, just like she took last week to send your tax dollars to a foreign government that is aiding, arming, and abetting the very people who want to foreclose on the possibility of Palestinian self-determination. At the end of the day, my job is to take care of you here. I want to be your U.S. Senator. I want your tax dollars spent in Michigan to provide schools in Michigan, to build healthcare in Michigan, to build roads in Michigan. And I think that money sent over there to kill
Bro, what is
kids
happening?
and
The moderator is actually
the
being
worst use
decent.
of our tax dollars, and yet that's exactly what $46 million in spending will buy you. I believe deeply that we have a responsibility to make sure that we don't make other people's problems worse. I believe that we should not be fighting stupid wars that AIPAC wants us to fight in the first place. And I believe we have a responsibility to keep our money here, to invest here. That really is the difference. We're being outspent in this race 12-1. Chances are you're going to see an ad, probably 2 of them, on behalf of AIPAC for my opponent in the next commercial break. That's what that buys you, lying about a record around President Obama's endorsement or lying about me and my character. But that's exactly what happens when you stand up and say, maybe Palestinians should have rights too, and maybe we should have rights to our tax dollars here at home.
It was crazy. I mean, if Haley Stevens wasn't such a corporate stooge and like a human embodiment of everything that's wrong with centrist Democrats, I would feel bad for her. Because imagine working tirelessly, working up the ranks. You're a 20-year-old intern. You got this cushy job in the Obama auto rescue mission, right? As a Michigander, your career has this tremendous upward trajectory, right? You can lean into that for the rest of your life, pretty much. You got this unbelievable access, unprecedented access early on. You run, you take out a Jewish Israel critic in a House race backed by AIPAC. And then now you're about to make a Senate run, and you're backed by all of the centers of power in the Democratic Party. You have Chuck Schumer backing you. You have the clear backing of the DSCC, right? They're leaning in your direction. And all of a sudden, you have this guy who is an unbelievable generational talent that you have to go up against. Not only is his signature policy one that has been objectively popular, but it's also one that the people are more receptive to. It's Medicare for all. The guy that has run and lost statewide office against the fairly popular Governor Gretchen Whitmer is now back at it in this statewide race. But this time, unlike the last decade or so, the appetite for that kind of politics is leaning in Abdul's direction. Devastating predicament for someone who did all of the right things, went through the party ranks, went through the party apparatus, and thought that this was her moment. Many such cases of this kind of seniority-driven politics failing in spectacular display over and over again. One of the greatest examples was obviously Maylot Quiros going up against Diana DeGette, who should have retired. But instead of retiring and propping up a centrist, groomed corporate Democrat to fill that role from Colorado politics, Maylot Quiros was bold enough to take a shot. And she won by 15 points. We're catching a lot of centrist Democrats off guard. 2028, I suspect, will be different. Okay? But that's precisely what's going on with Haley Stevens right now. That's precisely what's happening with Haley Stevens. Career politician, had everything mapped out for herself, for her career. And her biggest mistake, unfortunately, is the time that she's running for office. A time when there is tremendous appetite for change. Meanwhile, on the Lib and Learn podcast, which is, I guess, a liberal podcast, there's a little bit of chaos on the Haley Stevens camp. Not even these liberals are defending Haley Stevens. Let's take a look.
I don't know. I'm kind of agnostic in that race. Like, I don't really like either of them, to be honest with you.
Really?
I mean, I liked McMorrow. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he gets elected. I do think like he's a bit of a showboat. Like, I don't know. I don't like his vibes, but I'm closer to policy when it comes to him, like over Stevens. But
wow. Remember the universal outrage when you didn't immediately endorse a hypothetical Gavin Newsom run? Streamer Destiny says he's not sure who he would vote for if the 2028 presidential election between JD Vance and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in a vacuum. I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. I mean, I probably would vote AOC, but it's a coin flip. Yeah.
I just like the way that she carries herself more. And I do think that the fact that she got the endorsements from people that are actually plugged into Michigan politics, like I do care about that stuff as a voter. I think that stuff does matter. And so, but I really don't have like a strong preference either way.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I feel like I'm the only Stevens champion out there right now. I don't know. Because even Josiah said he was with El Sayed last night.
He did,
So
yeah.
I was
That's the
surprised to
Pisco
hear that. But
endorsement.
interesting. I mean,
Josiah listens to me.
Put the APAC stuff aside, which I know is hard for a lot of people. And I think she's a good candidate.
Put the APAC stuff aside? Why would you do that? What do you mean? Listen. Pay no attention to the fact that I got hit in the gut with a shotgun. Okay? Aside from the gaping wound on my gut, I am a beacon of health and excellence. Okay? Just put that aside. I don't understand. It's only $54 million. Just put it aside, dude. It's $54 million. What do you mean? It's a record-breaking amount of money. Just put it aside. Yeah, replace APAC with DSA. Not so funny now, is it? Yeah, exactly. The only reason they're for Stevens is because they're against you. I don't think so. I think this one is teetering on the edge. This one's already gone. Okay, Pisco's already far more open-minded. He's on like the Podjohn wavelength where he just doesn't care if Democratic Socialists are winning. He's like, no, that's great. As long as they're winning, that's great. This one is just a Destiny Orbiter, but I guess even he's teetering on the edge here. And I don't really know anything about this one. I assume this is just like a pro-Israel guy first and foremost, and that's why he said something as silly as put the APAC stuff aside. Stop, man! You gave Pac-Man grace, and you know what happened. I mean, I'll continue. I'm really important, really hates you. IDF family member. Yeah, oh, there you go. Wait, he's a citizen of Israel? Put the APAC stuff aside, guys. Guys, can you put the APAC stuff aside? Oh, dang. So, yeah, I don't think it's just animosity towards whatever he perceives my position to be. I think there's maybe a little bit more to it than that, but you know.
I mean, she's got the experience. She's just seems like she knows what she's doing. I'm more concerned about El Sayed not being able to have the Democratic Party in Michigan coalesce around him if he wins, because he's been so nasty. Like when Gretchen Whitmer endorsed Stevens on Friday, he was like, we still got potholes.
For the record, I do want to say something. I mean, there's literally Israeli citizens in my community. Okay, they're anti-Zionist. They live here now. So just because someone is even a citizen of Israel doesn't automatically make them someone who would be, pro-Israel, pro-APAC, all this shit. From my estimation, I made that assumption because I didn't know that he was a citizen of Israel. I just assumed that he's very pro-Israel because he said, put the APAC stuff aside. Okay.
That need to get filled 8 years later. And it's like, all right, bro, like you're not helping yourself here by attacking people who chose to go a different direction. You know, it's like you're going to need those votes and those endorsements in the general. What are you doing, man?
Joe Bart coming to LA August 1st. Get him on for a Chad Vice. Yes, we were supposed to do that. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be here. I don't think I'm going to be here when Joe Bart is here, ironically enough. It's crazy. God, you suck at fun. How do I unsub? I don't. What is this? It looks like Roop Raj might be a fan. No, Roop, be careful. You're going to get banned from Twitch. I like that everybody in this community loves Roop Raj as much as I do. There's no such thing as Palestine 2 weeks ago.
It didn't seem that crazy.
Top DNC shill. I'm really important. The liberals will kind of strip a stunt and a nothing burger. Yeah, I don't care about this. All right, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? I don't need a deep dive into this guy's behavior. Okay, I don't care. Yeah, we're a part of the Roop Troop. You got brought up on the Megyn Kelly show. Zara Mamdani grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth. Hasan Piker owns a $3 million in Hollywood. Ro Khanna's kids have a golf course in their name. Is a top-down frustrated elite, just like the French Revolution, says VD Hansen. It's awesome. This doesn't really make a lot of sense. First of all, you know, Ro Khanna aside, this doesn't really make a lot of sense for me. If with Ro Khanna, you could say like, oh, he doesn't have upward social mobility, even though he comes from like a wealthy background. I do have upward social mobility. I have actually made a lot more money than my family ever did, and I take care of them. So this doesn't even make sense as like a jilted, angry, fail son who thought he would have the world given to him because of the silver spoon he was born with. Like, that argument doesn't even make sense for someone like myself. You know what I mean? Doesn't make sense at all. Put the Ro Khanna stuff aside. Yeah, because, well, Ro Khanna is immensely wealthy, and I think he married into wealth, which, you know, more power to him. I mean, same with Abdul as well. Abdul obviously married into a wealthy family, and that's kind of come back to bite him in the ass with his tax releases. A lot of people are yelling at him right now for his father-in-law's like rental properties that are in the name of his wife. TLDR on the Professor David. Holy shit. Professor Dave's new video on Destiny exposed him for sexually assaulting women, messaging minors, and admitting to physically abusing his ex. There's a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with the genocide denial. Yeah, we'll cover all of that. We'll get to all that and more. The fact that you were able to achieve upward mobility is a sign of failure of the system they want. Yeah, no, that's not even the case. I am literally the poster boy for American excellence. I am the straight up poster boy for the American dream, okay? Come from a relatively well-off immigrant family background, okay? Their finances are in tatters by the time I get to college, but it doesn't matter because I basically win the fucking lottery, right? I'm a business owner, you know, I'm a jobs provider, all of this stuff, right? I'm stimulating the American economy in very meaningful ways. I've made it. I've made it. I'm unbelievably assimilated. So technically, I am everything that these guys are supposed to point to as a success story. But the problem is, I also understand that while I made it, and I'm immensely fortunate, that doesn't mean other people also have an easy go at it. That's the difference. If you make it and you recognize that this is not an opportunity given to everyone else, that it is a lie, that meritocracy is a fucking lie, people lose their goddamn minds. Okay? They lose their fucking minds. Thank you, Close Presence, for the 100 community gifted subs. But that's it. That's it. If I sat here every day and told you, if I can make it, you can too. Look at how tough my job is. Look at how big of a business owner I am. Like if I said that and then I shilled some kind of bullshit course about how you too can also make money and how the possibilities in America are endless, nobody would be chirping about it. I wouldn't be getting yelled at by liberals. I wouldn't be getting yelled at by Republicans. The thing that breaks them is that someone who has actually been tremendously fortunate can be unbelievably honest about that. Okay? Luck played a significant role in this every step of the way. Yes, I worked very hard, but it doesn't matter. Luck played a tremendous role in this because I understand that the Oklahoma teacher that has to drive Uber deliveries at night also is working super hard, probably a lot harder than I ever have worked in my life. I am unbelievably lucky. I'm unbelievably privileged. Okay? My point is, we should design a system, especially because we have enough wealth at this point. We have enough technological, we have a lot of technological improvements in our lives that have made it easy for people to work less and still have the same output, to have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. We have stuff, okay? We have things already. But what we don't have is stuff necessary for survival, stuff necessary for upward social mobility. We don't have access to housing, healthcare, education, all the way up to college. These are the real problems that Americans are facing every day. We have the resources, we don't distribute them evenly. That is my anger. That is my frustration. And when someone who is successful says shit like that, other successful people get very mad. And their attack dogs latch on to it. Anyway, it's very frustrating, but who cares? Who gives a shit? Yeah. Stevens is letting our neighbors get grabbed by ICE. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Where was I? What was I covering? I was talking about Haley Stevens' performance. But yeah, it's very clear. Liberals, as soon as a Muslim guy runs for Senate, they turn into Nick Fuentes. I've also noticed this as well. It's pretty crazy. She's fucking right. Lamau. Guys, this kind of anti-American bigotry isn't who we are as Americans. Stop speaking Arab, boy. That's what this Joe McCarthy stand with the Israeli flag, trans flag, and the Ukrainian flag in the bio is saying. Like this person is fantasizing that this is what, this is how black people are. This is how black people would behave. Attributing their own personal anti-Arab and Islamophobic resentments to the entire black population, which is unbelievably racist. Yeah, it's projection. Was it racist? Yes. Did I find it funny? Yes. Are Arab Muslims white assimilating and don't like my black ass much? Definitely. That's why I'm not in a free Palestine mood. This got to be CIA. I'm not going to agree with anything Angie Smith says here, but people need to stop pretending there isn't any tension between black folks and Arab folks in Michigan. People want to ignore what happened in 2024 and believe that didn't cause any bad blood in the Dem party. Arabs are extremely anti-black. This is Fed posting. This is CIA posting. That's it. This is CIA pros, dude. They've been doing this, okay? They've been doing this. And some do it for free 99. Some do it because they get paid to do it. Trying to create ethnic tensions between black voters and black people in general in America and Arab voters, Muslim voters. It's bullshit, okay? It's fucking bullshit. By and large, these tensions are not real. They don't exist. These people live alongside one another. This stuff doesn't exist in the real world. It is just exclusive to the internet. Are these real people? No. No. At most, the tensions that are heightened here can have a little bit of underlying resentment, something I've brought up personally as well. You know, there's this notion of Dearborn people in the state of Michigan. Okay. Having said that, by and large, black voters are unbelievably woke. Okay. They're woke on Israel. They're woke on AIPAC. It's just, this is highlighting some community representation, oftentimes community representation and community leadership that is getting direct payments from Israel by way of AIPAC. But there is no greater example of this this division being greatly overemphasized by the likes of CNN and mainstream media outlets right now, especially in the Abdul race, whereas it doesn't necessarily exist in the real world, is the fact that while the Congressional Black Caucus, the CBC, is base boosted by AIPAC in many meaningful ways, and Jim Clyburn himself has endorsed Haley Stevens, there are plenty in the Congressional Black Caucus that are separating from Clyburn right now to endorse Abdul al-Sayed. So I wouldn't be so certain. I would not be as certain as many are to snap into this idea that, you know, all black people are a certain way, or that the entire Congressional Black Caucus is a certain way. Okay? And that's not the case. And for the record, none of that is representative of how black people feel on the issue of Israel, on the issue of AIPAC, on the issue of corporate Democrats in general. Okay? That's it. No group of people are a monolith, okay? Black people are not a monolith. No group of people are monolithic. Jewish people are not a monolith. Arabs are not a monolith. Muslims are not a monolith. It's all down to the individual. You can try to make some demographic determinations off of polling data, but the polling data shows a very different reality than the one that is presented by these sectarian charlatans. Okay? In any case, let's get to situation monitoring. Sometimes the situation comes back to be monitored in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, the belly of the beast, the heart of empire. World leaders are in Washington for Lindsey Graham's funeral, but some are also expected to meet Donald Trump.
A remarkable gathering of world leaders in Washington today. They're in town for the funeral of Senator Lindsey Graham, but some are also expected to meet with President Trump, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. For more on what to expect, we're joined by CBS News national security analyst Aaron McLean. He's also the host of the School of War podcast. Good morning. Good to see you.
Hey, good morning, Vlad.
So this is the first meeting of Netanyahu and President Trump since the war with Iran started. And we all remember that meeting in the Oval Office with President Zelensky. Talk to me about those dynamics.
I mean, it is a remarkable reversal of fortune for these two men. You have Benjamin Netanyahu at various points has really been one of President Trump's closest international partners, really at a point right now where he's got serious areas of disagreement with the president over the future of the Iran war, most prominently, but also sale of F-35s to Turkey and the Saudi nuclear deal. Meanwhile, Vladimir Zelensky, which we all remember that meeting you referred to, he's kind of gone from, if you'll forgive the expression, zero to hero in President Trump's eyes. President Trump's like winners. Ukraine has had a few good months in its war with Russia, and relations between Trump and Zelensky are noticeably warmer. So you have these two guys kind of intersecting right now in Trump's affection.
Yeah, that analysis is correct. And it's one that I have brought up as well. Zelensky was not favored by the Trump administration when he was seen as a loser. Ever since the Ukrainian forces have made inroads and gained more leverage, partially by striking deeper and deeper into Russian territory with their more precise drone strikes. specifically blowing up critical energy infrastructure inside of Russia. They have gained a lot of leverage in the field of battle, and Trump likes winners, so now he thinks, Zelensky is no longer Zell Disney. Okay? Straight up. This is part of the reason why I think Laura Loomer has also changed her tune about Ukraine. That, and also because there is this effort between the FDD guys to try to coalesce with the rest of the NATO Atlanticists who care a lot about Ukraine, but don't necessarily care too much about continuing this war in Iran. There is this effort by the FDD flank, the ultra-Zionist flank of the American foreign policy apparatus, to try to basically hug Zelensky. And this is mutually beneficial. Zelensky obviously wants America to be more involved in Ukraine. So he is trying to use his newfound leverage and his newfound love from the Trump administration to become a more valuable asset, to say, look, we can make plays in the Caspian Sea. We can actually strike Iranian tankers and Iranian ships in the Caspian Sea for you. It's tit for tat. Hopefully you can help us out a little bit more. That's precisely what's going on right now, and Laura Loomer is obviously playing a role in this too. It's the pro-Israel side that's welcoming Ukraine with open arms, even though in the past they were very, very anti-Zelensky and very anti-Ukraine. They were pro-Russia for the most part. Republicans were pro-Russia for the most part. But now Trump is more comfortable with Zelensky and with Ukraine now that the tide has shifted a little bit. Zelensky met with Trump. Got his point about how Ukraine bombed an Iranian ship. Now, after the meeting with Ukraine is trying to escalate with Iran, I called Iran's foreign minister Arakshi for a frank conversation. Diplomacy is about direct conversation. And even when it's difficult, I stress that our goal is to avoid unnecessary escalation. I reiterated that all of Ukraine's actions are aimed solely at defending our country from Russian aggression and never intended to target civilian vessels or people. This is also true with regards to Iran's statements about their national who died and a civilian vessel that was targeted in a recent incident. Our goal is to counter Russian aggression, which is the root cause of all incidents. And it is Russia who bears full responsibility for all provocations and casualties. I emphasize the necessity to refrain from any escalatory steps, as well as to end any support for Russia's war against Ukraine. This war is illegal and it must end. Okay. Hit the Chinese cargo ships. Go ahead. The level of involvement that China has with Russia is somewhat identical to the level of involvement that Iran has with Russia. Go ahead. Go beast mode. Let your fucking nuts hang. If that's the case, if this is simply about stopping the connection between Russia and Iran, why don't you do it to China? China is perhaps aiding Russia in more significant ways than Iran is. Let your fucking nuts hang. Why won't you do this to China, but you're doing it to Iran? And why are you doing it to Iran now? And before people say, didn't the Shahed drones change the game in the Ukrainian conflict? Yes. It was definitely helpful for Russia's illegal occupation and invasion. But here's the thing. Which of these two non-aligned countries that continuously trade with Russia against all of the restrictions placed upon Russia by the Western world is more significant? Is Iran more significant in its Russian allegiance than China is? The reason why I'm bringing this up is because the whole purpose of this incident, the motivation behind this incident has nothing to do with actually attriting Russian capabilities and everything to do with trying to expand the theater and trying to get more involved in the Iranian conflict. That is what Ukraine is trying to do. Part of the reason why they're doing this in a stupid way is because they try to do it in a smart way, as I brought up initially, when they went to the Gulf regions and were like, you guys are getting lasered with drones. You don't know how to deal with that. We have expertise in this field. We can help you. And the dumb fuck Americans didn't appreciate that at all. That would have been a perfectly reasonable way for Ukraine to make themselves more valuable in another theater, using the limited amount of opportunities that they have, the limited amount of resources that they have to make themselves more valuable to Western interests by defending Gulf nations with the expertise that they have in drone warfare. That's what they tried to do initially. They even had an entire drone specialist force that they had sent out to the Gulf regions to get blown up by Iranian ballistic munitions. The problem is Trump is too fucking stupid to recognize that as a valuable asset. The expertise that Ukraine has in drone warfare is not relevant for Trump. Okay? Because he's dumb. And when you're trying to appeal to a dumb guy, you have to do dumb things. And that's precisely what Zelensky's doing. At a time when there is tremendous leverage for Ukraine unlike ever before, okay? Tremendous leverage that Ukraine hasn't seen since the pushback from Kyiv, the pushback of Russian forces, when the Russian forces had to retreat back to the eastern Ukrainian territory. That was the maximum amount of leverage that Ukraine has had since the illegal invasion and occupation of Ukraine in the hands of Russia. Now they have leverage. Now they have Trump's interest, right? But unfortunately, the king is fucking stupid. And because the king is fucking stupid, you have to do stupid shit to get the king's interest. And as I said yesterday, the way to a man's heart is through their stomach, and the way to Trump's heart is through Benjamin Netanyahu. And that's precisely the reason why Ukraine is trying to make themselves more valuable to Israel's ambitions against Iran, so that Donald Trump will show Zelensky and the Ukrainians better favors, and will have a better attitude overall about the Ukrainian conflict, and will hopefully help Ukraine further, will increase the aid to Ukraine. That's what's going on here. It's an unbelievably stupid endeavor because America is directly involved with Iran, but America is not directly involved with Russia, because both America and Russia are adversaries to one another and they're nuclear armed nations. So this is an attempt to try to draw the United States into the conflict against Russia directly. And for one reason or another, partially because Donald Trump loves Vladimir Putin because he's a fucking idiot, or maybe there's at least enough smart advisors in his corner that recognize how devastating it would be for the entire world if two nuclear-armed superpowers fought one another, something that hasn't happened. And before you say India, Pakistan, I mean superpowers, okay? No disrespect to either of these countries. I know people are going to get mad at me for saying that they're not superpowers, but let's be real. Okay. My life for Pakistan. But the point I'm making is Zelensky wants Trump to aggressively aid Ukraine and maybe even directly engage Russia. It's probably not going to happen, but he is trying to show that he is a valuable asset in all of the Western imperialist endeavors, with the hopes that Trump will get more directly involved against Russia. I worry about this. Lara Seligman for Wall Street Journal says, Trump, a senior administration official, said, likes winners, and Zelensky, in the U.S. president's estimation, is increasingly looking like one. Trump picking a winner here is a kiss of death. Last year, after Trump picked Russia as the winner, Russia went on to have its worst 6 months of the war post-2022. Now that Russia's battlefield fortunes have turned positive again this summer, Trump picks Ukraine as the winner. I will admit, while Ukraine has a lot of leverage right now, okay, Trump is notoriously bad at picking winners. Ukraine does have a lot of leverage over Russia. I mean, they've crippled the Russian energy infrastructure. They've caused Russian oil exports to be halted. Okay? It's ironic because that action in Russia is actually hurting Donald Trump's broader goals in Iran, as I've brought this up before, time and time again. Because the less Russia is capable of shipping oil and gas to the rest of the world, the worse, the more volatile the energy markets become because the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So all of the leverage that Ukraine is gaining against Russia is actually hurting Donald Trump and Donald Trump's interests of keeping the markets as stable as possible so they can continue doing this tit-for-tat bombing in Iran. But in any case, what is this leverage again? Oh my God. What do you mean? What is this leverage? When you are capable of successfully harming and deteriorating the oil and gas refinement infrastructure in Russia, so much so that there are long lines at gas stations internally inside of Russia, where the Russian civilian population are experiencing negative consequences for Russia's actions in Ukraine, that is leverage. Okay? That's it. That's leverage. Just as when Iran successfully stops the transiting of oil tankers from the Strait of Hormuz, which then have an international consequence in the global energy markets, and forces the hand of many Asian countries, many African countries to artificially destroy demand in an effort to make sure that they are not going dark. That is leverage that Iran has. Okay? NATO was always capable of that. It's not Ukraine, and NATO's doing it because Russia was making immense gains globally with Hormuz closed. Yes. Yes. I know NATO was always capable of that. And I know NATO is the one that's giving them the targets. And I know the United States of America is giving Ukraine the go-ahead to strike deeper and deeper into Russian territory with precise accuracy, with obviously satellite targeting that Ukraine previously did not have access to. Everybody understands this. What are you talking about? It doesn't matter. NATO and Ukraine are aligned. So yes, they're helping Ukraine. I know. Who gives a shit? That doesn't undermine the point that I'm making, which is Ukraine has more leverage. Your position was to cynically bring up, what's the leverage? What's the leverage Ukraine has? The leverage Ukraine has is not destroying, because infrastructure is difficult to blow up and destroy, but basically stopping the refinement of oil and gas in Russia. So much so that Russia has to halt exports. So much so that Russia is now having a harder time internally with oil prices. That's an impediment. That's a significant point of leverage that Ukraine has. Because at the end of the day, if Russia can make it as cost efficient as possible, hold on, and I have to respond to some stuff. I'm gonna have Trita Parsi on later to talk about all this stuff later in the day, and I gotta text some people real quick. Hold on. Okay, I did it. Yeah, Trisha Paytas on later. Trita Parsi on later. Why you look different? Something has shifted. I shaved my beard. Yeah, this is very funny. Joe Walsh. Hey, it's on the hunt. I got an idea. Why don't you head out to Michigan tomorrow and campaign your butt off with El-Sayed every single day from now on until the primary? I'll pay for your Airbnbs. Hasan has already been to Michigan and helped hundreds of people turn out to canvass and volunteer for the campaign back when Abdul was polling in third place. He's also going back to Michigan this week. This is such a dumb gotcha attempt. Lamau. Yeah, the problem is this guy thinks that I am toxic in the state of Michigan. He doesn't realize that I have fucking tens of thousands of Hasanabi heads, many of which are now on the ground door knocking for Abdul El-Sayed already and have been doing so in the state of Michigan. From Kalamazoo to the Upper Peninsula, down to Detroit, Ann Arbor, Lansing, all around the beautiful state, all over its lakes. We are Legion. We're everywhere. Okay? I got my Youpers activated, ready to go. Won't go because Abdul needs moderates. Wait, what? Hasan won't go because Abdul needs moderates? First of all, that's not true. And secondly, I am going. I'm going this weekend. Why would they desperately strike the Caspian Sea if they had more leverage to drag the U.S. directly into conflict? I don't get it. Wouldn't that be seen as an act of desperation? Yes, you can have leverage and then make the wrong decision. Yeah, we got 10,000 NATO-trained Youpers ready to go in the Upper Peninsula. Yes, and I will be doing a pit stop in Wisconsin as well. That's my point. My point is Ukraine already has decent amounts of leverage. But instead of maneuvering in the theater of diplomacy, they're trying to increase and possibly gain the attention of the Trump administration further by saying, look, we are reliable. We're a reliable tool in the Israel conflict as well, in the Iranian conflict as well. Please give us more. Not realizing that any extension of the Iranian conflict is actually harmful for Ukraine's interests and Ukraine's defenses. But that's, again, it's a self-defeating process because America has its hands in too many different pies at this point. This is what I keep trying to explain. On the one hand, when America continues waging war with Iran, they're depleting their PAC-3s that could have potentially gone to Ukraine, right? Ukraine has watched hundreds of Patriot missiles blow up, intercepting Iranian munitions in the Gulf, specifically to defend Israel. Okay? That's what they've watched. That's what they've watched unfold. So for them to try and extend the theater, for them to try and extend the conflict, expand the theater, extend the conflict in Iran is self-defeating. Just like Ukraine has been able to gain leverage over Russia by blowing up oil tankers, by blowing up critical oil and gas infrastructure inside of Russia, deep in Russian territory, has been good for Ukraine, but bad for America's overarching interest because it increases market volatility because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed by Iran. They have dueling interests in this circumstance. So we shall see where this goes. Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, had this to say, was assured by the Ukrainian foreign minister that the attack on an Iranian ship was unintentional and Ukraine seeks no escalation. Iran does not seek escalation either, but made clear any attack on our citizens and our interests is unacceptable. There must be restitution for the losses. Yeah, I think Ukraine is going to behave in a stupid way. This is another like Boris Johnson and the Antalya summit moment. That's what I think. And everyone who is, of course, everyone who has a Ukrainian flag in the bio are going to get mad at me and they're going to say, fuck you, Hasan, you're pro-Russia. I'm pro-peace. I'm pro-peace. I understand that Vladimir Putin is insane. I understand that Vladimir Putin is not invested in a peaceable solution here, but Ukraine has gained at least a decent amount of leverage where there could be a push. There could be a push with the hopes that, Vladimir Putin takes a bloody nose, receives a bloody nose, and maybe restrains himself in this circumstance. But we'll see. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen. Can you blame Ukraine? Thousands of Shahed drones hitting Ukraine for 2+ years. Okay, once again, the question is, why won't they do this to Chinese commercial vessels? Those drones have Chinese components all over them. They're dual use. China has very clearly not restricted trade with Russia. China has aided and abetted Russia in more meaningful ways than Iran has. Why are they not doing this to China then? Why are they doing this to Iran, and why are they doing it now? Come on, guys. Why are they doing this to Iran, and why are they doing this now? We can't be stupid, right? We don't have to behave in this stupid manner. You know the answer, man. Come on. Don't act dumb. Yeah, I do know the answer. I do know the answer. They're desperate. But their desperation is not causing them to make the right decision in this circumstance. It's causing them to make the wrong decision. The best possible solution here for Ukraine would be to sit around and hope that the Iranian side of this conflict ends instead of continues, okay? The Iranian side of this conflict ends so that America can focus their efforts on, taking advantage of the additional leverage that Ukraine has in the Russian invasion. That would be the best possible solution for Ukraine, because it's not a secret that the attention has diminished on the Ukrainian front ever since October 7 happened. Because Israel has always been our number one priority. It's the number one ally that we have. There's no other country like Israel. That might take years. No, the fuck it won't. What are you talking about? That might take years. You think there's a year worth of strategic petroleum reserves left in the tank? Are you delusional? Try a month, okay?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens. Let's circle back to the war with Iran. CBS News has found that high-level U.S. officials have concerns about munition shortages in the U.S. military, something both the president...
Very revealing is that Zelensky has been making the argument that Russia is helping Iran instead of Iran is helping Russia. He's positioning this as Ukraine joining the Iran war, not Iran joining the Ukraine war. Yes. I mean, they say both. They say both, and there's truth to it. Of course, Iran has been a reliable trade partner to Russia. Iran gave not only Shahed drones to Russia early on, which Russia used on Ukrainian territory to make territorial gains, but also Iran gave the Shahed drone IP to Russia so they can build their own version of the Shahed drones, which they have been building for years at this point. Okay? My point is this. There are countries that have found themselves in the sphere of Russian influence to a certain degree, or Russia has found itself in their sphere of influence. China is one of them. The DPRK is another one, first with artillery shells that they provided to the Russian front, and then also with thousands of troops. Now the number they're suggesting is going to be approximately 30,000 North Korean troops in the front lines. First, it was North Korean troops inside of Russian territory offering perimeter defense in the Kursk offensive. Now they're talking about, North Korean troops in the front lines inside of Ukrainian soil, Ukrainian territory. Okay? An additional 30,000 of them. So to varying degrees, countries that have been designed as American foreign adversaries are joining this proxy war between the United States of America and Russia. Okay? Yes, I know North Korean troops have already been on the front lines. I'm saying I'm walking you through the evolution. Initially, there was speculation that North Korea had deployed troops. The speculation was that North Korea was doing perimeter defense inside of Russian territory when the Kursk offensive took place. Then they started making their way to the front lines after the Kursk offensive was pushed back. North Korean troops are now becoming a more meaningful part of the invasion of Ukraine. Yes, the Kirk offensive. The Charlie Kirk offensive. So, there's talks about African mercenaries as well. I don't know how, how reliable that information is. I'm sure it's real, but I'm not trying to be an asshole, but haven't we said that oil reserves are a month out, like 3 months now? Oil reserves could have been burned at a much higher clip if it wasn't for China reducing its demand. Well, not even its demand, but reducing its imports by half since the beginning of the restarting of the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. China, once again, helped stabilize the global markets in an effort to continue trade maxing. That's huge. That's such a huge deal because all of that oil that's out, that has been able to make its way out of the Strait of Hormuz, and all the oil among spot traders could now go to whichever buyer will purchase it instead of China. This normalizes prices a little bit, or it keeps prices relatively low. Sand, I just feel like the oil reserves along with the initiation reserves is just propaganda and the real number is unknown. No, it's not propaganda. Anyway. So, where was I? Oh, the reason why I was bringing this up is because DPRK is one country that has been aiding Russia. Obviously, India also has been an entry point for Russian oil and gas into the global marketplaces as a way to like avoid the sanctions that Russia is receiving. So India has been helping Russia to a certain degree as well, to a limited degree as well. There are no punishments being dished out to China or even India, right? The reason why Ukraine is attacking an Iranian tanker, an Iranian commercial ship in the Caspian Sea, is not because the Islamic Republic is aiding and abetting Russia in a very significant way, and this is going to achieve some sort of military objective for Ukraine. That's not the reason. The reason why they're doing it is because they want to make themselves more valuable in the eyes of Donald Trump, and because Donald Trump's a fucking idiot, this is the type of shit he responds positively to. But this is, in my opinion, a mistake. It's a very dangerous mistake, as a matter of fact. Do not lean into this dumbass.
And the Secretary of Defense have disputed. Given that the Secretary of Defense has been back to the Hill to ask for more money, how do you assess this?
Well, we seem to see this already having an effect. Reports suggest that the munitions issues have caused, or at least contributed to this pause we see in operations against Iran right now. If you break down the shortages that we have, it seems to be concentrated in interceptors, defensive weapons. This is a very serious issue because, of course, this is what you fire to shoot down Iranian ballistic missiles, anyone's ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, incoming drones.
Yeah, like if America can't protect its own assets in the Gulf, if America can't sufficiently protect Israel because there is a hard limit to the amount of interceptor missiles that America has, what makes you think Ukraine expanding the conflict is going to magically materialize more PAC-2 or PAC-3 missiles for Ukraine at a time when America is panic shipping the deferred shipments that were supposed to go to European allies? This also leaves European allies, NATO countries, I can't even talk. This leaves European allies naked and afraid. There's only a finite amount of supply of this stuff, okay? They can't get these munitions from China. They're getting it from, as NATO countries, from the United States of America. This is their missile defense, okay? America has already stopped or deferred their shipments of PAC-3 missiles to Switzerland and numerous other European and Asian countries that were supposed to receive these PAC-3s. Why have they done this? Well, they've done this because they're running out of fucking PAC-3s in the Gulf. It's the same reason why they brought THAAD interceptors. They panic shipped THAAD interceptors away from South Korea to the Gulf initially when the conflict first began. So in some instances, while everyone is gearing up for a prolonged conflict, There's a hard limit to how prolonged this conflict can actually be unless America is just going to decide, yeah, you guys can get blown up. It doesn't matter. All of the American corporations and their asses could get blown up in the Gulf. Israel could get blown up by Iranian ballistic munitions. Who gives a shit as long as we are still continuing this conflict without actually doing boots on the ground military warfare? It just doesn't make sense. It seems like it's a bad idea for Iran to still be shipping missile and drone tech to Russia while they have their own war going on, but I guess they need foreign currency. Yes, but I don't even think that this was missile shipments and drone tech to Russia. I don't think Russia needs Iranian drone tech. Russia is already developing Iranian drones on Russian soil. They're not. I don't think they are shipping missile and drone tech to Russia at this point. Ukraine said it was, but take that with a grain of salt. Yeah, of course, Ukraine is going to say that to legitimize why they did this, to give more of a legitimate reason to strike Iranian ships on the Caspian Sea. But I don't even think it's necessarily currency that they're getting in exchange from continuing trade with Russia. I think what they're getting in exchange is intelligence. Let's be real. Iran doesn't really have a lot of, I don't even think Iran has any satellites. And if they do, they're certainly not as precise as the Chinese satellites, nor the Russian satellites. And of course, Iran has been receiving a lot of intelligence from either China or Russia, maybe both. That is what's unbelievably valuable for Iran right now. That's part of the reason why they're lasering different buildings that you would normally look at and go, well, this is a commercial building. This is a civilian building. Why is there a Shahed drone striking the 35th floor in fucking Abu Dhabi in a goddamn hotel? Well, there's probably a fucking CIA base in there. That's what it is. There's probably defense contractors there. That level of precise intelligence is, as far as I understand, not within the capabilities of the Iranian defense sector. Okay? I'm not underestimating or undermining Iran. Yeah, I mean, they struck 2 CIA sites in March. One was the CIA station in Saudi Arabia located in the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, and the other in eastern Iraq. Sources said additional CIA sites have been hit. Question, is Russia sharing target data with Tehran? This is a real question that people keep asking. This is from Reuters. There's a Reuters report. It's far more than just like the American embassy, by the way. They have been hitting all of those like seemingly random drone strikes that took place in the Gulf that people initially were looking at to say, oh, these guys are very clearly like striking, they're doing terrorism, they're striking civilian territory for no reason. There was a reason for it. Obviously, the American side is not going to reveal what has taken place. They will never reveal if a CIA asset has died, obviously. You'll never hear about it. But given the resource limitation that Iran has, they're not going to waste fucking anything. They're not going to waste drones on anything random.
Things like that. And also in the high-end offensive systems, our cruise missiles, our ballistic missiles, we seem to have sufficient stocks of the dumb bombs, the cheaper munitions. So while you could imagine continuing to prosecute the war with Iran, these are all trade-offs. Everything you shoot in the Middle East can't then be shot in the Pacific, and there are real concerns about deterrence in the Pacific, given the burn of munitions in the Middle East.
All right, Aaron, while I have you here, let's talk about...
Did you read the casualty count is like 400? No, it's not. It's 600. The casualty count was quietly revealed to be around 634, I believe, which is probably even higher than that. Yes, I am very familiar with the casualty reports. I've been talking about it for months. Yes. It's been updated to 634, which means it's far higher than that, because that is just the active duty service members that are on the casualty reports. 18 killed in action, 634 injured, wounded. That means there is varying degrees of severity in the casualty reports. Some of the casualties are capable of going back into combat. Many are not. Many have traumatic brain injuries, TBIs, which is that means that they could be a fucking vegetable, or they could have CTE. There's varying degrees of wounds that the American service members have received in this process. It varies widely. But one thing I will say is that if you are not active DoD personnel, if you're simply a defense contractor, for example, you're not getting written up on those reports. So given the tendency for the United States of America to rely extensively on defense contractors in all of its operations, and rely on CIA operatives as well, both CIA assets and CIA operatives as well, the casualty and death numbers are probably far higher. We just don't know. And we most likely will never know what the true totality looks like.
The president, who will eulogize Senator Lindsey Graham later in Washington today. As you know, Graham played a pivotal role in the president's foreign policy agenda. With his loss, what does that mean for the president's foreign policy agenda going forward?
Well, I really see the passing of Senator Graham in the context of also losing in recent years Senator McCain and Senator Lieberman. You'll recall that the three of them were referred to as the three amigos.
Three amigos.
They're all gone now, and together they did stand for this combination of the
some of the worst. Some of the worst of the worst. Joe Lieberman sucked. John McCain sucked. The three amigos.
Muscular use of American power, but also committed to a certain kind of vision of internationalism.
A throwback to the Reagan era, almost.
In many ways, yes. And there are other voices that support that particular vision in Washington, but the three of them concentrated together were really leaders on that front. All three are gone now. There are other trends, to include trends that, flirt with or go even further with isolationism. Those trends are on the ascendant. Graham's death doesn't do anything to stop that or slow that down.
Aaron McClain, always great to have you, my friend. Thank you very much.
Oh, God. These clips from Lindsey's eulogy are so bad, dude. Trump takes issue with the Lindsey Graham eulogy he's reading. Virtually everyone liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. I have to be honest. I have to veer from this for a second.
Heated things got in Washington. Virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but
that is beast mode. Okay. Trump, notoriously the worst guy for this. Okay. Notoriously the worst guy for two reasons. One, he's an unbelievable narcissist. He's got to make everything about himself. Two, there are certain things that he just has to say. He always has to put you down. He is just the worst when it comes to delivering something in a kind manner. He's just incapable of kindness. He's incapable of tact. Okay. So fucking awesome.
Lindsey, well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, darling, but he was beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. He has no grace. He is incapable of empathy, and he is incapable of talking about anybody but himself for 14 extended minutes. So clearly this 14-minute eulogy is going to be disastrous. But Lindsey Graham doesn't give a shit, right? I mean, he's burning in hell right now. If hell is real, Lindsey's there. Let's be real, okay? But he's probably looking up right now, going, oh my God, I hope he eulogized me well, but I don't care about the eulogy that much. What I care about is making sure that the Iranian war continues. And Donald Trump's going to give that for him anyway. Lindsey wrote in his will that he wanted Trump to mention that how he won 2020, actually, and the SAVE Act. I'm sure Lindsey Graham would love to. Lindsey Graham would have loved to hear Donald Trump talk about what Lindsey Graham wanted first and foremost is passing the SAVE Act.
Vice President Vance, members of the cabinet, members of the House and Senate, distinguished guests, Darlene.
Look at how he tapped the casket, Lamau. Wait, what? Ah! He's crazy. He can't help himself, bro. What the fuck is this? Knock, knock. Who's there? Lindsay, you're dead. But I'll keep your dream alive. Don't you worry. Knock, knock. Still gay. That's awesome. God. What a fucking psycho, dude. He is such a goddamn sociopath. It is hilarious. He can't help himself at all, dude. He's got to do that. He's got to do that every time.
And the entire Graham family. We love you all. Today we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original who left us much too soon. And that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham.
At least Trump went to his coworker's funeral, okay? There are some who won't go to mine. Oh, Jesus.
By the strength of his steadfast convictions, the force of his magnetic personality, and the goodness of his noble soul, Lindsey rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much.
Not as much as Tel Aviv.
Become a constant fixture of American politics at the highest level, and a force to be reckoned with all over the world. For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this capital without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it. And no bill became law in the most exceptional republic in human history without Lindsey Graham having a say in it. He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart...
Just straight demon, okay? Lindsey Graham was a demon. Trump is a demon. It's just very funny that you got a demon eulogizing another fucking demon, being like, he's so great. Everything he says about Lindsey Graham is the exact opposite.
Itself.
But it is kind of funny that, you know, this forced Donald Trump to talk about anybody but himself for, you know, approximately 10 minutes. Let's see how long it takes. So we're 1 minute and 57 seconds in. He hasn't gotten off script. Let's keep going.
Just gave out. But even though...
No! What? Dude, what the fuck?
Heart itself just gave out.
Oh my God. That's, dude, come on, dude. He had a big heart. It just exploded one day. Very, very sad. He died. He died like a dog. Donald Trump is incapable.
But even though Lindsey's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor, there can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician.
Yeah. Continuing American wars overseas at the behest of Israel.
Serving the country he loved to serve so deeply. He went out at the peak of his career, at the top of his game, as a legend that every one of us, many of us here today, are blessed to know him, and a friend that none of us will ever forget. There was truly nobody like Lindsey Graham. It was his hometown of Central South Carolina that Lindsey first learned the art of politics. His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back where the family spent and had to do. As Lindsey said, his father taught him the key to being a successful bar owner is that you have to be funny enough that people will keep coming back, and that you have to be tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom.
So he's a snitch.
15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss.
2002. The Fox News intern assigned to watch is fucking turned right now.
And he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there too, I can tell you. And of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court.
This is a record. I mean, he had the hallmark Trump speech where he's like, you know, saying things that are totally out of pocket. But this got to be a record for Trump not talking about himself. Like, even the big, beautiful bill, he's not saying like, many people love the big, beautiful bill. I loved it. It's my bill. Like, he's not doing it. It's 6 minutes in. He still hasn't talked about how much he accomplished that Lindsey Graham was simply there to experience.
His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman. Justice.
Why would you say America deserved 9/11? You're saying my friend's dad deserved to die. He died in that building that day. That's messed up, dude. Says your mom's favorite 567. I don't think your friend's dad deserved to die, my friend. I don't believe that. Okay? I know you're a bot account regardless, so you can get a clip off. But I actually did post about this yesterday for the record because, you know, I said that our actions led to 9/11, and I even apologized 7 years ago at this point for the language that I used at the time. And yet, people who are pro-Israel love weaponizing 9/11 as they did after 9/11 to really foment as much Islamophobia as possible and justify the global war on terror. 25 years after the fact, they're still doing it. I tweeted about this last night. I said, 7 years ago, I said, we brought 9/11 upon ourselves. Okay, because the clip ends with America deserved 9/11. When I go, we brought it upon ourselves, we totally did. We totally did. We deserved it. We, as in I am an American. I'm a part of this, okay? That never gets mentioned for obvious reasons. 7 years ago, I apologized for my language, which I also did. Since then, I've helped get a 9/11 first responder elected into office, which you guys also called a terrorist because he's Muslim, Adam Hamawi. He was there. He was there at ground zero, saving lives. He's now going to be a congressional representative from New Jersey. Okay? But, weirdly enough, Adam Hamawi, who was a 9/11 first responder, was not seen as a 9/11 first responder, but more so a 9/11 co-conspirator by this very same people that love talking about how I love 9/11, how I did 9/11, all this stuff. And let's be real, it's because Zionists, people who are pro-Israel, regardless of their background, do not give a fuck about 9/11 beyond using it to foment Islamophobia. It's not slick. Everybody understands it. And if you try to present this as anything but that, I'm sorry, you need to get called out. Okay? I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. It's so transparent. It's so obvious. Okay? I don't think Zionists care about 9/11 beyond fomenting Islamophobia. That's it. You can't say it's not slick. That white big dog, yeah, you ain't slick. It did go kind of viral on Twitter, though, which was shocking. I thought Twitter would be far more reactionary to that take and be like, no, it doesn't matter, blah, 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 all this shit. This was very funny. This guy posted this thing, this AI post. Different opinions, same enemy, one mission. Destroy Hassan. Destiny, facts and logic, debate God, pro-American, anti-communism, no bullshit, free speech matters. Asmongold, base takes, vibe-based, anti-woke, common sense, America first. Hassan, pro-communist, defends dictators, hates America, divides people, pushes communist propaganda. Hassan's community, America bad, West bad, resist everything, anti-Semite, tanky losers. I'm a little bit confused. United to destroy the communist pipeline. We put aside our differences for the future of America. Love it. I love this. This goes hard as fuck. Yeah. No, it does. It does. I said, can't tell if this is supposed to be a promo or making fun of them, but I like it. He said, thank you. Where are you under a ceiling tile? I don't know. Different opinions, same enemy, one mission. Pork Pie on the stream went. Oh, yeah. He had some choice words for Zoran and myself as well. I said, your pivot to respectability politics has been a wonderful journey to watch unfold. You're welcome on the broadcast anytime you want, Dave. I hate watch all three of you. Okay. I'll take it. That's the view count. Subscribe for 9 months. That's a subscriber. That's a loyal follower and a subscriber. We take those. All three of you. Anyway. Where was I? This fucking boring ass eulogy.
Kavanaugh ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how...
My father's a ground zero first responder, was there a few hours after the towers fell. He died from the smoke down there and also broke his neck going down in a few of the holes that were left. A bunch of politicians had him talk in front of some mics, but that was it. They never tried to actually help him. And by the time the Zadroga bill passed, he was gone. I 100% respect and agree with your viewpoint on it. Yeah, the irony here is that not even just me, but also, and I covered the Zadroga bill extensively at the time as well. Jon Stewart was like the guy that finally got the 9/11 first responders the necessary aid that they certainly deserved. Yet another clear-cut example that these fucking politicians are demonic. But what's really interesting about this is that there are probably far more 9/11 victim families that love Zohran Mamdani that hate him, right? Like there are a far greater number of New Yorkers or people in the tri-state area that have family members that died during 9/11 25 years ago that probably fucking love Zohran Mamdani than hate him, okay? And it's really interesting. It's really interesting that the commentary on this issue has revolved around how much like 9/11 victim families don't want Zohran Mamdani. They're fucking bullshit. First of all, your family members dying on 9/11 25 years ago doesn't give you permission to be a fucking Islamophobic asshole, okay? Get the fuck out of here. What the hell does Zohran Mamdani have to do with 9/11? What the hell do I have to do with fucking 9/11? You're an insane person, okay? You're an insane person. Like, what are you talking about? It's totally ridiculous. It's gross. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Heated things got in Washington. Virtually
I got the
everyone,
Judd Legume thing too.
Republican
It's
or
good.
Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene. But he was beautiful. But he was also ready with a joke and a gleam in his eye. After being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight, Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of enhanced interrogation and torture for the Guantanamo Bay area. He said, this is really bad stuff and boring. And while he was an incredibly hard worker, he was not exactly an early riser, as many of you know. When Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsey told him, Tim, if Jesus himself comes...
The Frame newspaper gave them more Islamophobic ammunition. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. That one is extra silly. Like, it's a literal piece of history. Like, Dude, you don't get to own 9/11, okay? I'm an American citizen. It is one of the most important historic events that shaped the world, okay, in devastating ways. The idea that like only reactionaries get to talk about 9/11, they get to dictate how other people talk about 9/11, that's totally fucking ridiculous. They can be as Islamophobic as they want. Okay? They can be as Islamophobic as they want. They can say, oh, Hasan, he's Muslim. He loves 9/11. He wants to do more 9/11. It's fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. You say never forget. Well, there it is. Okay. Anyway, I can't. I'm so bored of this fucking thing.
Before 10 a.m., I ain't going. Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, and no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission, above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like.
Whoa!
Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in...
He was unbelievably hawkish. Never met a war he doesn't like. That's what I said. Am I writing his speeches for him? What the fuck's going on? That's literally a verbatim quote of mine from my eulogy of Lindsey Graham. That's awesome.
Uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago. That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, so, can you really levitate? The Dalai Lama was not happy with that. But no matter how high he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other, back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming...
Have you seen this news? Zoomer Gunnar Hosber has dropped? Yes, I have seen it.
...the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292 if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded. He said, I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsey who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone all for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsey did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say, this memorial service, it's so hard to say, a memorial service for Lindsey, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe that? Annika played very well that day, actually. But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that...
When he shared his phone number at a rally...
Republican presidential candidates are changing their cell phone numbers tonight after this.
Lindsey Graham, so he calls me a jackass this morning. And I said to myself, you know, It's amazing. He doesn't seem like a very bright guy.
By the way, look at Trump 10 years ago versus look at him now. Okay, this was peak Trump. This was peak Trump. This is like, I would go so far as to say that what remains of the Trump cult that's still hanging on is hanging on to this Trump because they remember this Trump. Many of them are boomers, and this was such an unbelievable performance. What a tear this was in 2016. What a different change of pace this was for many white boomers who were sick and tired of business as usual politics, that they're still leaning into this. This is the Trump they remember, and this is why they're still a part of the cult. Okay?
Okay? He actually probably seems to me not as bright, honestly, as Rick Perry. But today I got called a jackass by this guy. And then I said to myself, hey, didn't this guy call me like 4 years ago? Yes. He called me 4 years ago, 4 years ago. Lindsey Graham. I didn't even know who he was. He goes, Mr. Trump, this is Senator Lindsey Graham. I wonder if it would be possible for you to call Fox. Because, you know, until I ran, I had that little thing where I do just for fun. Fox and Friends are so great. Brian and Steve and Elizabeth. They're great people, right?
Look at the boomers clapping.
They're great. And he wanted to know whether or not I could give him a good reference on Fox and Friends, okay? He wanted to know, would I do that? And then, of course, he wanted to know whether or not he could come and see me for some campaign contribution. And he gave me his number, and I found the card. I wrote the number down. I don't know if it's the right number. Let's try it. 202. I don't know. Maybe it's, you know. It's
beast mode. Fucking beast mode. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. This is why old boomer Gertrudes and Barbaras and Debras were flicking their bean to this shit, okay? They had never seen a guy like this before. It was demon time. God damn, dude. What a fucking time, dude. What an insane show.
4 years ago, so maybe it's an old number. 202.
Double dox. Not the first. He doxed them twice, dude. Twice.
So, I don't know. Give it a shot.
Hey, YouTube fans, I'm Luke Russ.
I don't know. Give it a shot. He's lost so much riz. Now look at it. Now look at him now.
Belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother. And they were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that pool hall where his parents raised him to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved. The son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America, and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be.
Yo, he is so fucking bad at this. Sitting, laying, I don't know where he is. Might be in hell. That's what many people are saying. We're probably all going to hell if you think about it. We've done so much. We've done so much wrong. And Lindsey the most. Also, he was gay. Many people think you go to hell if you're gay. I don't know. I don't think it, but who knows? Who knows?
I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you.
All right. Anyway, before we get to the real meat of the story, Zil Disney and Satan Yahoo hanging out at the White House, I do want to briefly bring this up. Sean Hannity also eulogized Lindsey Graham. Let's hear what he had to say.
He may be also. Lindsey, Mr. President, I would argue in my mind, probably has a heavenly version of Mar-a-Lago. It may even be a little bigger. He may have a little more gold in the Oval Office in his mansion in heaven. And I wouldn't be surprised if he added one big, beautiful ballroom and an arch somewhere on the property.
Yes! Yes! Yes, Lindsey Graham would have loved a ballroom. Okay, this time it was Sean Hannity that covered Trump's base here. Yeah, I bet you Lindsey Graham is in heaven right now watching, excited at the prospect of the SAVE Act getting passed.
Because he would want to obviously duplicate his dearest friend in life, you, Mr. President. Lindsey.
He glazed Netanyahu at the funeral?
I see Prime Minister Netanyahu is here. Mr. Prime Minister, you too have been a dear friend of mine for 30 years. It's an honor to have you. And Lindsey would have been blown away that you took this long journey with your beautiful bride to be here today. He loved you. He loved the state of Israel. He loved the people of Israel. Under your leadership, Israel has been one of America's most consistent.
Dude, it's awesome. I would say like, oh, Lindsey would hate this, but he would love this. Like, this is what he deserves. He deserves worse, I'll be honest. But you know, this is exactly how Lindsey Graham would want to be eulogized, in my opinion. Like glazing Benjamin Netanyahu, demanding further wars, glazing everybody else around him. That's who he was. He was not a real person. He was not a person at all. So, you know, Israel.
And loyal allies. He was never shy to say it to the day he passed.
Who the fuck are these wokes? Oh, IDF. That's Mossad. I was thinking like, who the fuck are these wokes at the Lindsey Graham funeral wearing masks? 100% Mossad.
And just as President Trump has been Israel's strongest...
No, not Secret Service. U.S. Secret Service doesn't have to wear masks. Israeli Secret Service does. Which is so funny because they stick out like a sore thumb.
Friend in the history of the White House. You know, the two partners aligned together. Lindsey was that friend to Israel in the United States Senate. As long as I've known this man.
Yeah, Donald Trump was, of course, asleep during most of this, but here's President Trump pulling out some Tic Tacs and showing them the J.D. Vance. He dropped one. He dropped one. Look. Look. Wait, from his mouth? Did it fall from his mouth? What the fuck? Look. What the hell? Oh my God, he missed it. What is going on, dude? Oh my God. Man, we could have been a fun country doing this bullshit. Yeah. It's so stupid. You are John Madden Trump eating a Tic Tac right now? Gross. Gross. Anyway, seems like a fun party. Yeah, they're all having a great time. Yeah, so look at the guy behind Trump who is asleep. It smells crazy back there.
It's easier to bow out. It's easier just to go a different way, the path of least resistance. But he stayed the course.
He's such a nasty little freak, dude. I literally missed the time cascade jalapeno chip going into my mouth and dropped it onto my lap while you were laughing at Trump for his. Yeah. Breaking, Dropsite reporting on Israel attempting and succeeding in influencing AI chatbot output through a network of AstroTurf websites. Yeah, we'll get to that influence peddling operation of Israel. This is another one of the influence peddling operations of Israel. If you recall, a year ago, by the way, Hannity brought up your name to Besant.
You know, this guy campaigning with Hasan Piker. Can they win? I mean, 35 candidates on the ballot this year.
I don't think so, because it's not where the American people are at. It's where a small...
Okay, Scott Besant might be the only guy who could be my savior in the admin, because if he Googles me and sees the meat pics, I don't know. I don't know. Come on, Scotty. I got the meat pics ready for you, man. He might cut me a break, is what I'm saying. He also happens to be one of the only like liberal adjacent ones. Always. The same with what was the other guy? What was the guy with the sexy wife? Yeah. In the first administration. In the Treasury. I'm forgetting his name now. The one who did the Marvel movies. Yeah, Mnuchin. Yeah, Scott Besant is gay, for those of you who don't know. And also punched Elon Musk in the face. Usually, the money guy is always a little bit more normal. Has to be a little bit more normal. They don't let the money guy be like a fucking, as big of an insane Trump sycophant. Yeah, Mnuchin was also more libbed up than the rest of the admin. Wait, he fought Elon? Yeah, Scott Besant punched Elon in the face, allegedly. Dude, you don't think Besant is an absolute freak? Yes, I do. I mean, he's in the Trump administration. Of course he's a fucking freak, just like Mnuchin was a freak as well, but less freaky. Even with the Trump administration, they don't let you molest the money that hard. They don't let you... the guy who's touching the money supply can't be a Trump sycophant to the same degree. Anyway. Yeah, former George Soros employee. I looked him up. You weren't lying about Mnuchin's wife? Yeah, that photo is like etched into my mind of her with the gloves holding the fucking treasury bills. Steve Mnuchin and his wife at the treasury with the sheet. of newly printed dollar bills. Anyway, it looked hard. It did. Yep, that's it. Come on, dude. This was one of those moments where I had to be honest and say, this is kind of cool. Like, she looks like she has aura, like Cruella de Vil. She's serving. She's serving. And everybody got mad at me at the time to be like, oh, you just love, you love white women. Like, oh, basic white women you love. Like, come on. This is a fucking hard photo. She looks like a Bond villain, dude. Anyway, haters pretended not to goon for her. I mean, I don't goon. I'm not a gooner. All right. Contrary to what the New York Post has written about me. So, all right, let's talk about this Zohran Mamdani 9/11 stuff that I also have been, tangentially involved in once again. If a boring normie like me download this app to see what you're all about, it's the beginning of the end for people trying to lie about how evil you are. This is wild. Well, glad to have you here, buddy. Glad to have you here, my friend. Hopefully, you won't go back to those places that have just been fucking lying about what I believe and what I represent and why I'm so evil. But let's talk about the true evil, the New York Post. So New York Post wrote this insane article, expected. Wall Street Journal wrote about it as well, because it's the 25th anniversary of 9/11. Zohran Mamdani is the mayor, as you guys know. And obviously, he's going to attend the 25th anniversary of 9/11, as every mayor has attended the anniversary of 9/11. So once again, we're faced with the predicament of how racist can people get before, the rest of polite society turn around and say, okay, enough is fucking enough. You need to dial it back. This time, especially, this comes after Zohran Mamdani did the whole video calling Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, which and demanded his arrest from the federal government. Israel has put the crosshairs on Zohran once again in pretty aggressive ways. I'm going to say it out loud. This kind of stuff is a coalition of, like, these kinds of news articles is a coalition of, like, homegrown Islamophobia and Zionist Hasbara pressure. It's not a secret that Israel is fomenting Islamophobia because they recognize that they are indefensible. They recognize that their propaganda apparatus can no longer focus on making Israel look good. They know this already. They've lost the Western world. They've lost an entire generation, and they've certainly lost the Western world. But the one thing that the Israeli Foreign Ministry, which oversees the Hasbara operations, has recognized is that Americans are still very Islamophobic. So instead of trying to defend Israel, Israel defenders will now try to make people as Islamophobic as possible. Okay? There's drop site reporting on this. They uncovered the Israeli Foreign Ministry's own PowerPoints on this issue. They went back, they polled the people, they realized that nobody really fucks with Israel anymore, but at least people hate Muslims, and Israel can keep tweaking the dial of Islamophobia as aggressively as possible, right? And this is very clearly one of those attempts. Zohran Mamdani is a prominent Muslim politician. He's the mayor of New York. They're going to try to increase the Islamophobia that he's receiving to the best of his ability. To the best of their ability, especially at a time when a new YouGov poll shows that 49% of Americans think Netanyahu should be arrested. Every single audience group that isn't conservative has either a majority or clear plurality, including white people. A plurality of white people, which are the least woke demographic in this country, are in favor of arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. It's clear, unless you're on the American right, you support arresting Netanyahu. So this is part of the reason why they are aggressively pushing the Zohran Mamdani shit. Okay? In an effort to spread more racism and Islamophobia against Mamdani, the New York Times implies that the stabbing of an Asian man and a Jewish man was somehow connected to Mamdani's call for Netanyahu's arrest. They use a disturbing attack to shield a man committing mass atrocities from criticism. So obviously mainstream media, it's not just the New York Post that's doing this. New York Times is doing a variant of this as well. Wall Street Journal is doing a variant of this as well. So it's not just like the dish rags such as New York Post that's like attacking Zohran Mamdani and claiming that he is a vicious anti-Semite, a Hamasnik, a person that is responsible for Jew hatred growing in the country, and also a Muslim terrorist. So Judd Legume, he saw this article in the New York Post, which I didn't even cover because it's fucking ridiculous. But it was this article came out in the New York Post that claimed thousands of 9/11 families demand Mamdani be banned from the 25th anniversary ceremony. Stay away. Families of 9/11 victims are demanding Mayor Mamdani, pictured embracing Imam Siraj Wahhabi, an unindicted co-conspirator in the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, be barred from the 25th anniversary ceremony at Ground Zero and have collected more than 3,600 petition signatures in less than a week. Our objection is based on his public record, his failure to meaningfully acknowledge the horror of that day, and his employment of support for or association with individuals who have minimized 9/11, defended terrorists, or even suggested America deserved the attack, said Giovanni Galante, whose 29-year-old wife, Grace, was among the 2,977 innocents killed. Okay? Well, here's the thing. Judd Legume went in and actually did real journalism. Turns out there are still some real journalists out there. He investigated. This New York Post cover, 9/11 families demand Mamdani be banned from 25th anniversary, is a brazen lie. How do I know? I interviewed the organizer of the petition. He admitted that there is no list of 9/11 families seeking to ban Mamdani from the anniversary ceremony. Even the smaller estimate that appears in the text of the article, 300 9/11 families, is just an estimate based on the organizer's assumptions about how the petition spread. I don't go through the list and look at the names, he said. Nevertheless, the claims in the New York Post article have spread widely on conservative websites, from Fox News all the way down to ZBS. Another conservative website. Okay? So he interviewed the petition organizer, including his belief that Mamdani wants to get rid of all Jewish people and believes 9/11 should have happened to us and Zohran Mamdani's belief that 9/11 should have happened, right? That's what the petition organizer is claiming. So he's an unbelievably racist guy. Okay? Fox News bringing you up in their Zohran bits every chance they get, mentions you at 0.44. Oh, yeah. They're saying that Zohran is also inciting hatred towards homeowners, and he's trying to get homeowners killed. But this is a separate story. I mean, they're going into full tilt panic at this point. Okay? Zohran Mamdani, who was Muslim, stood in the manner of a vizier awaiting his tribute, his beard oriented towards Mecca, his silence thick as attar, his cheekbones set in the geometry of jihad. A muezzin was heard in his heart. He was not smiling. The gates of Vienna shuddered. Yeah, when he doesn't smile, the evil shows, says Josh Wolf. When Zohran Mamdani smiles, he smiles Islamic style. When he doesn't smile, he also is doing it in an Islamic manner. Of course, smiling. When Zohran Mamdani smiles, he's smiling for jihad. When he's not smiling, he's also angry to do even, you guessed it, more jihad. It's always evil. He's always doing Islamic style jihad. Turns out it's just fucking racism. Okay? Turns out that's all this is. But yeah, E.L. Jacoby got his licks in as well. Israel's most annoying propagandist in a legion of annoying propagandists for Israel. 9/11 families aren't against Zohran because he's Muslim. They're against him because he campaigned with someone who said that their family members deserve to be killed on 9/11. I never said that. Okay? I don't believe that. Doesn't matter. People just lie about that quote all day, every day. But I responded to it. Because I thought, oh, Jesus Christ, enough is enough. These guys are fucking being unbelievably racist towards Zohran. Okay. To which I responded with, and it actually was received fairly positively on Twitter, which was shocking. I said, 7 years ago, I said, we brought 9/11 upon ourselves. 7 years ago, I apologize for my language. Since then, I've helped get a 9/11 first responder elected into office. His name is Adam Hamawi, which you guys also called a terrorist because he's Muslim. I don't think Zionists care about 9/11 beyond fomenting Islamophobia. And that's the truth. That's all this is. Okay? That's all this is. The idea that an American, such as myself, could say, we brought 9/11 upon ourselves or we deserve 9/11 to any degree is, of course, destroyed when the American that's saying that is obviously not a real American. Okay? I'm too Muslim to have said such a thing. Okay? And of course, it doesn't even fucking matter if I say, hey, look, I shouldn't have used the language of deserved, okay, because it's very clearly being weaponized by the right. This was in 2019, and it's still being weaponized again. Okay? But ultimately, it's because I'm not an American in the eyes of all these people, okay? I'm not an American. I'm not a real American. Having said that, however, 1 million people, from comedians to commentators, have also had similar takes on 9/11, if not far worse takes on 9/11. Tony Hinchcliffe has made a shit ton. Tony Hinchcliffe has made a shit ton of jokes, and nobody on the Republican side gave a shit. Nobody cares about Bill Maher's takes about 9/11, who Bill Maher said something far worse than anything I said right after 9/11. He lost his job for it, but nobody ever gives a shit about his takes on 9/11 now. So it turns out there's a couple different components in the 9/11 story. One, are you white? Are you white enough? If you're Muslim and you have any opinions on 9/11, that means you love 9/11. You want more 9/11s to happen. Okay? And perhaps even more importantly than that, are you pro-Israel? Are you pro-American imperialism? If you're pro-American imperialism, and better yet, more importantly than pro-American imperialism, are you pro-Israel? Because if you're pro-Israel and pro-American imperialism, then it doesn't matter what you've said about 9/11. You're good. You're a good guy. That's it. Donald Trump has said more fucked up things about 9/11 than I ever could. Donald Trump, on the morning of 9/11, called in to a radio show to say, well, at least my Trump Tower is now the highest building standing on Wall Street. That's real. Look it up. But Donald Trump, once again, white, Republican, American president, super pro-Israel. It doesn't even fucking matter. Do you understand? So there are a lot of people who want to be very precious about who gets to talk about 9/11 and how they get to talk about 9/11. It's completely cynical. It's completely cynical, and we have to stop playing this fucking game. That's it. This was a tragedy, and you are cynically trying to use this tragedy to foment Islamophobia, because that's the reality. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about the victims. You don't give a shit about the impact. You just want to use this horrible tragedy where almost 3,000 Americans died to continue lying about Muslims, to continue shitting on Muslims, oftentimes at the behest of Israel. So, sucks to suck. Okay? Yeah, I mean, here's another example. Breitbart News. Adam Hamawi makes excuse for Hassan's America Deserved 9/11 comments. If I had to ramble for 8 hours, I don't know what would come out of my mouth. I think we all have to put it all in perspective. Well, he's a 9/11 first responder. But once again, it doesn't even matter, right? Because he's Muslim. He's Muslim and therefore responsible for 9/11. That is precisely how they presented this. Adam Hamawi is the greatest example of no matter how hard you serve this country, no matter how hard you serve this country, even if you literally were there at ground zero saving fucking lives, as Adam Hamawi was, as long as you're Muslim, you did 9/11. Okay? That's it. That's it. Because at the end of the day, the people that constantly advance this, the people that are not normal at all, by the way, because this is not a normally shared sentiment, but the people that constantly advance this agenda to be like, oh, this guy loved 9/11. He loves 9/11 over and over and over again. Despite the fact that, again, I apologize for the language I used in 2019. The people that are cynically still making this a salient issue or trying to make this a salient issue are doing so in a way that most people understand is cynical. Okay? People understand. Average, normal Americans understand that this shit is cynical as fuck. Okay? It's cynical as fuck. It's racist as fuck. You don't have to put up with it. It's 2026. Suck my fucking dick. Okay? It's 2026. Donald Trump is entertaining giving nuclear arms to the country that is perhaps most responsible for 9/11, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Nobody gives a shit. Okay? We give more of a shit than clearly the Republicans do. So shut the fuck up. Anyway. Yeah, and it's there's also obviously a generational difference here as well, but yeah, the majority of the families of 9/11 victims voted for Zohran Mamdani. Families of 9/11 victims want to ban Mamdani from the sacred 25th anniversary at Ground Zero. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Being a 9/11 victim family member doesn't give you permission to be a racist asshole, okay? And as a matter of fact, I suspect that plenty of other 9/11 victim family members are probably going to start yelling about these dumb dickheads who are trying to turn the 25th anniversary of 9/11, this tragedy, to an insane racism seminar for some fucking weird reason. How selfish. How ridiculous. Who the fuck do you think you are, man? Anyway. Where were we? What else were we going to talk about? Yeah, Matt Iglesias. Yeah, speaking of which, by the way, Prem Talker is right. He says, nothing shows how much of a bubble Twitter has become than this. The media politics world on here went absolutely nuts on Zohran Mamdani after he called for Netanyahu's arrest. If you were only on here, you'd think he was in trouble. Turns out most of America agrees with him. Yeah. But this is also part of the reason why they're going crazy. Like, they're going crazy mode on Zohran. Israeli infiltration and interception of American consciousness continues. Obviously, it's not as successful. Having said that, however, that's not stopping them from trying. They're spending billions at this point. I believe a Quincy Institute guy went on Steve Bannon to talk about it. I bookmarked it. Let me find that video first. Here it is. Yeah. Quincy Institute's Nick Cleveland Stout went on Steve Bannon to talk about his latest article. His latest article that covers Netanyahu says Israel's fighting an eighth front for the hearts and minds of Americans. The price tag since October 2023 has been over $1 billion. $46.5 million to Trump's former campaign manager to build websites shaping how AI chatbots talk about Israel. This is, of course, reference to Brad Parscale's operation, working with Salem Media as well, the right-wing Christian nationalist network that Scott Jennings is a part of. $45 million to Google, YouTube, and Meta to deny the hunger crisis in Gaza. $3.2 million to affirm that geofenced American churches during worship. The problem, for the first time ever, more Americans now sympathize with Palestinians than Israelis. So it's not working. Israel has spent over $1 billion on public diplomacy efforts since 2023, including more than $100 million on efforts to influence the U.S. Disclosed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, this country is now on track to be the biggest FARA spender this year. Now, what's interesting about this is the stuff that we know that's targeted by FARA, because a lot of what Israel gets to do on American soil, that it utilizes the evangelical Christian network and also many of the Zionist organizations that masquerade as like Jewish advocacy organizations, are homegrown. They're American, right? They're comprised of American citizens, sometimes dual citizens, but it doesn't matter. That's not a part of the FARA restriction. So the actual impact is far larger, even though the FARA expenditure here is on track to become the largest. Okay, this is just the tip of the iceberg, however. And then there's also obviously a lot of the covert operations. You know, Lindsey Graham trips to Israel, coming back and talking to fucking Donald Trump. Shit that you hear on Wall Street Journal, CNN, and all these other outlets. They're not dinged as, foreign agents operating at the behest of a foreign state. That's just a regular Sunday. Okay? Jacob Wendler on Political Reports with help from Daniel Lippman. First in PI. FARA Friday. Israel shifting away from its traditional strategy of relying on American-led groups like AIPAC to advance its interests in the U.S. and is instead increasing hiring foreign agents to ramp up its influence efforts, per a new paper from foreign policy think tank Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Israel has spent over $1 billion on public diplomacy efforts since 2023, including more than $100 million on efforts to influence the U.S. Disclosed under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, per the new report from Nick Cleveland Stout, a research associate in Quincy Institute's Democratizing Foreign Policy program. The country is now on track to be the biggest FARA spender this year. 17 new firms registered under FARA to work for Israeli interests in 2024 and 2025, including former Trump campaign manager Brad Parscale's firm Clock Tower X, which holds the largest contract at $46.5 million. Per the report, Clock Tower X has disclosed attempts to seed pro-Israel framing. Nearly $1 billion to try and melt the minds of American boomers, American evangelical Christians, and still failing to do so. Here's the video between Steve Bannon and Nick Cleveland talking about this. I can't believe I'm showing you Steve Bannon, but
Cleveland Stout from Quincy. You've got a report that I want to make sure we go through it in detail so people can see and read for themselves and look at your backup data so they come to their own conclusion. But it's pretty jaw-dropping. You basically assert from your research that since October 7th, the Hamas attack, terrorist attack, surprise attack on Israel, that since roughly that time, is it $1 billion or close to $1 billion has been spent by Israel for influencers and radio? And I'm not saying Sid or Mark Levin took that money. I just want to use that as an example of some of the over-the-top pitches you're hearing on Fox News right now. But that $1 billion has gone in an influence operation, very sophisticated, very systematic, not just onesies, twosies, but to basically change opinion or to influence opinion and then political action in the United States, sir?
Yeah, first of all, thanks so much for having me. But that's exactly right, that about $1 billion has been allocated for public diplomacy, Hasbara efforts abroad, not just in the U.S., but you can I tracked about $100 million of those dollars has been spent under the Foreign Agents Registration Act, which is, as your viewers are probably well aware, this law that requires contractors, lobbyists of foreign governments to disclose what they're doing on behalf of foreign governments. So, yeah, it's a lot of money, and it's being used for a lot of things, influencing chatbots, paying influencers, reaching out to evangelical Christians, all kinds of things that we can get into.
Now, this is separate. I just want to make sure this is separate from AIPAC and money they put in either for lobbying or.
Yeah, AIPAC doesn't get hit with fair restrictions, for the record. Just so you understand. A single American evangelical organization, International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, sends like $100 million to Israel per year. These investments in propagandizing to America pays dividends just in pure cash. Exactly. So Israel registering as a foreign agent to specifically geofence Christian evangelical churches, okay, to specifically target Salem, which is what Brad Parscale is doing, which is the Christian evangelical network, okay? That pays dividends back to Israel because all of these Christian evangelicals then collect donations and fundraise for a lot of the West Bank operations, a lot of the West Bank settlement operations. Okay? All tax-free, by the way. It's outright illegal, and yet it's still tax-free, all these tax-free donations. It's fantastic. Yeah. If you're wondering why it's so difficult, to get this message across to some Americans, or if you're wondering why it's so tough, it's so hard to get politicians to be more understanding, it's because there's a lot of financial interests at play here. There's a lot of moneyed interests at play. Israel is now on track to become the largest spender on foreign influence under FARA in 2026, more than even Gulf neighbors like the UAE, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia. Okay? This was a breakdown of the report, which we'll go through right now. Israel has spent more than $100 million since 2023 on foreign lobbying in the U.S. to influence chatbots, to sponsor delegations of influencers, to carry out mass texting campaigns. Some of the mass texting campaigns are AI. You have probably received, I have received, questions about what my feelings are on Israel as an ally to the United States of America. U.S. survey groups, right? I'm sure plenty of you, because it's so all-encompassing, it's so broad that they do push polls to basically manipulate people's attitudes about Israel by framing it as though it's a polling operation. That's this program. They're funding Christian theology programs. They're also creating a network of websites specifically designed to manipulate AI so that the LLMs, the large language models that people readily use, that people rely on, that people actually trust a lot, will spit out pro-Israeli propaganda. It is unbelievably nefarious. It is insidious. And in many respects, it's being done in broad daylight. The ADL, led by Jonathan Greenblatt, has been quite open about these attempts. Jonathan Greenblatt goes to synagogues all around the country and goes on these different panels all around the country and openly admits to it. They talk about how they are designing websites specifically to manipulate chatbots, to manipulate ChatGPT and other large language models. It's insane. French PR firm Havas Media is central to Israel's new strategy, directing tens of millions of dollars to Americans eager to be the foot soldiers of Israel's new information war for the right price. Here are all of the American firms that Havas Media has directed resources and funds to. Okay? Clock Tower X, Show Faith Works LLC, outreach to evangelicals. Bridges Partners LLC, $900,000, overseeing a social media influencer cohort. Piro Inc. Targeted Communications Global, parent company Stagwell, for media outreach, mostly the conservative media like Fox News and New York Post. Davis Media New York City, LLC, parent company Stagwell, for a social media campaign. SKDK Knickerbocker, LLC, parent company Stagwell, media outreach, no longer active. Clock Tower received the largest sum. This is Brad Parscale's operation, former Trump social media manager. Brad Parscale's operation. And the $28.5 million that they received comes, the $28.5 million that they received for integrating pro-Israel messaging into Salem Media. As I told you, Salem Media is the premier Christian evangelical broadcaster. Scott Jennings is a part of Salem Media. Many others are a part of Salem Media. They've also utilized, Brad Parscale's also utilized these websites that I was talking about, influencing artificial intelligence services such as Claude and carrying out a texting campaign. And the projected contract total number is $46.5 million. This is part of an overall strategy from Netanyahu to win the eighth front, the battle for hearts and minds, as Benjamin Netanyahu calls it. Israel has invested over $1 billion in overall public diplomacy or Hasbara efforts since 2023, with $750 million of that being allocated for 2026. So if you're wondering why there's so much more Islamophobia, if you're wondering why there are so many attacks against prominent critics of Israel, whether it be Zohar Mamdani or even someone like myself, no matter how big or small they might be, this is where it's coming from. They are spending unbelievable amounts of money to do this. They're spending unbelievable amounts of money to try to desperately cling on to the remaining demographics, the far right, or not the far right necessarily, but like the evangelical Christian base for Trump. And they're doing everything they can to make prominent critics of Israel's lives a living hell. But even as Israel invests more, American public opinion towards Israel continues to plummet. A Gallup poll this year found that for the first time ever, more Americans sympathize with Palestinians at 41% than Israelis at 36%. Think about that. That's never happened. Because that's how toxic Israel is. That's how much of a social pariah Israel has become. That Americans recognize Israel and its toxic influence over American domestic policy and certainly over American foreign policy. It's over, in spite of their best attempts. But this means our job is not done. This means we can't let up. This means that we have to keep pushing. We have to continue telling the truth, no matter what the cost is. Okay? A few years ago, Israel barely invested in formal influence operations under Farah, especially since pro-Israel orgs like AIPAC were so effective. For the longest time, Israel got to do Zionist indoctrination through pro-Israel groups, Israel First groups that masqueraded as Jewish advocacy groups on U.S. soil with loyal soldiers of Israel, whether they be Zionist Jews in prominent positions of power or the far larger number of evangelical Zionists, Christian evangelical Zionists. Okay? It's a multifaceted approach as well. It doesn't just stay with the Republican side. Okay? Unlike many other issues, this issue was not as politically polarizing as it has become in the United States of America. It was not as partisan as it's become in the United States of America. For the longest time in the United States of America, there were plenty of Zionist advocacy operations, Hasbara operatives, that were deeply embedded and worked within the confines of the liberal progressive movement as well. This has always been the case in the Western world. That's why there's a term for it in our corner of the world. We call it PEP, Progressive Except for Palestine. This is part of the reason why you've probably seen so many people that you thought were wonderful, progressive, social justice warriors show that they have a very hypocritical stance when it comes to the human rights disaster that we have contributed to with American tax dollars, with American munitions, and American social and political cover on the international stage. If you're wondering how this happened, well, Zionist indoctrination for decades and decades that went unimpeded. And yet they're still losing. Shannon Watts is a great example of a Hasbara operative. Okay, Shannon Watts, Moms Demand Action. Fred Gutenberg, a victim of the mass shooting incident, the school shooting incident. These are people who have been prominent activists on the progressive space for a very long time. And yet, while they have spent a good deal of time criticizing the NRA for its toxic influence on American politics, its destructive influence on American democracy, they do not have the same attitude about the largely MAGA billionaire funded AIPAC. Because AIPAC funds all of these other groups as well. Okay? If you're wondering how someone like Shannon Watts can be so adamant about ending school shootings here for American children, but then find themselves defending school explosions over there for the children of Gaza, for the children of Lebanon, for the children of Iran, well, that's because AIPAC has been a prominent funder, or AIPAC-style subsidiary organizations and liberal Zionists have played a major role in funding these other advocacy networks. So it's always been a multifaceted approach. For the evangelical Christians, you talk about the theological justifications for why Israel must be as violent as it is, why there must be a demographic replacement of all the non-Jews in the land known as Israel, the Greater Israel Project. There's a theological justification for the evangelical Zionists. For the liberals, there's pink washing. For the liberals, you say Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Israel is the gayest country in the Middle East, when Lebanon is right there, ironically enough. Lebanon, which is known for...
I'm gay and Lebanese.
For the NATO Atlanticists, Israel plays a formative role in creating an American defense umbrella in the region against these scary enemies. For the people who are worried about ISIS, Israel plays a role in combating ISIS, when it ironically has not. They lie about this too. So there is a different way to propagandize to different audiences, and Israel is obviously operated a very sophisticated Hasbara operation for each individual demographic and each individual psychographic profile on U.S. soil. And they've done this for decades. And yet, in spite of that sophisticated propaganda apparatus, Americans have woken up to what Israel has been getting up to. For the past 3 years, they've seen what Israel does. And now they hate it. They hate it because many of the envoys, many of the advocates of Israel are also unbelievably entitled. They're so arrogant. They constantly demand more. They take for granted the billions of dollars, $380 billion since the inception of the Israeli state for the past 80 years of money that they've received. They take for granted the MOU that Barack Obama signed off on, $3.8 billion of direct cash to the Israeli state so they can come back and purchase Tamir interceptors. Contract that's supposed to end soon. That was Obama's goodbye message to Israel. On the way out, he signed off on the Memorandum of Understanding for Israel, a decade of $3.8 billion a year. Okay? And this is before we even talk about the loyalists to Israel, the Israel firsters, that operate in a lot of these mainstream circles. Jake Tapper, Dana Bash, Ross Douthat. Virtually all of the highest profile news anchors have a very specific and very clear bias towards Israel. And even in spite of all of that, Americans are still demanding an arms embargo. Americans are still demanding that we no longer give money to Israel in overwhelming numbers. Okay? So yeah, in just 3 years' time, in spite of this all-encompassing, unbelievably sophisticated propaganda apparatus and influence peddling operation and direct cash infusions to the campaigns of virtually every politician in this goddamn country, Israel's fallen out of favor with the American public. The collapse in American public support for Israel, particularly over Gaza and Iran, changed the calculus for Israel. But instead of questioning the policies that led to that collapse, Israel has doubled down on the influence operations. Israel's now on track to become the largest spender of foreign influence under FARA in 2026. This is not the AIPAC style influence peddling that we see. Okay, this is just the foreign registry, the foreign agent registered amount. Nick Cleveland Stout also has a timeline detailing Israel's new lobby, showing key moments in Israel's influence operations ramping up. There are no signs of this slowing down, with Israel most recently hiring a producer of Spike Lee's Inside Man to produce pro-Israel social media content. A lot of this is disclosed in the Justice Department documents, but a lot of it is not. Not under FARA includes $700,000 in Israeli government funds to Eagle's Wings to lobby the USG on the U.S.-Israel military relationship. Social media influencers paid by Israel. Only one social media influencer, Yoav Davis, has registered. Names of consulting firms that have been subcontracted. We know that these kinds of influence operations can change minds. One social media influencer who went on a paid trip to Israel told me that she was radicalized by the trip. Israeli influence can be successful at reaching social media feeds, targeting key delegations, and reaching the pews of churches while still failing to move public opinion. But influence alone cannot be a substitute for an organic shift in response to unpopular policies. Just something to consider for when you see so many random people on the timeline who spend a good deal of time defending Israel in very strange ways. Sometimes that could just be hand-waving away Israel's influence. Sometimes it's someone just implying that you're anti-Semitic because you're like, why do you hyper-focus on AIPAC? Because no other country has this level of deep, embedded propaganda on U.S. soil. Okay? Not a single other country touches a fraction of this. Tenet is a great example of this, which was a Russian operation where Russia contracted a Canadian media organization that went to the likes of Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and many others, and gave them money. Gave them money in exchange for pro-Russian, or rather anti-Ukraine propaganda. That was investigated and uncovered by the Department of Justice. Okay? Department of Justice investigated that. Now, of course, none of the Republican operatives that took that money actually received any legal scrutiny when they should have. In my opinion, it's fucking treason. It's what they say I'm doing with my commentary on America's actions against Cuba, or my commentary on China, not as a foreign adversary, but as a country that we need to have a better relationship with. They say that is paid propaganda. They say that is treason. Meanwhile, these guys are actually doing the treason. These opinions that I hold are my own. Okay? I don't get paid for them. I'm only accountable to you, the viewers. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. People's Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. If you want to support the show, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also gift subs. If we reach level 20 on the hype train, you might see a tank top stream in the near future. That's right, I'm slutting myself out. But that's the difference. Your subscriptions also help maintain my editorial independence. But yeah, as far as Perplexity, when I asked Perplexity if it's beneficial for the U.S. to enhance military cooperation with Israel, it responded with a one-word answer, yes. The top source cited is alivia.org, a website created specifically for Israel to influence chatbots. Michael Fusco Art, thank you for the 50 bones. If we get to level 10 hype train, we carry the flame. Level 20 hype train, tank top stream. When asked of Perplexity if it's beneficial for the U.S. to enhance military cooperation with Israel, responded with a one-word answer, yes. This person asked, have you asked each one if they disclose the identity or who's funding the sites they are sourcing? I just asked ChatGPT, and they said they would have reference, for example, the Israeli government if the website disclosed the info. Yeah. When I asked chatbots about the latest news from paxpoint.org, one of the sites, Perplexity and Copilot did not flag that the site was created as a part of an Israel influence operation. Claude, ChatGPT, and Gemini did flag the caveat. But if they are just citing these sources, people have to click on the site and go all the way to the bottom of the page to see that it's part of an Israeli influence operation. One of the newest versions of Israel Hasbara, now that I'm done covering this situation, one of the here is Israelis openly conspiring to inject pro-Israel bias into AI. This is at the AJC. It's one of those conferences where they just like openly talk about it, by the way. The American Jewish Committee.
See genuine opportunity. How can AI help improve Jewish representation in all these issues?
The really cool thing about AI is that while it can become a great ally for our enemies, if we act early, it can be exactly the opportunity that we need. After missing the boat with social media, AI is now becoming the dominant source of information, the main source of information. People trust AI more than anything else. They trust AI more than social media. They turn to chatbots like ChatGPT and Gemini instead of using Google. And young people use these bots instead of Google in very, very, very large numbers. So this is becoming the main source of information, okay? And so when I say this, I still find Jewish people being discouraged. They say, oh, but Wikipedia is already so anti-Semitic and social media is so anti-Semitic. Why bother? The AI just learns from all of this data. So, you know, whatever, not much we can do. But that's not true. Because over the past 2 years, the AI companies have been moving towards alignment. So instead of the algorithms sort of honestly representing what's in the data, we're finding that these chatbots and the text-to-image models are increasingly showing us exactly what the companies want us to see, okay? So it's becoming intentional, which means that instead of trying to control the whole world and trying to somehow manage what's happening in this big blob of Wikipedia and social media, we can go directly to the companies with clear technical and advocacy solutions. So for the first time, there is a path to correcting the digital world.
Thank you, Maya. Yeah.
Yeah. The ADL, by their own admission, is already doing this.
We're in regular contact with the major AI companies, and I'm proud to share making a difference. For example, last year, we showed OpenAI how its new video generation AI tool, Sora, made it easy to create anti-Semitic videos. We worked it out with them, laid out the facts, and then 9 months later, when version 2 came out, Sora now refuses to generate videos around several of the specific concepts that we discussed and shared with OpenAI's team.
Yeah. The operation isn't primarily aimed at persuading people, the drop site reports. Its goal is to persuade artificial intelligence. Internal contract language signed directly with the Israeli government explicitly stated that Parscale would deploy websites and content to deliver GPT framing results on GPT conversations. The site received very little human traffic, but are structured to be picked up by AI. They tested it with Perplexity. The network consists of 10 different websites, each promoting a different Israeli narrative. Examples include Israel's a nation of peace, Israel protects civilians, slaying Gaza journalists were Hamas members, Israel's not committing a genocide, U.S.-Israel military integration benefits Americans. Each site discloses at the bottom that it's distributed on behalf of the state of Israel. The campaign doesn't just influence chatbot search results, though. It also appears to be entering data sets used to train future AI models. DropSite found ParseScale sites had already been archived 912 times by Common Crawl, one of the largest repositories used to train large language models. So their goal isn't to convince people at this stage. Their goal is to get the AI to convince people eventually, but their goal is to basically infiltrate AI and train AI to deliver pro-Israel outputs, and specifically pro-Israel propaganda, like the military merger being an overall benefit for America. That is a direct and immediate goal of the Israeli government. Okay? It's incredible. Research told DropSite the campaign is sophisticated because it avoids obvious propaganda. Instead, the articles are heavily sourced, tightly organized, written in a measured tone, filled with bullet points and key takeaways. Exactly the type of content AI systems are more likely to retrieve and summarize. The operation has grown dramatically. ParseScale originally signed a $1.5 million per month contract with Israel. It has since expanded to roughly $4.5 million every month, about $46.5 million overall. Campaign also includes anonymous text message operations posing as grassroots peace groups that direct Americans to the same websites. The implications go far beyond search results. As more people rely on AI to answer political and historical questions, governments are increasingly competing to shape what those systems retrieve and eventually what they learn. That's where we're at. And perhaps one of the less sophisticated versions of this Hasbara propaganda is something that I saw on my timeline earlier today. And I have to show you. Because remember, it's not just about manipulating public opinion to like Israel. It's also about attacking Israel's critics, attacking Israel's prominent critics. And it's also about pushing Islamophobia. One of the major vectors of Islamophobic hate has always been Ilhan Omar. Trigger warning, you are going to see straight pussy in here, okay? I'm just letting you guys know. Camel toe warning ahead of time. Dogs are out as well. This is the slop the pro-Israel crowd pushes on young conservative men that target the audience of Israel's Eighth Front war campaign. Here it is. No, it's literally insane. It's the most insane thing I've ever watched.
Can we please stop addressing Ilhan Omar as a congresswoman?
It literally starts off with her pulling up her Lululemons for the camel toe.
Can we please stop addressing Ilhan Omar as a congresswoman? I mean, she's literally a fraud. This is a person who came to the USA to corrupt its people and resources. She went from negative $65,000 net worth to over $30 million. And denies it. She denies it. And she blames it on an accounting error. That's not all. Then there's the winery with no clear location, no wine at all, no phone number, no visible operations. It seems abnormal, doesn't it? And then she proceeds to insult the reporter asking about these things, asking her to explain it to the people. And on top of all of these unknown things, she calls World War II World War XI. So how is someone so fucking stupid able to become an important topic in this country? She is literally the trending topic in the United States of America. It blows my mind. She is the opposite of everything that we stand for in this country. And she literally married her brother. We do not marry our brothers here. We don't marry siblings here. We do not do that. Can we please stop addressing?
I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anything like it. I just don't think that anyone is going to listen to this and be like, well, hell yeah, I heard everything you said, Queen. They're going after gooners now. This is insane. And for the record, it's not old. It's not new. This is old school. Same propaganda strategy that the IDF has deployed all the time. Okay? They have done, the IDF, the Israeli occupying forces, have always deployed sex to sell the IDF in general. They've done gooner bait before. I've talked about this before. So when will you use sex to sell socialism? I told you, if we get to level 20 on a hype train, I'll do it. There's more. She's delivering 2010 talking points while cooter mogging. Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, this is insane. What the fuck is going on? Why is she just like straight up giving us pussy? Like, it's not even fucking like hidden. Like, she's not even like trying to do this in a tasteful way. Dogs are out, hikes up the fucking pants every time, showing straight cooter. What is going on? She's hitting the fucking labia exam position. Ain't nobody sits like that for fun. Yeah, it's not even like, it's not even sexy. It's borderline sexual harassment, dude. I just perused some videos, but I bet Savannah is infinitely more well-adjusted than 80% of the so-called right-wing Foyd sphere. She doesn't pretend to be something she's not, and she's well aware of what she's doing to gain a following and generate revenue. Low neurosis, not bad. She doesn't get any views on out. That's gonna change soon. Now that she went fucking viral for this shit. I've never seen anything like this, dude. Yeah, new account. Follow my IG. Sav Cannon Talk, Sav Cannon. Who's our audience for this shit? Gooners. Fight back, big bro. All right, dude. Dick Prince. Dick Prince. That's what we got to do. I got to ramp up. I got to ramp up the meat picks. I got to go back to the tank tops and ramp up the fucking meat picks. Is this not AI? No, I don't think it is. Start clapping cheeks, brother. No hands. Fight fire with fire. Anyway, I'm in shock at how egregious, how aggressive this is. All cooter mog all day. Moose knuckle time, brother. So glad you decided to wear a suit while covering this. Yes, I am moving in the opposite direction. I'm being presentable. Anyway, that's the latest Hasbara operation from Israel and Israel's new influence strategy. Meet the old influence strategy. One of the Hasbara operatives that we know of, a sex pest, a weird, creepy ultra-Zionist. His name is Sex Pestiny, also known as Epsteiny. Well, apparently, Professor Dave Explains has put him in his crosshairs. Professor Dave Explains normally explains science, goes after a lot of the anti-science, oftentimes on the right, anti-vaxxers, things of that nature. But it turns out Professor Dave is now also doing a deeper dive into Epstein and his love of genocide. In an hour and 37-minute long video, let's take a look.
Hey everyone, as you know, I'm a science communicator who explains science and debunks science-denying frauds. Quite the Venn diagram exists between anti-science propaganda, predatory capitalism, Christian nationalism, and Zionism, which means I end up bringing up Israel from time to time. Zionists hate that, so they attack me constantly, like what happened recently with a guy named Destiny. Let's talk about him. If you don't know who Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, is, he's a media personality who takes to defending liberal and progressive viewpoints on most political topics. He sounds smart enough when debunking MAGA talking points, and if that's all he ever did, you'd be hearing nothing negative about him from me. But that activity is dramatically overshadowed by his unrelenting Zionism and support for the never-ending parade of human rights violations being
Remember, until 2023, old heads know this, until 2023, between the time period of 2019 and 2023, I never brought this motherfucker's name up. The only reason why I started talking about him again, even though he spent the time frame between 2019 and 2023 aggressively pursuing cyber stalking and cyber harassing me, actively trying to smear me in a fairly sophisticated smear campaign. The reason why I never talked about him was because I thought he was utterly irrelevant. I used to openly discourage people from even referencing him. I would ban chatters who would send me links of him. I had the same exact principle for Nick Fuentes as I did for this weirdo sex pest. The only reason why I dropped that blockade was because I saw that he was entertaining ultra-Zionist Hasbara propaganda and trying to change the minds of a lot of liberals. Okay? You got exposed for staging photos? This is a stage photo. You're doing Hasan's bidding by peddling this normal head size propaganda? Okay, dude. The only reason why I started covering sex pestiny post 2023 is because not because he greatly increased his line of attack against me, and his community has actually worked with Republican congresspersons to try to get me into legal trouble, and also Democratic congresspersons who are pro-Israel as well. But the reason why I talked about it is because he was trying to influence progressive people and liberal people to be pro-Israel. I found that to be a bridge too far. Seems others have also gotten frustrated with that effort.
Perpetrated by the genocidal ethno-state that is Israel. Whether he is being paid by Israel or is genuinely just dumb enough to have fallen for Israeli propaganda and is in too deep now to admit it, I can't say. But he recently decided to poke the hornet's nest by doing a particularly slanderous live stream about me, accusing me of being a Jew-hating neo-Nazi. It's called Professor Dave Goes Mask Off. And the thumbnail says, "These fucking Zionists," where Zionists is covering the word Jews, implying that I really just hate all Jews. In it, he's reacting to my third and most recent video exposing Avi Loeb, the astrophysicist and charlatan, in which, amidst breaking down his endless lies about science, I point out yet again in passing his ties to the Zionist lobby and how he employs Zionist tactics of gaslighting and playing the victim to deflect when his fraudulence is exposed. I'll just play you Destiny's intro stinger to his video so you can get a sense of it. The blatant manipulation, opportunism, and perpetual victim complex is par for the course when dealing with disgusting Zionist frauds like him. Anyway, as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite.
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. So keep it up, you worthless Zionist pile of filth.
And I didn't mention Judaism. I said Zionism. Get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you even know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like.
Yeah, after all, Destiny would know what Nazism is. His son is a Nazi. His former boyfriend is a Nazi. His former girlfriend is a Nazi, no longer a Nazi now, Lauren Southern. So it just feels strange to me that all of the people that he has collaborated with, maybe even sucked and fucked, are prominent neo-Nazis or former neo-Nazis. Yet none of those guys are actually neo-Nazis. It's always the people who are critical of Israel that he consistently claims are Nazis. Interesting. Numerous girlfriends with BPD that also happen to be prominent neo-Nazis or not so prominent neo-Nazis, like that one fucking meth head. I don't even know what her name is, but I've seen her, in blackface. Interesting.
The two key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization is they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
Yes, he is literally calling me a Nazi. Deconstructing this farce will come at the end of this video, but we have a lot of context to set up and information to get through first. Honestly, so many people have asked me to make a video formally summarizing my stance on Israel, and this was an excuse to do it, while also highlighting what a douche this guy is. Beyond his nauseating defense of Israel, he also has some really bizarre skeletons in his closet that I was able to come across. Hornet's nest, remember? But we will get back to him in due time. Now, many of you are aware that this is not the first time I've been harassed and slandered by Zionists, not by a long shot. Right after the genocide began, for several months I was spending way too much time on Twitter, relentlessly combating Zionist propaganda being disseminated by hordes of paid influencers whose job it was to brainwash the masses and make...
Why you gotta throw BPD in there? There's nothing wrong with BPD, okay? It's tough to manage. There's everything wrong with being a Nazi, however.
Manufacture consent for genocide. You've never seen propaganda anywhere in your life like what was being vomited up at that time. A fabrication of 40 beheaded babies, which Joe Biden himself publicly claimed to have seen photographic evidence of, only to later walk back and admit that no such evidence exists, since it's not a thing that happened. Fabricated claims of a baby being cooked in an oven. Endless claims of rape when in fact it is Israel that systematically rapes Palestinian prisoners in the most brutal manner imaginable. A behind-the-scenes clip of a Lebanese short film used to claim that Palestinians were faking the war crimes against them, yielding the birth of the disgusting term Pallywood. Claims of immense networks of Hamas bases underneath hospitals to justify the bombing of every single hospital in Gaza, only to provide zero evidence of such bases after the fact, except a few planted guns several hours after entering and a list of terrorists that was really a calendar. A tidal wave of lies in the form of social media activity that was viewed by many millions of people. Endless dehumanizing rhetoric to garner support from the West for a totally pre-planned campaign of ethnic cleansing and land theft. At any rate, influencers were being paid to disseminate the narratives that the state had settled on each day. I was shitting all over these disgusting frauds day and night for several months, and the wrong people noticed, so they dogpiled on me and got my account suspended. People often note that you can find some really egregious anti-Semitism on social media, so my tweets must have been even worse than those of actual Nazis in order to merit suspension. But those people are very confused. Zionists love anti-Semites. They quietly celebrate their presence on social media because their existence fuels Israel's victimization narrative. Israel can bomb anything they want, shoot any...
Yep. 100%. Israel also very openly collaborates with prominent anti-Semites. This is also part of the reason why Jonathan Greenblatt at the Apartheid Defense League pays very little attention to the likes of Nick Fuentes, for example, a prominent Holocaust denier or a Holocaust enjoyer, a neo-Nazi. And yet he spends all of his time and efforts in trying to tie me back to the likes of Nick Fuentes.
Any child in the head, steal any land, but they will always continue to be the victims. Scary anti-Semites who want all Jews to die, whether a particular instance being referenced is real or not, are a key facet of this narrative. So that's not what gets targeted for suspension. What gets targeted is anyone who is effectively combating and exposing the state-sponsored Hasbara narratives, which I was doing with a passion. So
yeah, again, Elon Musk, Sig Heiled twice at the inauguration in front of the entire world. Jonathan Greenblatt defended Elon Musk, saying it was an awkward gesture. He's autistic. Let him go. Wonder why.
So I was booted from the platform, which honestly was a relief more than anything else, as this activity was starting to take a toll on my emotional well-being, and then their campaign to smear me began. First, the social media activity. This actually started before my account was terminated. Hundreds of tweets like this, very obviously scripted and disseminated.
Yeah, it's quite disappointing to read Dave Explains. He's someone I follow for a long time. It's quite disappointing to read Dave's content. He's someone I follow for a long time. It's always fucking botted. Everything has to be a carefully concocted, carefully constructed influence peddling operation. No real world motion. It's always the same shit. Always and forever. Oh, this is really, really disappointing. Notice this is the same pattern deep posters use on Reddit. Yes, always. Always and forever. Oh, longtime fan of Hasan, but he really screwed the pooch on this one. Hey, longtime fan of yours. Why did you say America deserved 9/11? Longtime fan of yours, but I just encountered one of your most famous controversies for the first time ever. Turns out, in 2019, you said something that you immediately apologized for, but honestly, I'm going to hold it against you right now in this very moment. First time, by the way, first time speaker, longtime fan. It's always the same shit. It's always the same shit. Yeah, the other classic, I don't even like Abstini, but he's cooking here.
For all the lemmings to copy and paste. Pretending to have been followers of mine, regrettably, they must unfollow because I'm a Nazi. It's all quite unconvincing. They do this all the time. You can always find clusters of scripted copy-paste tweets, like this recent campaign that Destiny would probably enjoy. Then came the harassment on YouTube. Thousands, and I'm not joking, literally fucking thousands of these for weeks. These came from the bot farms that Israel employs to shift the narrative on every platform they can. Optics are everything, and even this very blatant artificial activity can skew things in their favor to some degree. But that's just the beginning.
They also mass spam Reddit. They brigade the fuck out of Reddit, too. It took a genuine sea change, like a generational attitude shift, for even the most prominent news and politics subreddits to finally say, all right, enough is enough. Israel fucking sucks. For the first 2 years, it was literally endless sea of bots. They still do it. And given that, we are firmly within the dead internet theory universe now, it's just mostly bots talking to other fucking bots. And if someone is dumb enough to encounter that conversation and get duped by it, well, sucks to suck for them.
Organizations like StopAntisemitism.org and Canary Mission are a form of weaponized retaliation against those who speak up for Palestine on social media. I was named Anti-Semite of the Week, along with countless actors and activists like John Cusack, Susan Sarandon, Mark Ruffalo, Roger Waters, Cynthia Nixon, Greta Thunberg, Bassem Youssef, Mamdani, of course, basically anyone who draws significant attention to
Damn, no Hasan mention. That's kind of fucked. This guy sucks! No, I'm kidding.
Israeli crimes against humanity, thereby posing a challenge to the Hasbara narrative. Horrible, vile anti-Semites like Miss Rachel, the children's content creator who scandalously requested on social media that Israel stop bombing children, and who can be found singing songs with Palestinian double amputee toddlers. How dare she humanize children who have had their legs blown off by inhuman monsters? As part of these smear attempts, founder of Stop Antisemitism, Leora Rez, and other wastes of human life
Wow. Calling child killers inhuman monsters? Anti-Semitism much?
Act brutal campaigns to ruin the lives of whomever they target, doxing them, and doing whatever they can to get them fired from their...
You should be using the appropriate format. America's most important ally.
Their jobs, especially for medical professionals. For me, there was not much they could do. I'm self-employed. They tried to smear me on LinkedIn, but nobody gave a shit. Eventually, they move on. But perhaps with how much I've finally been talking about Israel in my YouTube content, as opposed to simply tweeting about them, a second wave of attention is coming my way. To demonstrate how no amount of criticism of Israel will ever be enough, we're going to talk a lot about how awful Israel is. Truly, they are the most potent force of pure evil in the world since the Nazis, ironically.
In early May, they deranked FOMA for being leftist. On May 13th, a member of our mod team, their visibility went from 8 million weekly visits to 2 million. The ability to post award posts and comments was disabled. Our visibility in community topics categories like celebrities and news vanished. We've been a community on Reddit for years with no issues, so we figured it was a glitch. Subreddit rankings, awards, and achievements are tied to the types of content featured in a community. If the posts and comments in a community are considered sensitive, the features may be disabled. Oh, yeah. It's because they're anti-Zionist and also because they're progressive. One of the largest progressive subreddits in the entire platform, on the entire platform. Of course, they got fucking deranked.
The level of disdain they have for human life is beyond comprehension. Not simply the ability to murder tens of thousands of children like they're termites, but the delight they express in doing.
FOMO mostly talks about celebrities. I know, but their attitude that they've fostered in the community is very clearly not only anti-Zionist, but also very progressive. That's why it's psychotic to do this to them. It's not like they're like a communist subreddit or anything like that. I mean, they shouldn't do that to a communist subreddit either, but like, at least if it was like primarily focused on politics and political commentary, it would make sense.
So, and the overwhelming support that is expressed by Israeli citizens for this genocidal activity. More than 80% of Israelis support the complete annihilation of the Palestinian people. It is a twisted, psychotic society that celebrates the destruction of innocent human life. They proudly announce it openly, their desire to wipe Palestinians and other Arabs from the face of the earth.
אבל בוא נאמר...
תעשי את זה, אני מכיר אותך קצת, תעשי את זה אם תוכלי.
יכול להיות, אבל בוא נאמר ככה, הצבא צריך לגמור, כמו שעבד בצפון, הוא צריך לעבוד בדרום, ולהשאיר את עזה ללא ערבים, ולהקים התיישבות יהודית בכל חבל עזה. כאשר אומרים ביישובי העוטף שרוצים לראות את הים, זאת אומרת, כדי לראות את הים, צריך שלא יהיו בתים.
שאני מבין במקורות שלנו, עם הפראים האלה לא היה שלום, אין שלום ולא יהיה שלום. לא שאני לא רוצה שלום, גם אני רוצה שלום. ארץ זה שייכת אך ורק לעם ישראל, וכל עזה וכל לבנון.
Yes, I know my boy Ross Douthat got a new gig at CBS, and CBS is bragging about Douthat interviewing me in the press release. Amy Coney Barrett, Hasan Piker, and Ben Sass.
כל זה צריכים לשאוף לנקות את הארץ מרוכבי הגמלים.
I don't care about Gaza. I literally don't care. For all I care, they can go out and swim in the sea.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם. עזה לא תחזור להיות מה שהייתה וחמאס לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
שחיילי צה"ל הם מעל הוויכוח הזה.
Okay, we've seen all this.
Because there are no, I don't think you have. Israeli lawmaker Yitzhak Kreuzer says there are no innocent children in the West Bank, defending the bloodthirsty behavior of settlers that murder helpless Palestinians and steal their homes on a regular basis with total impunity. The West Bank, no Hamas here, just Palestinians living under a brutal system of apartheid. Whether they are children or women, it doesn't matter to me. Journalist Shimon Ricklin says Gaza should be wiped from the face of the earth. Journalist and politician Yinon Magal says it's time for Nakba 2, which means another massive wave of killing Palestinians and cleansing them from their territories to acquire these lands for Israel. Revital Gottlieb of the Likud party says, bring down buildings, bomb without distinction, stop with this impotence, you have ability, there is worldwide legitimacy, flatten Gaza without mercy, this time there is no room for mercy.
Dude, it's good for his audience to see this stuff. I think it's really good that he spends an hour of this like hour and 40-minute video going through the details of why he has this level of enmity towards Israel and the ideology of Zionism. I welcome all YouTubers who have these sorts of feelings to, one, first do the research, and then to, secondly, reveal their position and explain exactly why. Okay? Oh, his wife is Palestinian? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I've never seen a white boy with this much knowledge out of nowhere. You know what I mean? There are those out there who have this level of knowledge, but That makes a lot more sense now that you mention that. And yes, this is a huge YouTube channel. It's got 4.3 million subscribers. Yeah, he inherited secondhand swag. Okay, clearly, but this is not like a Noah Samson situation, right? This is a channel that primarily focuses on like science and things of that nature. Does some short form stuff. Professor Dave is huge in the scientific communication field, one of the biggest channels. Yeah. Grifter tier list, 2026 expansion pack. I mean, Professor Dave is also just generally smart as fuck. It's crazy that championing basic scientific literacy is now seen as a leftist position. I mean, have you looked outside? It kind of makes sense. I mean, he also brought it up where he was like, look, I don't normally talk about politics, but like, obviously, because I debunk a lot of the anti-science initiatives, I happen to criticize a lot of right-wingers with regular frequency. And even capitalism as well. It makes sense. The more literate you are, the more educated you are, the more pro-science you are, of course, you're going to inevitably arrive at the conclusion that the current organization of the economy is actually is causing great harm to further scientific achievement and research. Donald Trump and the MAGA manifestation is obviously a great example of this, right? They've cut resources to the National Institute of Health, to a lot of the public grants that public research requires. So that makes a lot of sense. And primarily, a lot of these fucking psychos are right-wingers, evangelical Christians, and sometimes Zionists as well. So that makes sense that he arrived at this conclusion.
You think this hatred is reserved only for Palestinians? Think again. Israeli Minister of National Security Ben-Gvir says that for every tear of an Israeli mother, 1,000 Lebanese mothers must weep. All of Lebanon must burn. Are you fucking listening? All of Lebanon must burn? This is not Israel-occupied Palestine. This is a sovereign nation with territory that Israel has lusted after since its inception, and which it is currently successfully stealing. But back to Gaza, Israeli military official Eliyahu Yassian says there is no population in Gaza. There are 2.5 million terrorists. There is no meaning to giving them warning missiles. Israeli politician Moshe Feiglin states outright that Hamas is not the enemy. It's every child in Gaza.
I mean, that's Moshe Feiglin is you know, one of those guys that has his own Wikipedia page that literally says Hitler controversy as an entire paragraph dedicated to it because he has had numerous instances where he has said he likes the Nazis. Again, Jewish Israeli politician with his own pro-Hitler controversy section on his Wikipedia page.
Every child, toddlers, babies. Babies are terrorists. Anyone who would say this is a sadistic monster. There are entire databases filled with hundreds of instances of very clear incitement to genocide. They openly announce that they intend to commit genocide, not just random nut jobs on social media. Israeli officials, legislators, military personnel, decision makers, they all state this openly.
Wait, what? Destiny justifies a far-right Israeli politics code claiming there are no innocent children in Jenin, West Bank, while reacting to Professor Dave's video appears to argue that children aren't innocent in specific areas.
Defense killing of Palestinian family. A lawmaker from the far-right Otzma Yehudit party told the Knesset on Wednesday that there are no innocent civilians, no innocent children in Jenin, I think they might call this. Okay, so this is that's a fairly unhinged quote. But like this is like this Jenin is known as a place that you shouldn't go because you'll probably get fucking killed. Like even our Palestinian tour guide that was willing to take us to Nablus wouldn't take us to Jenin.
Oh.
That's like, I'm not saying that that's an acceptable quote, But that's like I think I see it as like one of the most like.
The same argument they claim you made about settler children. So much projection for these guys. Yeah, ironically enough, one of the big early Hasbara initiatives was to claim that I said that there are settler babies that are valid military targets. I was actually making the opposite point. I was making the opposite point to Ethan Klein. And yet that quote got blasted everywhere. I wonder if people will feel the same way about Destiny's current, in 2026, literally happening right now in real time, defense of there are valid children targets in a place like Jenin, a fucking refugee camp.
You're going to get fucking rocked if you go to this place. So it's probably more specific to this area. Again, still like not the best quote, but a little bit different than saying all children in the West Bank are
yeah. What it is interesting to me what goes a long way on the internet. You know what I mean? Like what goes to all the subreddits gets brigaded, gets repeated by fucking right-wing charlatans and apolitical centrist charlatans to present someone like myself of being in support of killing children. When I have the exact opposite take of killing children, I want no children to be killed. It's interesting. It's interesting when Asmongold or Destiny or these other guys who are pro-Israel, when they say unhinged shit, justifying the murder of children, justifying the genocide of Palestinians, how far that goes on the internet in those exact same circles, in those exact same organs of propaganda.
The desire to completely wipe out the Palestinian population. Take a second and read this crap. This is a drop in the bucket. You listen to any of these assholes for long enough, you get some shit like this about human animals, or Amalek, who their God commanded them to destroy in the Torah, or whatever other rhetoric they can think of to justify the extermination of an entire race of people. Just like the Nazis did to the Jews in calling them vermin, parasites, rats, whatever they could do to dehumanize them. It's identical. They proudly announce genocidal intent and then later deny the actualization of that intent when accused of the genocide they are committing, gaslighting the world with rhetoric about how the IOF is the most moral army in the world, rather than the reality that they are actual terrorists. Here's Israeli Minister for Social Equality announcing how proud she is of the ruins of Gaza, and that every baby 80 years from now will tell their grandchildren what the Jews did. They take pride in the complete annihilation of a people.
אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים.
And you don't have to take the word of officials. You can ask the soldiers themselves. They proudly brag about children they've killed.
We are looking for babies, but there is no babies left.
What babies? Say that again. Say it again.
No, maybe I killed a girl, she was 12, but I'm looking for a baby.
Do you like Palestinian children?
Yes.
Does it make you feel good when you bomb a hospital? Really?
Yes.
You guys kill children in Lebanon, is that okay?
Yeah, this is okay because in Hamas.
What about the children, the babies?
The babies is good to.
Really, in Lebanon?
Yes, in Lebanon, in Gaza, in Iran.
Really? It's okay to kill babies in Iran?
Yes, yes. It's
and
okay.
In Gaza?
Yes.
And in Lebanon?
Yes.
You really believe that?
Yes.
Really? Have you ever killed any Palestinians? Have you ever killed any Palestinian children? How many?
I don't know.
You don't keep track?
No, but I can.
היינו במערב, זיהינו 3 אובייקטים מתקרבים לעברנו לשטח שהוא שטח השמדה, ואנחנו קיבלנו את הפקודה
of gaslight. Countless children in Gaza have been targeted and executed by snipers. There are so...
I'm moving this along because there's a lot of... It's dense, there's a lot of information, but it's stuff that we know already, okay? I still want to hear his perspective on it. But this community is probably the one community where we have watched this unfold in real time and are very knowledgeable on it
accounts
already.
from both local and international
But you guys should 100% watch this video as well. The video is titled Destiny Loves Genocide. I pinned it. Okay. It's the pinned link above, and go show support to the channel. Go subscribe to the channel. You know, because it's probably going to be brigaded into oblivion.
Who received child after child with a single precise bullet wound to the head. Again, soldiers state outright that they intentionally murder children and that they're specifically ordered to do it, while officials continue to put on a show and act offended when it is suggested that soldiers do the things they openly admit they are doing. This is the definition of gaslighting. And how do Israeli soldiers and officials justify this grotesque behavior? Naturally, they have divine permission for it. They state this openly all the time as well. They are the chosen people, so they can do whatever they want. They say Israel is allowed to ignore the directives of international law in any field it desires. International law doesn't apply to them, so they should be able to commit genocide. They say they are entitled to violate the sovereignty of foreign countries. This means that any land they desire is theirs for the taking. This is announced proudly, publicly, and supported by a citizenry that has been brainwashed into believing that they are genuinely superior to other peoples.
Like, what's crazy about this is that this attitude, this supremacist attitude, wasn't always as popular in Israeli society. Now, people might disagree with me on this because, like, I've always talked about Zionism being a supremacist attitude, but this level of, like, overt supremacy, the idea that everyone else is lesser than, this ethno-religious supremacist value, obviously was always at the center of Zionism. And it is not dissimilar to white nationalism that we see here in the United States of America, or American exceptionalism that we experience in the United States of America. But I promise you, it has reached a level of collective psychosis in Israeli society that, you know, Israeli anti-Zionists obviously will be the first to admit as well. And that evolution took place over the last couple of decades, and it's reached its apex point now. Back in the day, you could show like Kahanas videos, right? Like Nazis loved posting the Kahanas videos of like a disciple of Meir Kahan saying like all goyim are cattle, stuff like that. This was a position that wasn't like broadly shared by Israeli society. And I wouldn't go so far as say it still is shared broadly by Israeli society, but the manifestation of Zionism, the evolution of its final stage of Zionism, requires large subsects of the society, of Israeli society, to firmly commit to the idea of Jewish supremacy, firmly commit to the idea that all non-Jews must be eradicated. That is where we're at now. That is also part of the reason why large subsects of Israeli society are perfectly comfortable with the genocide of Palestinians.
מה קורה כשאתם פוגשים ילד חילוני? למה אתם מרחם עליו כשאתם ילד חילוני? מה הוא מפסיד? הוא לא הולך לדרך. כשאתם חושבים על ירושלים בעוד 10 שנים. כולם חרדים? לא כולם חרדים, חלק חרדים. כולם יהודים, ויש גם ערבים שהם עובדים. תהיה משיח, הבנתי, כן, מה אתה אומר? שמלחמה, כל הערבים ימותו. וחלק מהם יהיו עבדים. איבדת את כל הסיפור שלנו. תודה רבה. תודה רבה. תמשיכו להצליח ולראות כאן בישיבה.
Arabs.
This is a good take from Avi Ewer. As the internal contradictions of Israeli society have over time been heightened and people have been forced to choose between human rights or barbarism, and they've chosen the latter. A century ago, they were dumb enough to think Zionism can be in service of both. Yeah.
will be slaves. They are inferior. Babies are terrorists.
A viewer.
This
Avi Ewer. A viewer.
is Israel. This
Avi
is not
Ewer.
some fringe political group. This is the whole fucking country. This is how they justify the slaughtering of countless innocent people, a thing that has been going on for almost 80 years now, but never
Lol,
with
it's
such
a viewer.
ferocity
My name is
as
Avi.
the past 2.5. And because the media will never show you these victims or describe their slaughter with accurate language, I will.
Scrotal emergency. Why are you the way you are? Autism. Too much time on the internet. Internet-induced autism. It's probably what it is.
This is who Israelis are talking about. Look at these people. Look at these children. That anyone could look at these children and call them terrorists that deserve to die is beyond comprehension. Israeli officials who carry out this activity are rotten to the core and beyond saving. They are twisted and evil. But any member of the global public that can listen to these politicians or their puppets on social media say these things and look at these children and remain resolute in supporting Israel is also a lost cause. Anyone who supports Israel is either completely brainwashed or a racist piece of shit.
Sometimes both.
They bought into the brown people bad narrative that has been pushed in the media and entertainment for decades in order to justify American imperialism in the Middle East. They fell for precisely the same dehumanizing rhetoric that led to the Holocaust. If you support Israel, you are a Nazi. There is no meaningful distinction between support for Israel today and support for Nazi Germany in the 1930s and 40s. Given the age we live in, the horror show that is this genocide can be viewed by anyone with the courage to see it. It is the first genocide in history that has been broadcast globally in real time on a daily basis. It is undeniable unless you deliberately look away. So-called liberal Zionists, which is an oxymoron, are in denial of this reality. Their everyday lives consist of endless mental gymnastics to avoid witnessing the carnage.
True.
Their social media
True.
feeds are filled with propaganda peddlers convincing them that none of it is real. Genocide isn't real. If you don't go and look at it yourself.
Yeah, this is this kind of immigration is happening way more frequently in Israel as well. Ideological immigration from Haaretz. Former brain researcher Haggai Agmon-Shnir is behind a raft of initiatives to promote tolerance between Israelis and Palestinians, but he now has a one-way ticket to Italy. For him, Israel has become hopeless. There are obviously many others who have left Israel in the last couple of years, many others who had the financial opportunity to do so. And this is why I always stress that Israel is going to have a serious brain drain, because those who are actually invested in advancing science or advancing these sorts of initiatives are finally going to have enough of the right-wing indoctrination that takes place in Israeli society. Israelis got a taste of this already in 2018 when they were shocked with the Supreme Court decisions coming down. They were protesting against the Supreme Court, the protesting against the Israeli government. They were getting hit with the same skunk water that they turned a blind eye to when it was being deployed in the West Bank against Palestinians. Just so you understand. This is why I also say that famous line that people love to fucking trot out, that Israeli society is going to evolve into one that is entirely comprised of ultra-Orthodox fundamentalists. Ultra-Orthodox fundamentalists that don't care about, learning about anything else and just are West Bank settlers. They're going to lose all of the talent that they once had. They're going to lose and sever the connection that they have to the Western world.
Then you can pretend it doesn't exist. Well, I'm going to show you to the best of my extremely limited ability what is happening. This video almost certainly will not be monetized. I am fully aware of that and I don't care. But I can't show you the true extent of the carnage, as that would violate YouTube's community guidelines, and my channel could get deactivated from a single violation of this nature. This means that while I can tell you about archivegenocide.com and I can take select clips from there to place in this video, I can't show you the thousands upon upon thousands of videos of Palestinian children lying dead in a ditch with their guts pouring out of their abdomens, of Gazan parents clutching the lifeless bodies of their progeny in their arms, crying out to their God with a despair that haunts me every time I look at my own children. And I certainly can't show you what was never even captured: the countless bodies instantly vaporized, the countless bodies still trapped under rubble that will never be recovered, the countless bodies with limbs zip-tied and shoved into mass graves, with dirt bulldozed on top of them, often still alive, shrieking as they get their last glimpse of daylight. There is no way for me to physically illustrate for you the true extent of this genocide. And that brings us to the main point of this video. Dickheads like Destiny deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide. This is beyond comprehension. Any honest person with the courage to look can instantly see what has been going on in Gaza for nearly 3 years now, and it is objectively genocide. Anyone who wants to complain about how woefully unqualified I am to make that assessment, they can shut their dumb fuck faces, because you don't have to take my word for it. Every single human rights organization in the entire world has labeled this a genocide. Let me play a short clip from Mehdi Hasan, since he will be able to get this point across quite succinctly.
Gaza has been cut off from the world for almost 3 years and subjected to war crimes, ethnic cleansing, genocide. But if you say that, Israel and its supporters will accuse you of lying, of being anti-Semitic, of perpetrating a blood libel. So let me debunk this argument in less than 60 seconds by asking one very simple question. Start the clock. Do you believe Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich about what's been happening in Gaza? Or do you believe the UN Independent Commission of Inquiry, the UN Special Committee, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Special Rapporteur for the Occupied Palestinian Territories, 14 other UN Special Rapporteurs, the former UN Humanitarian Chief, UNICEF, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bet Salem, Gisha, Physicians for Human Rights Israel, Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam, Save the Children, Christian Aid, Action Aid, the NGO Air Wars, the NGO Action on Armed Violence, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, and its President Melanie O'Brien, the editor of the Journal of Genocide Research, Dirk Moses, the author of the book What is Genocide, Martin Shaw, the leading Israeli Holocaust scholars, Omar Bartov, Amos Goldberg, Daniel Blattman, Raz Siegel, Shmuel Lederman, the Norwegian Refugee Council, the Danish Refugee Council, Refugees International, the International Rescue Committee, the former head of Israel's military, Moshe Yalon, the former head of Israel's Shin Bet, Ami Ayalon, the former deputy head of Israel's Mossad, Amran Levin, and the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Olmert. Who do you believe, them or the Israeli government? Who do you think is lying? All of them? Or
well, they're Hamas. Fucking owned.
Benjamin Netanyahu.
But Mehdi, didn't you know that all of those organizations and all of those people are Hamas? The entire world hates Jews. Only Israel is telling the truth. Everyone else is a lying anti-Semite. Case closed. Anyway, more effective than just listing organizations, we can go through the specific details which demonstrate that this is objectively genocide. Let's start with the death toll. You'll see propaganda peddlers on social media cracking up about how it's the only genocide where the population actually increased. Disgusting. It's impossible to get a true count, but any official numbers you'll see that hover around 70,000 killed are so far off the mark it's insane. And anyone complaining that these are fabricated Hamas numbers is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that...
Hasan, I went back to look at Dave's video comments to see how badly they got brigaded. For reference, I checked out some of his month-old videos with 500K to 1 million views, and the average number of comments left around are 3,000 to 5,000. The number of comments left on Dave's 5-hour-old video, 13,000. And this video obviously is probably going to go very viral, but it's only been up for 7 hours. It only has 143,000 views so far. It's got 12,000 comments, which means it's being brigaded into fucking oblivion. I said, here comes the brigade. I hope you know that these people are mindless drones and not representative of the real world in any way, shape, or form. I said this 4 hours ago. I didn't even fucking realize how much ball Dave knew already. I hadn't watched the video yet. Remember, guys, Professor Dave does not have any nukes or is not planning to build one. I mean, mostly people are being nice. But if you go to newest, I assume there's probably, offered a debate between you and Destiny, and you declined. Destiny said he'd owe you a debate on this topic. Why are you refusing if you're correct? Professor Dave is about 2 weeks away from getting nukes. Both of you call out disinformation on the right, but you obviously can't handle talking with someone you self-admittedly mostly agree on most issues. If you can debate flat earthers and anti-vaxxers, you can handle a YouTuber, I'd think, or you're a pussy. There you go. Another loser debate, bro. Everything is content for these people. I assumed Destiny's also watching this. That's why all of his fucking mindless drones are all up and down in the comments being like, you got to debate, you got to debate, you got to debate, you got to debate, you got to debate my ultra-Zionist pro-genocide daddy.
It's impossible to get so far off the mark is brainwashed. An independent study in The Lancet estimated well over 180,000, half of which are children, and that was in July of 2024. 2 full years ago. Previous estimates had been much lower because they only took into account bodies that were identifiable and directly correlated with airstrikes or gunshots. But thousands of bodies have...
With a browser extension, you can see it has 2.2K dislikes. I thought we went through this a million times over. The browser extensions are wrong. They've never been right.
Been totally vaporized, leaving nothing identifiable behind. And thousands more bodies are still buried under rubble from all the carpet bombing or in still undiscovered mass graves. Additionally, so many people have died from wounds, from general poor health, from starvation, from freezing to death because they sleep through the winter in paper-thin tents, from disease because there's near zero health infrastructure. All of these are victims of genocide. They are deaths caused by the total and complete destruction.
Yeah, if you were to say that Anne Frank is not a victim of the Holocaust, you would be understandably branded a Holocaust denier, a genocide denier. And yet, Israelis do this all the time for the Palestinians who died to secondary consequences born out of the genocide and not through direct bombing.
Of a territory and everything a society needs to survive. And Israel hasn't stopped bombing Gaza for a single day since July 2024, ceasefire or not, so the number is much higher now. Israel has murdered hundreds of thousands of Gazans, likely at least 20% of the Gazan population. That's genocide. It is a maximization of casualties while still maintaining their version of plausible deniability. They also specifically...
Yeah, Anne Frank died of typhus in the concentration camp. Not a death camp. Didn't get sent to the gas chambers. And yet she is, of course, a victim of the Holocaust, a victim of the genocide that Nazis launched against Jews and many others. Okay? Nazis try to claim and raise suspicion about our cause of death. Some Nazis claim that that's not technically, appropriate to add to the death toll. Okay? That's Holocaust denial. That's genocide denial. Meanwhile, Zionists make that exact same argument about how Palestinians die in Gaza. Oh, they didn't die to bombs. They didn't die to bullets. So technically, it's not a real death. They simply died due to famine. They simply died due to lack of access to medical care, necessary medical care inside of the concentration camp, also known as Gaza, the world's largest open-air prison. It's disgusting.
Targeted hundreds of journalists, well over 1,000 doctors, and other key personnel publicizing the genocide and keeping citizens safe. That's genocide. The continued use of white phosphorus and other illegal weapons is documented by Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International. That's genocide. It's very easy to get much more granular with it as well. Francesca Albanese of the UN Refugee Agency published a report way back in March of 2024 that outlined a determination of genocide, and she has continued to update that report ever since. It documents explicitly stated intent for genocide, the long list of violations of international law, systematic torture and sexual abuse of prisoners with no legitimate charge against them, a total erasure of culture, the stripping away of any sense of dignity for an entire people. Israel really hits every single point on the genocide checklist. For writing these reports and sharing these determinations with the UN, Francesca has faced a volume of harassment and threats to her personal safety that I can't even begin to imagine. And that's coming from someone who is harassed every day and receives threats sporadically. You heard Mehdi's list, but let's expand a little. Human Rights Watch cited starvation as a weapon of war and the creation of conditions calculated to bring about the physical destruction of the Palestinian population. Doctors Without Borders cited the testimonies of doctors reporting that they routinely received children who have been shot in the head or chest by snipers, as we mentioned. UNICEF reported that essentially all of the million or so children remaining in Gaza need mental health and psychosocial support due to immeasurable trauma, especially the thousands who have lost limbs, usually amputated without anesthetic, and those who have lost their entire families. The International Association of Genocide Scholars stated that the legal definition is cleanly met, citing war crimes and crimes against humanity. Jewish Voice for Peace, Amnesty International, even several Israeli organizations. It's a long list of organizations, and the list of criteria that qualify this as genocide is never-ending. 90% of Gazans displaced, absolutely all farmland unusable, continuous blocking of humanitarian aid, starvation and life-threatening malnutrition, mass executions of healthcare and rescue workers. Israel is a club of genocide overachievers. If you deny the fact that Israel is committing genocide, you are no different from a climate change denier or an anti-vaxxer or a fucking flat earther. You are denying the very obvious reality that we live in. Did you hear that, Stephen? Then let's talk about the complete demolition of the entire territory. Israel wants people to believe that they're the most moral army in the world, taking every imaginable measure to protect innocent civilians, while exclusively targeting filthy Hamas terrorists with laser precision. This is total horseshit. I mean, again, they proudly announce that they want to murder every last child in Gaza, so anyone who believes them when they say the opposite is a moron. But more importantly, there objectively is no precision whatsoever to the destruction in Gaza. More than 78% of Gazan infrastructure has been demolished by relentless carpet bombing. Every hospital, every school, every bakery, every city demolished. Once refugee tent camps were set up, they bombed those too. They tell them to evacuate even though they have nowhere to go and then bomb them anyway. They give them safe routes to evacuate and then bomb the safe routes. They designate safe spaces and then bomb those too. And when they occasionally let in food, they shoot at Gazans when they try to get it. It's complete annihilation combined with twisted psychological torture. It's very easy to look at image after image of the destruction to see that there was zero regard for precision. They weren't aiming for some imaginary terrorist. They were never doing anything but destroying Gaza from day one. You're not convinced by these images? Too small in scope? Let's get a broader top-down view.
He's not cooking Sexpestany. He's using Sexpestany and his line of attack against them, his unjustifiable smears against them, as a jump-off point to deliver an hour-long video essay with great detail about Israel's genocidal actions, its genocidal intent, its genocidal ambitions, the entirety of the human rights organizations all around the world also declaring it a genocide, and also showing the great disdain that broad subsects of Israeli society have towards Palestinians, towards victims of Israel's endless appetite for death and destruction. It's a very smart and very good way to deal with it.
Uma cidade normal, né? Tá cheio de pessoas, avenidas, cheia de construção.
Entire town. This has nothing to do with terrorism. This has nothing to do with Hezbollah, whose label of terrorist organization is laughable to begin with. Hezbollah and any other group that is labeled terrorists by Israel are simply people desperately defending themselves against Israeli terrorism.
Goat status. My man.
Hezbollah formed as a direct response to the Sabra and Shatila massacres, for example. Israel is the...
Luckily, Dave is not. Dave is white enough. He's Italian, so he won't get hit with the same fucking Hassan loves terrorism shit for just delivering basic objective analysis about how Hezbollah was formed, why it was formed, how it operates. So much of the motherfucking conversation around this issue literally is just, oh, dude, you love Hezbollah. You love Hezbollah. You're wearing the Hezbollah colors on your tie, as a matter of fact. You're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. It's the most commonly deployed thought-terminating term. No one ever wants to discuss why Hezbollah is formed, how they operate, what they're doing. Are they actually working within the confines of international law in many instances when they're defending their land against the illegal Israeli occupation?
Aggressor state, slaughtering anyone they please, and anyone who stands in opposition to that is labeled a terrorist. These groups are the rebellion in Star Wars. Israel is the fucking empire. Do you think Emperor Palpatine would label Luke Skywalker a terrorist? Of course he would. Supporting Israel is like rooting for the fucking Death Star.
Israel developing space lasers.
But again, this level of destruction has nothing to do with Hezbollah or any other supposed terrorist group. This is demolition. This is an erasure of a people, their lives, their culture, to make room for Israeli expansion. A huge chunk of Lebanon is Israel now. They will build, settlers will come, and that's the end of it. Then they'll steal more land tomorrow, and the cycle continues. They'll tell you themselves if you ask them. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich sure did.
בוא נדבר על היום שאחרי המלחמה בהיבט הנדל"ני. אתה כבר התבטאת לא פעם לגבי חידוש ההתיישבות היהודית ברצועת עזה. שאלה פשוטה, איפה מבחינתך צריך לקום היישוב הראשון ברצועה?
אני מודה שלזה לא ציפיתי, אני מוכן להתחיל מהתוחמת הצפונית, אבל סתם, תדעו לכם, זה לא מצחיק, יש תוכנית עסקית, תקשיבו לי טוב, יש תוכנית עסקית שנבנתה על ידי אנשים הכי מקצועיים שיש, שנמצאת על השולחן של הנשיא טראמפ, לאיך הדבר הזה הופך לבוננזה של נדל"ן, אני לא צוחק, מחזיר את עצמו. אגב, אני התחלתי משא ומתן עם האמריקאים, אני אומר את זה לא בצחוק עכשיו, כי אני גם דורש, הרי אנחנו שילמנו המון כסף על המלחמה הזאת, אז אנחנו צריכים להתחלק, איך אנחנו עושים אחוזים על שיווקי הקרקע אחר כך בעזה, אבל עכשיו לא בצחוק. את שלב ההריסה, שהוא תמיד השלב הראשון בהתחדשות העירונית עשינו, עכשיו צריך לבנות, זה הרבה יותר זול.
It's not funny. There's a business plan. Thanks to Trump, the real estate mogul, cosplaying as the president of the most powerful nation on earth, it's gonna be a bonanza. When you decide that you want to steal some land, first, you demolish everything. That's always the first phase. If people are already living there, kill them by the hundreds of thousands if you want. What's the difference? They're not chosen people like us. Murder them, displace them, whatever you have to do. Destroy absolutely everything in the region until not a single building is left standing. Then go in, clear the rubble, and build luxury condos or whatever the fuck you want. Easy peasy. Do you understand now what has been happening since October 7th? Do you understand that it was never about terrorists or protecting Israel or getting back hostages or anything of the sort? Not for a single second was it ever about any of those things. Israeli officials didn't give two shits about hostages. They were an excuse to keep bombing. There were deals on the table early on that involved a ceasefire in exchange for all of the hostages being returned, and they refused. In October of last year, they got all of the hostages back that they didn't kill with their carpet bombing. That still didn't stop them. And I wish I had saved my tweets from early in the genocide, but I didn't, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But I was saying all of this. From day one, I knew that this was premeditated ethnic cleansing and land acquisition, belligerent imperialism in the 21st century. Everything I was saying came true. That Gaza would become Israel, that they would do it to Lebanon too, and I was silenced for it. Anyone who didn't have their head up their ass could smell it, but if you couldn't see...
That's why any point from like the 1920s onward until October 7 and certainly after October 7, if you were doing a pro-Palestine rally, if you were organizing a pro-Palestine rally, you were on the right side of history. The idea that like, oh, October 8th is far too soon to have a fucking pro-Palestine rally is ridiculous because October 7th did not happen in a fucking vacuum. And that reality was even expressed by the likes of the Haaretz editorial team immediately after October 7th. There is a reason why people like myself were correct early on, immediately after when I went live on October 8th and started talking about how Israel's design of an apartheid, of an occupation, is exactly what led to October 7th. Okay? We didn't accidentally guess correctly. We just knew more information than all of these other people. And people like Matt Iglesias, people that are criticizing Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, have never stopped and thought about why Daria Liza was right on October 8th. They've never thought about it. They still try to endlessly punish people who were right but too early. Okay?
See what was happening then? Do you see it now? Smotrich says they paid for this war. They paid money to fabricate pretense for a military operation with the singular goal of clearing out.
I said it in October 7th happened because October 6th was an apartheid state. I said that back in 2023.
Gaza to keep it, with Lebanon and Syria to follow shortly after. Now that they're most of the way there with Gaza, an American military base is being built within the territory, and plans are underway to round up remaining Gazans and put them into concentration camps while they clear out the rubble and start to build new Gaza. You heard that correctly. Zionist Jews are going to put people in concentration camps. And you heard the other thing correctly too. New Gaza is already being sold to the American public. Jared Kushner, Ivanka Trump's husband and haunted marionette, unveiled the plans for New Gaza, which will be luxury resorts as far as the eye can see, with some land carved out for Trump as a thank you for greenlighting all of this. And guess what? If you were one of those folks thinking that Israel's actions are way over the top, but what are you going to do because October 7th? Well, I'm going to take that away from you as well. Israel almost certainly knew what was going to happen, and they did nothing to stop it. The music festival taking place just 3 miles from the Gaza barrier was moved there from its original location at the last minute. Military response to initial activity was delayed for hours in a way that is difficult to justify. Israeli soldiers were even ordered to cancel all patrols along the Gazan border on the morning of October 7th, with no justification given.
6:30 בבוקר, 7 באוקטובר, אתה במוצב. אצלנו ה-7 באוקטובר מתחיל לפני 6:30. אני הייתי לוחם במחלקת מרגמות בגדוד 13, גולני, ובאותו לילה אני, יותם סרור, הסמל שלי תמר בן יהודה, זיכרונו לברכה, שלושתנו עושים לילה לבן. הרשינו לעצמנו בשבתות וחגים במיוחד לעשות לילה לבן עד לכוננות עם שחר, ואתם יודעים, יש לנו זמן לישון מחלקת מרגמות עד לכוננות הבאה. אז ב-5:20 בבוקר אנחנו יושבים ליד הקשר כדי לא להעיר מאזין, והסמג"ד שלי, ניר בוינפלק, שגם הוא נפצע קשה, וברוך השם הוא שרד, פתאום עולה בקשר בהודעה מוזרה. כל התחנות, לא יודע למה, לא יודע איך, משהו בסגנון הזה, אין סיור בגדר עד 9 בבוקר. באיזה שעה זה? 5:20 בבוקר.
כל תחנות נשארים כאן משנה, אז מבחינת קרקע ואויב אין לנו דברים משמעותיים. מבחינת כוחותינו יצאה הנחיה מהחטיבה שעד השעה 9 בבוקר מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא מגיע לבורמה. אני חוזר שוב, עד 9 בבוקר ואל מול הערכת המצב, אף כלי לא לבורמה. נמצאים בנקודות זינוק אחוריות, מהנחיית חטיבה, לא יודע בדיוק למה, לא שואל יותר מדי, זאת ההנחיה, זה מה שאנחנו עושים.
קצת לפני שהכל מתחיל. ואיתמר דופק לנו פרצוף כזה של מה? ואתה יודע, אנחנו חיילים פשוטים סך הכל, לוחמים, לא מפקדים ולא קצינים שנוכל לשאול שאלות. זו הוראה של
Okay, to be honest, I don't think it was an inside job. It's hubris. They truly thought their wall would work and they didn't think Hamas would attack. No, I think, here's what I think. I've talked about this before. I think hubris played a major role in this because it's a huge part of the Israeli collective consciousness. The idea that these are barbaric monsters. They're primitive. They would never be able to penetrate the Israeli security barrier. But I do think that there are enough events that took place that I suspect that it's part hubris, part disorganization, and part it can't be as bad as they thought it was going to be. I am much more open-minded to the idea that there were members in the Israeli intelligence community inside of Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet that thought that there would be some violence, because it's impossible for me to assume that Israel had no surveillance whatsoever, that October 7 was going to happen. These guys were training very openly. They were paragliding. You know what I mean? It's not like Egypt had given a warning. Unit 8200 had given a warning on the border. And the Israeli response to that, the Israeli answer to that is like, oh, they were women. That's why we didn't listen to them. I think that's fucking bullshit. So I do think that there is an element of like, we'll let them come in a little bit. We'll let them wreak havoc a little bit, but then we'll quickly and easily pack this up. And then we'll turn around and unleash the final solution on the Palestinians. I think that's what I'm leaning towards, where they allowed it to happen to a certain degree, knowing full well what was going to happen, but they didn't know the extent of what could happen. And I think that's like a fairly reasonable and fairly common position. As a matter of fact, there are people in, I think, Israeli society who also have these sorts of suspicions as well now. Considering that there have been numerous lawsuits about the organizers of Nova Festival for adding an additional day to Nova Festival, October 7 being the additional day to Nova Festival, the lack of security around Nova Festival as well, border troops moving into the West Bank, how this all happened. So I think that, like, my assumption on this, again, this is purely speculative, but my assumption on this is, at this stage, it's mostly hubris, it's mostly supremacist ideology that the Israeli security forces thought this would be a sufficient justification to do the final solution on the Palestinians, but it would never be 1,200 Israelis, including 400 soldiers and 800 civilians that were killed, some of which were killed by the Israeli security forces themselves with the Hannibal Directive. As we know, we'll never know the full extent of like how many of the people that were killed on October 7 were directly killed by the Israeli security forces. But I suspect that they thought that there would be a number of acceptable casualties in the hands of the Israeli state, that they could use a sufficient response to justify what comes next. So that's what that's my assumption. But the hubris part of it is maybe they thought it was going to be like 20 to 30, and then they would be able to deal with it, and it turned out to be 1,200, and that was a egregious wound on the Israeli collective psyche. If that makes sense. The hubris aspect of it is, if you scroll back in the video, they relocated Nova Music Festival from another place right at the edge of the border a few days before. I don't know how that could enter into the calculation, but I do agree with you. They could have done that out of hubris. Yeah, no, I think it's definitely because they were like, it's the same principle behind, if you recall, during the march to the Gaza boundary, okay, there were Hamas snipers that trained their crosshairs on high-ranking Israeli soldiers that were at the border during the March of Return. And if you recall, I believe it was the Financial Times that reported on this at the time. This was revealed during the March of Return. There was no militancy amongst the Palestinian population. It was a completely peaceful march. Israel, of course, retaliated by, slaughtering a bunch of Palestinians, shooting people in their kneecaps, things of that nature, using shock collars. Yes, I used it on your mother's pussy last night, and she loved it. Okay, I'm your father now. I love that we're talking about, like, Israel's genocide, and some dumb fuck comes in and says, using shock collars? Using shock collars? Yeah. It was consensual. She enjoyed it. It's kink. I'm your father now. Not your stepfather, but the father that stepped up. You're grounded. Anyway, it's a bait for a clip. They always do this. The pages always post their responses. Yeah, I know. I don't really give a shit. Whatever. So, as I was saying, Palestinian Islamic Jihad set their sniper sights on senior IDF commanders. Okay. And they released these videos. The Israeli response to that, and the reason why I'm explaining this is because this shows the hubris. The Israeli response to that was, oh, they're too scared to kill our senior commanders because they're too scared of our retaliation. Okay. They didn't see this as a real threat. They didn't see this as the Palestinian Islamic Jihad snipers actually having the Israeli high command in their crosshairs. They saw this as, they read this as, oh, see, they had their snipers trained on our higher command, and yet they didn't pull the trigger because they're too afraid of our response. This feeds into the mindset, of supremacy, the hubris.
מקבלים את הפקודה הזאת ולא שואלים שאלות. הורדת פקודה רגילה. ובאמת, אחרי שעה, 6:30, פתאום אזעקות.
תראי, אני אגיד לך את האמת, אני חייתי עם זה מה-7 באוקטובר, ומאוד חששתי לדבר על זה, ושהגעתי לכנסת, זה היה אחרי תקופה ששאלתי כמה אנשי צבא בכירים, מה בעצם קרה שם. והיו כאלה שבהתחלה אמרו לי, תשמע, היה צליפה של...
Iran launched a wave of ballistic missiles. We're going to get back to situation monitoring after we monitor this situation.
נתתים על הגדר, לכן לא רצינו לשלוח חיילים, כדי שלא ייפגעו. ואז עם הזמן קצת נפל לי הסימון, ואמרתי, רגע, אם יש איום צליפה, איך יכול להיות שאני סך הכל 200 מטר מהגדר, לא יודע שיש איום, איך יכול להיות שחברים שלי נלחמים בלי וסט, עם תחתונים וגרביים, ואף אחד לא יודע שיש משהו, אנחנו סך הכל 200-300 מטר מהגדר. ואז זה עוד הפעם ישב לי בראש, ובאמת, הזמינו אותי פתאום לכנסת. הרגשתי שזו ההזדמנות באמת לפתוח את הנושא הזה, ולדבר עליו, ולהבין בעצם מה קרה שם. והנה, את אומרת, כמו שאת אומרת, הרבה אנשים זה נשמע להם תמוה, ומה בעצם קרה שם. ואנחנו עוד פעם חוזרים לזה, ואני אגיד לך את האמת, איילה, אני חי עם איזשהו חור במוח, מאז 7 באוקטובר, שמשהו בלב מרגיש לי תשמעי, אני לא יודע מה היה שם, אני רוצה להבין.
A little coincidental, no. Beyond this, hundreds of the civilian casualties were the fault of Israel, due to both friendly fire from incompetent teenage pseudo-soldiers, as well as the Hannibal Directive, which involves killing their own citizens.
Which, by the way, this is proven at this point. Like, it's no longer speculative. It's no longer it's no longer like a theory that Israel killed people on October 7. Israel killed its own citizens and maybe even its soldiers on October 7. We know that it was confirmed by current war criminal and former defense minister Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant openly stated that they deployed the Hannibal Directive on October 7. So there's no suspicion on this. That is 100% real.
Citizens on purpose to prevent their captivity.
And we knew about it on October 8 pretty much because some of the kibbutzim were peppered with tank shells, with artillery from Merkava tanks. And there were eyewitnesses that offered testimony to this. It was mostly buried, unfortunately, at the time.
Including a tank firing on a kibbutz. This is how much Israeli officials value the lives of their citizens. When you remove military and police casualties, which are absolutely fair game, as well as friendly fire and Hannibal Directive deaths, you're left with a number of civilian casualties that are exceeded by Palestinian deaths on any decent day for Israel since October 7th, and countless days before as well. Gaza was the most heavily monitored population on the planet. Israel knew that this was their opportunity to get 9/11 levels of support for murdering Arabs, and they took it, plain and simple. Now, if you thought that Israel was only a menace to its Middle Eastern neighbors, think again. Israel is a threat to the United States and every single American too. Let's go over the countless ways that Israel is specifically...
Netanyahu said that when he became aware of the Hamas attack on October 7, he ordered that the border be closed immediately. Newly released documents prove that he lied. One, he was first aware of the attack at 6:30 a.m. when he received the call. The scale of the attack was unknown and no such order was given at the time. Later, WhatsApp logs show that no such order was given. In the coming hours at 9:55 a.m., the head of Shin Bet asked, "Did we seal the border with Gaza? Because I was very concerned that they would take hostages." Netanyahu said that at this point, he ordered the border closed, but there's no evidence of that. By 10 a.m., it was clear that there was a serious danger that kidnapping would occur or had occurred. That is when the Air Force started to enact the Hannibal Protocol. But the Air Force cannot close a border. Only at 1 p.m. did the IDF Chief of Staff finally order the border closed. By then, the crisis could not be halted. If so, why did Netanyahu lie? Why didn't he order the closing of a border even when advised that hostage taking was very likely? Why wouldn't he allow an investigation into the matter? These are very good questions. I do think that there was, an element of assumption that it wouldn't be as bad as it became for Israeli society. And there was definitely prior knowledge that this was inevitably going to unleash. And they thought they could use it as, to mount a genocidal response with the rest of the world, totally turning a blind eye to the atrocities.
Ruining the U.S. Let's start with some recent news. Israel is trying to force the United States to formally merge the American and Israeli militaries. Did you hear what I just said?
There's video evidence of Ben Gvir of that morning. Yeah, October 7, 2023, early morning, Israeli Police Command Center. Strike Gaza, break it apart, along with the soldiers who got abducted. In the first hours of Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, while conversing with Israel's police chief, Kobi Shabtai, another senior officer, calls to implement the Hannibal Directive and destroy Gaza along with the Israeli captives. Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir later arrives and orders to stop filming the meeting. This was aired on Channel 12 on February 12th, 2026. We have so much evidence that the Hannibal Directive was ordered on October 7th. There's direct evidence right here of some of the security forces openly talking about implementing it.
Israeli officials are trying to force America to merge its military with the military.
The Hannibal Directive is the Israeli military doctrine that dictates that it's better to kill your own civilians and your own soldiers if they are held captive by Hamas. Because of the imbalance within Israeli society, born out of supremacist values, that any kind of hostage exchange would require 1,000 Palestinians to be released for one captive Israeli soldier, as it's happened in the past. This is how Yahya Sinwar was released, ironically enough. Israeli military doctrine dictates that once the Hannibal Directive is issued, the Israeli soldiers, the Israeli Air Force can bomb the positions where Hamas have taken Israeli soldiers or Israeli civilians captive and murder the Israeli captives rather than allow for Hamas to negotiate with those captives. This is part of the reason why Israel actually directly murdered a bunch of Israeli captives in the process. And there are firsthand testimony from the Israeli captives themselves that Hamas militants and Palestinian Islamic Jihad militants would put their bodies on top of the Israeli hostages to save their lives during some of the most intense periods of Israeli bombing. Because a live and alive Israeli hostage was far more valuable to Hamas. This is why I always said over and over again, the idea from Israeli society that that Hamas were just like slaughtering the Israeli captives, or they took hostages just so they could torture them inside of Gaza was ridiculous. Why the fuck would they do that? Their goal was to negotiate with the apartheid state.
Military of a foreign country, the one committing genocide. Moving from aid to partnership is how Bibi tried to sell it on Fox News, and even the Fox News anchor said,
"It certainly brings up some issues of sovereignty, but we'll have to work that out later."
While you're sitting there thinking about how incredibly fucked up this is, let me explain how it's way more fucked up than that. First, all those billions of tax dollars that we send to Israel every year, the ones that are used to murder children? Now now that money will not require congressional approval. It's just part of the federal budget that the executive branch can arbitrarily provide at any time.
This already exists in many ways within the Pentagon. This is a similar program that already exists as how Israel gets all of its jet fuel for the F-35 fighter jets and numerous other fighter jets in the Israeli Air Force. They purchase from us, sometimes with our money. So this already exists to a certain degree. The Tamir Interceptors, the Iron Dome program, is a joint merger cooperative program. It is already an aspect of the American collaborative agreement that we already have with Israel. Okay. So the joint merger already exists. This is just increasing the merger. It's making the merger deeper so that it's more difficult to demand an arms embargo.
Time and in any amount. Next, the government is trying to bring back the military draft. If that were to happen, soldiers would be forced to fight for Israel. That would mean that young Americans could be drafted against their will and forced to go murder Arabs for Israel, while also potentially just getting murdered by Israel themselves via the Hannibal Directive. And finally, this move would make the Pentagon totally dependent on Israel. Israeli AI systems would be integrated into all the highest classification functions of the U.S. military. So no American intelligence could be withheld from Israel, including that on its own citizens, and any attempt to defy Israel's wishes by any future president could be regarded as a military coup. I need you to really wrap your head around the treachery here. Israel is another country, a totally separate country from this one. If it were suggested that the American military merge with that of Switzerland, that already would be fucking insane. Now replace Switzerland's army with a literal terrorist organization that rapes and tortures and murders civilians every single day to expand the borders of a colonial ethno-state that violates international law. This is not a dystopian novel. This is real life, and it is happening. Zionists in Congress are trying to sneak this bill through as part of a defense spending bill. This is happening because public opinion is so firmly anti-Israel that Israel has to find ways to thwart the public and entrench itself in the American power dynamic in ways that will be nearly impossible to undo, no matter how much we protest and boycott. This is a hostile takeover of the American government by a foreign entity. This is Netanyahu trying to place himself formally in charge of aspects of the American government. Every politician supporting this motion is guilty of treason, and nobody's doing anything about it. What's next? Well, it is common knowledge that Gaza is a testing ground for experimental weapons. New weapons are routinely tested on Palestinian guinea pigs. Who will they be used on next? Whoever Israel wants, including American citizens. The techno-fascism that is taking over the American government is nearly indistinguishable from the Zionist lobby. Take a look at Palantir, co-founded by Peter Thiel and Alex Karp. Viewers of my channel need no introduction to Thiel. He's a disgusting gremlin who directly finances an overwhelming percentage of the...
Also, this is who J.D. Vance is a blood boy to, just so you know. These guys did get their hand-selected pick inside of the White House. That's who J.D. Vance is. He is responsible for every aspect of J.D. Vance's political career and was able to quickly elevate him from Ohio Senate to the White House. So just remember that.
The anti-science propaganda I debunk, whether coming from puppets like Eric Weinstein or Christian theocrats promoting intelligent design. CEO Karp proudly describes himself as the most publicly supportive CEO of Israel. And
it's really funny because Alex Karp is also half black, and he never talks about that. And I don't know why. For those of you who didn't know. Did you guys know that? Yeah. Light skin discourse nuke? That's crazy. Dude. Or is he a quarter? I thought he was half, but he might be a quarter. Dude, this is where... Dude, I swear I'm not racist, okay? I know this is where you guys find out about people being black when you're like, there's no way, like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is also black. Andrew Tate is half black. It's true. Andrew Tate is from Gary, Indiana, originally.
Never shuts up about how awesome Israel is. Teal is right there with him. Palantir has a strategic partnership with the Israeli Defense Ministry, providing AI models for the IOF. Basically, Palantir is a key component of Israel's ability to commit genocide. Guess what else Palantir is up to? Huge contracts with the Department of Homeland Security to give ICE the exact same tech that Israel uses in order to perform its own human rights violations, while also lending its tech to federal agencies who use data mining software to aggregate information from every single American. Palantir is a major entity pushing us towards an Orwellian police state here in America. More on that in a moment. Let's see, who else? Elon Musk. He has a direct relationship with Bibi. Agreements with Israel regarding Starlink. AI collaborations. Plans for an Israel-exclusive autonomous Tesla rollout. Mark Zuckerberg, along with Musk, both routinely censor pro-Palestine content on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Posts, stories, and entire accounts are regularly deleted, most notably anything depicting Israeli human rights violations. If content is not outright deleted, viewability is altered such that it is seen only by followers and does not show up in general feeds. This is in direct response to
my account
requests from Israel's cyber unit.
In 2025, an investigation published by DropSite found that Meta complied with 94% of takedown requests issued by Israel since October 7. That same year, The Intercept reported that YouTube removed 700 videos published by official...
Yeah, Blasian. Oh my God, Alex Karp is actually half black. Ain't no way. Ain't yes way. Yes way.
Palestinian human rights organizations.
And we heard, frankly, from high-level officials at Facebook who said, my job is to defend Israel. You know, so like, this isn't some sort of wild conspiracy. This is a thing that, you know, is happening in broad daylight, and there's nothing we can do about it because of these consolidation of these monopolistic companies that manage the entire global internet space.
Why would tech oligarchs who fancy themselves above the law comply with requests from a foreign government? Ponder that. Then, of course, there is Zionist billionaire Larry Ellison, who purchased TikTok in January of this year. This was the platform where young people were most consistently learning about Israel's war crimes, so the Zionist lobby decided to put a stop to that. Ellison has long-standing personal and political ties with Israeli leaders, and he has personally donated tens of millions of dollars to the IOF, as well as investing in AI data centers in Israel. I don't even need to tell you that once Ellison acquired TikTok, pro-Palestine content was censored almost completely, and prominent Palestinian journalists were abruptly banned, in a last-ditch effort to maintain a sliver of support among the younger demographics. But don't worry, social media manipulation is just the tip of the iceberg. Israeli tech firm Cognite is installing its system FalcoNet in American police SUVs. This is tech that pretends to be a cell phone tower, such that every phone in the vicinity connects automatically and all its data is compromised. Texas, New York, Florida, and New Mexico are all currently using this tech. A foreign company has built invasive surveillance technology that tracks American citizens in American streets. A foreign company has unlimited access not only to private data of American citizens, but also the details of how American law enforcement surveils its population. And the contracts are redacted. Nobody can see what data is being collected, why it's being collected, how long it's kept, or who has access. Mass warrantless cellular tracking without consent and with zero transparency. This would be unconstitutional even if being done by the US government, but for Israel to be doing it here is fucking insane. What could this lead to? Well, to see what could happen to Americans tomorrow, we only need to look at what Israel is doing to Palestinians today. Check out this newest insanity. Unmanned cranes with machine guns are being used to murder Gazans. UNICEF reported a 12-year-old girl shot in the chest while in a tent. Another 5-year-old girl killed in her home. These cranes fire randomly and continuously at tents and exposed neighborhoods. Where will we see these next? Major intersections in American cities to protect all the patriots from dangerous Antifa? Preparation for the crackdown on American citizens has already begun. Anyone who criticizes Israel is being monitored by the FBI. A new legislation known as the National Security Bill grants the government broad powers to prosecute almost anyone under terrorism charges simply for doing routine journalism or peacefully protesting. Countless supporters of Palestine have been arrested under such pretenses already. Same with protesting ICE. 8 anti-ICE protesters were recently each sentenced to 30 to 100 years in prison. One of them wasn't even at the fucking protest. He just moved a box of pamphlets. And yet they will spend their lives in jail. Why? To establish precedent for labeling the activity of individuals.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before as well. Literally everything Alex Jones and the right used to piss their pants about under the Obama administration, utilizing FEMA funds on FEMA facilities, black helicopters, mass surveillance, government coming down and knocking down your door, flock cameras, okay? Constant round-the-clock surveillance by a foreign billionaire by the name of Peter Thiel. Demonic foreign billionaire by the name of Peter Thiel. It's all happening. Epstein pedophilia ring of close associates being deeply embedded in the White House. It's all happening. It's just happening under the watchful gaze of their guy, which is precisely the reason why seemingly all of these fucking the conspiracy guys on the right are perfectly fine with it. Your guy's doing it.
Individual protesters as part of large terrorism networks. This is the blueprint for the legal framework being built around criminalizing protests, expanding terrorism rhetoric, and cracking down on any dissent from the twisted goals of those in power. This is how you transform political opposition into a security threat, peaceful protest into terrorism. Want to jail subversive individuals with zero basis? Just shout Antifa and your wish will be granted. This is an arbitrary category that can be expanded at will to encompass any political affiliation deemed unsavory to those in power. Doesn't matter what you did or didn't do. You're part of terrorist Antifa because they say so, and you go to jail for life. This is how you make people afraid to organize and resist authoritarian rule. On January 6th, people smashed windows at the Capitol. They assaulted police officers. They literally hunted down lawmakers. They erected actual gallows and called for the public execution of Mike Pence, who was in charge of the count. It was a coup that attempted to interfere with an election and install a dictator. What do they get? Jail time for being domestic terrorists? No. Trump pardoned them all and then tried to award them billions of dollars of taxpayer money for damages. What serves the state is good and heroic, no matter how obviously terroristic in nature. And whatever defies the state is terrorism, even if it's just holding a fucking sign or preventing ICE domestic terrorists from murdering civilians.
And Fandora with another correct take, albeit presented in a contentious manner. They did this to black people in America 50 years ago. This ain't new. Imagine if I spent every waking moment on here being like, for the last 25 years, they've been doing this to Muslim Americans nonstop. This ain't new. You're not wrong, Enfant Door. You are right. I know. Don't know why you're bringing it up as though it's a contentious matter. They've also done this to Muslim Americans and just Muslims in general all around the world, if we're being real, for the last 25 years. Now they're doing it to white people too. That's the difference. Okay? They're doing it to white people as well. This doesn't somehow negate the past wrongdoings. I mean, we cover that all the time. Okay? It's not new. You're right. You're not making a wrong point. It's just, it is a severe escalation at this point.
This is already codified. The National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, or NSPM 7, officially directs federal agencies to aggressively investigate and disrupt groups and individuals that they decide are linked to political violence, which just means a legal way to target nonprofit organizations and absolutely any activist they pull.
Also, as the case with the Nazis, the initial, the first targeted attack was, again, with communists, both black, Jewish, white, doesn't matter. It was literally initially anti-communism. Anti-communism is the other canary in the coal mine of fascism. More often than not, when you meet someone who's an avowed anti-communist, there's a very high likelihood that they are fascist or fascist adjacent. That's what the Red Scare was as well.
please. Watch lists of suggested subversives already exist. What are the targets? Anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, extremism on migration, race, and gender.
He's got the Ken Klippenstein
opposition
article
to
up.
traditional American views on family, religion, and morality. All of these labels are in there. I'm not making up a fucking word of this. It's a goddamn fever dream. What is this? This is the complete dismantling of free speech. The Constitution guarantees that you can't be imprisoned for things you say, for views you hold, or for protesting things. This administration is taking a big dump on freedom in the Constitution, and they're doing it for Israel just as much as the rest of the oligarchy it can barely be distinguished from. Other countries are doing the same thing. A new law in Britain gives sweeping powers to executive leadership to determine terroristic threats and imprison protesters, criminalizing journalism and activism, using broad provisions to put people in jail for a decade or more. Germany is on board as well, approving a bill that makes criticism of Israel a criminal offense punishable by 5 years in prison. Supporting a cause or quoting a source that is arbitrarily deemed a terrorist threat will be a crime, and countless people will begin going to jail for defending basic human rights. What is the justification for such draconian measures? Always, without fail, anti-Semitism. The boogeyman, the hyperinflated threat that justifies ruining countless lives, an embodiment of the toxicity it pretends to fight. Oh, and what will be the last resort if the American public simply will not accept foreign rule? Just ask Israeli defense researcher Benny Sapti. He recently tweeted this. Maybe USA needs...
Dude. Remember when I sarcastically quipped the last time the Trump administration was entertaining giving Saudi Arabia nuclear arms with a civilian nuclear program and the capacity for uranium enrichment? I said, wow, America is going to do 9/11 too. Great. This time with nukes. Fox News took that and said I was hoping for another 9/11. This guy actually is.
Needs another Pearl Harbor or 9/11 to remember who is the enemy and who is the friend. Sounds like a threat, doesn't it? Yes, Israel can and would commit a terrorist attack on American soil, blame it on Arabs, and gaslight the world into supporting a renewed wave of violence on whomever they please, with full American economic and military support. Sounds too far-fetched? Think again. Israel has a history of this behavior. In 1967, Israeli aircraft and torpedo boats attacked the USS Liberty in nearby waters and killed 34 Americans. They thought it was an Egyptian warship, of course, since those usually fly American flags. This was an attempt at precisely this type of false flag operation. Sink an American ship, blame it on Egypt, and lure America into war on their behalf. Benny knew he fucked up by saying the quiet part out loud, so he edited the tweet to seem less obvious, but it was too late. The internet never forgets. Anyone who thinks that Israel would only massacre Arabs and never white people clearly isn't paying attention. Look at what they did very recently to the European aid flotillas. Hundreds of European activists were detained, beaten, tortured, and raped. Israel did it proudly and brazenly with full knowledge that there would be no consequences for them.
And there wasn't. There were no consequences.
Serious consequences ever did befall Israel, they can always resort to the Samson option. This is Israel's military strategy of massive nuclear retaliation as a last resort if the country is facing imminent destruction and existential collapse. Basically, if Israeli officials think everything has gone irreparably south for them and they are about to be destroyed by literally anyone, they will just nuke everybody. Israel refuses to confirm or deny having nukes, and they refuse to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which means they aren't obligated to be inspected for nukes, which means they absolutely have nukes. Meanwhile, over here in America, every effort is being enacted to ensure that nothing can slow Israel down in its quest to destroy everything. Anything deemed a threat to unchecked belligerence and imperialism must be eliminated. The international...
Here, this is just from today from Maggie Haberman. New Netanyahu and Graham worked in coordination to get a bipartisan group of U.S. lawmakers to denounce the ICC as the organization was on the verge of issuing an arrest warrant for the Israeli Prime Minister. A video from filmmaker Alex J. Holder shared with New York Times shows. What's really interesting about this is, you want to know who some of the other bipartisan Democrats were on the other side? One of them is currently running for Senate in the state of Michigan. Her name is Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens voted to sanction the ICC.
What gives? Israel comes to me in my dreams.
That's right. If you're wondering where the $40 million of outside expenditures coming from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries, what that price is for, well, she's just getting paid back for her wonderful servitude to the nation state of Israel.
International Criminal Court regularly calls out the war crimes of both Israel and the United States. So Trump and Bibi, along with thirsty Marco Rubio, are trying to dismantle the ICC entirely. The ICC makes light of American war crimes in Afghanistan, the Caribbean, Venezuela, and of course literally everything Israel does, so they are deemed a radical threat to democracy. Here's Marco whining about American sovereignty just because someone dares push back on Western barbarism and crimes against humanity. Basic accountability is tyranny to the gaslighters who don't want to stop bombing and murdering and seizing land. Marco and Bibi do look cute together though, don't they? And of course, any country reliant on U.S. assistance that does not go along with the campaign to destroy the ICC.
It's just so funny that, there is such tremendous cooperation and collaboration with this foreign country, right? And the only thing that Israel defenders can deploy here is to be like, after a barrage of information, the only thing that Israel defenders can say is like, why do you care about this so much? Okay? Why do you care about, you care about it because they're Jewish, right? That's why. It's like, no, dude. I care about this because there is no other country that has this level of penetration in American domestic affairs and American foreign policy. None whatsoever. Okay? And even with countries that we have cooperative security agreements with or a far kinder relationship with, they are not committing a genocide, with the exception of Saudi Arabia and maybe some others. But none of them have the same level of commitment from the United States of America regardless. Because, look at what we're allowing to take place in the Gulf right now at the behest of Israel. Ironically enough, Saudi Arabia is getting fucking bombed. Israel is not. UAE as well, of course, the United Arab Emirates in Sudan. But again, there is no direct cooperation to this degree. There's no direct cooperation and collaboration to this degree. None whatsoever. Okay? Those are countries that are getting fucking lasered right now with Iranian missiles. Part of the reason why they are allowed to get lasered with Iranian missiles because we put the bases there. And we're not even defending our own fucking bases. Why are we not defending our own bases? Because we have a finite supply of interceptors, and those interceptors have to be trained on
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
the nation state of Israel.
Will feel the blowback. This is just a continuation of the trend of this administration dismantling absolutely any institution which serves the global citizenry at the behest of a twisted oligarchy. Want to pollute more? Destroy the EPA. Want to poison more? Destroy the FDA. Want to do more war crimes? Destroy the ICC. It's a trend, and it's one I've been highlighting in my content for a while now. None of this is normal. This is not business as usual. This current administration is the beginning of the fascist takeover. It is happening now. They are trying to eradicate democracy. Whoever doesn't see that is blind. Anyone crying about TDS can fuck themselves. This is the moment where we either fight all of this while we still have an outside chance, or we submit to tyranny and accept fascist authoritarian rule. There is not an ounce of hyperbole in anything I've said. The infrastructure for the authoritarian police state is being built and implemented right now. Today. People can sense the changes being implemented by Project 2025 personnel. Public opinion regarding Israel.
Project Esther is the branch off from the people that brought you Project 2025, which specifically is designed around utilizing anti-Semitism allegations in an effort to destroy the First Amendment. They're also following through on Project Esther as well. Obviously, Mahmoud Khalil is a great example of the continuation of Project Esther.
Has shifted irreparably even among conservatives. The oligarchy knows it, and they are doing everything they can to secure authoritarian control before this term is over and they lose their chance to clamp down. These monsters will not stop until they get the techno-theocratic dystopia they're lusting for. Orwellian surveillance with flock cameras on every corner to track every citizen and everything they do. ICE thugs terrorizing every neighborhood. Digital IDs required to access any website. The prison is being built around Americans as we speak, and the campaign is beginning to ruin the life of anyone who tries to organize against it. With these acts that can arbitrarily label any subversive activity as terrorism, they will destroy livelihoods. They will send ICE agents or drones to murder people in broad daylight. Sympathy for the victims of Israeli terrorism are now terrorists, according to the state. Israel has their hands in absolutely all of this. All of it. There is not a single nook or cranny of any of this shit that doesn't involve Israel. Israel is pure poison, and Zionism is the ideology behind it. An ideology of Jewish supremacy, ethnic cleansing, genocide, deception, and self-victimization. Okay, are we all up to speed on how Israel is an existential threat to all of humanity and the most vile source of pure evil since the Nazis, and how they are objectively committing genocide like 100% without a doubt, and anyone who says otherwise is either paid by Israel or a brainwashed idiot? Awesome. Now let's get back to Destiny and talk about his rose-colored relationship with this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at. I don't know,
You just think the Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro-genocide. He supports the genocide.
I think even the response that he gives, or the answer that he gives as to why genocide is inevitable, is also psychotic, because I don't even know where he got all this Hasbara shit from. I don't know where he developed this level of weird Jewish exceptionalism. I genuinely don't understand it, because his response is literally, well, people are anti-Semitic, so they have to be genocided. That's psychotic, man. That's literally psychotic. That's insane. I don't believe that anti-Semitism is acceptable in any way, shape, or form, but there's no world where I'm going to be well, we got to genocide people. We got to genocide everyone because they're anti-Semitic. It's also untrue, but it doesn't even fucking matter that it's untrue, because even if it was true, it still would not be permissible.
Of Palestinians in Gaza. He thinks they should either be killed or removed, and that land should be Israel, because the whole world is just a bunch of dirty anti-Semites, so poor Israel gets to do genocide. Ethnic cleansing is super awesome, according to Destiny. Did you think I was exaggerating about this piece of shit? I'll take your apology now. And don't worry, we're just getting started. This is a fucking rabbit hole.
Again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this?
Oh, God.
Well, the interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So, why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's going to happen. We know from this point, that's what's going to happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here.
Dave, don't do it, Dave. Dave, don't do it. He used the clip, but notice he didn't say who was talking. Dave. Big mistake, Dave. I've been there, okay? I've been there, Dave. I'm gonna keep it $150, Dave. Let me tell you, okay? I've fallen down that rabbit hole before, okay? Oh man, that I blame you for bad empanada. Oh God. Yeah, he trying not to touch the stove. I've touched that stove.
So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this? But they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, not these people, I mean these people.
Farming
actually, yeah,
TikTok
like
clips.
Suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. Who is this guy?
Like, so much of the fucking underlying argument comes from just assuming that all Muslims are like barbaric terrorist, primitive psychopaths. Like, that's literally it. That's his argument. The premise is literally they do suicide bombings. What the fuck are you talking about? They do suicide bombings. So of course they don't, the value of life for the average Palestinian is lower.
Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's, like, Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing.
That's right. When people are executed by Israel, especially in what is deemed a safe zone, they deserve it because they were farming for TikTok clips. They have to provoke Israel into violence because Israel would never be violent on their own. The rhetoric here is beyond vile. This is like telling a rape victim she was asking for it because of her short skirt, but 1,000 times worse. Anyone who uses the term Pallywood is a fucking monster. Once again, if you actually truly want to see what happens in Gaza on a daily basis, you can head over to archivegenocide.com and look for yourself. Bring a barf bag. People are ruthlessly slaughtered every single day, and the thousands of videos on that site are only a tiny fraction of the carnage that has been inflicted on Palestinians over the past 2.5 years. Pretending that they're faking it is identical to Holocaust denial, except way...
It's interesting that he's using Deborah Lipstadt, Biden's anti-Semitism czar, and also a prominent critic of Holocaust deniers, except she herself has become a Holocaust denier in recent years.
Worse since this is happening today. Now here he is doing a fan meetup in Israel, giving advice to young IOF soldiers on how to hide their war crimes.
I do have this little worry that in the media and in the global, opinion, it's not such a good thing to be an IDF soldier.
It's not. It's absolutely. The opinion is really bad. Yeah. Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the IDF, okay? Leave your fucking cell phone at home and stop taking stupid fucking videos, okay? Because everybody's fucking you with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a fucking drawer, and listen, if you want to fucking wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't fucking take a fucking video picture of it, okay? Jesus.
Yeah, Destiny agrees it's cool to murder Palestinians. And when you're done, it's super funny to go through their belongings and even try on their clothes like a little trophy. If you didn't know that IOF soldiers...
Like, if we had any justice in the world, there would be 100 times the coverage of just that alone, and there are a litany of different clips like that, then Hasan Piker wears Chinese suit to College Democrats of America speech. Okay? It's fucking insane. It's insane. Like, what he's saying there is he's advocating for soldiers to do war crimes, just hide it. Like, he's giving them tips and tricks to hide.
Do this all the time, now you know. Anyway, Destiny is totally on board for the post-slaughtering fashion show, but you guys, stop taking pictures and posting them to social media. You don't want the world to know what complete fucking monsters you are making a joke out of genocide.
By the way, he literally met with the Israeli propaganda minister but claims you are affiliated with the Chinese government. I know. It's fucking insane.
Keep
It's
it to
all projection.
yourself, okay? By the way, this little tidbit was part of a 2-week spree in June 2024 where Destiny went all around Israel interviewing dozens of Israeli officials and media personalities in what was very clearly an Israel-funded propaganda trip. Here he is with Eylon Levy, the shit stain who served as Israeli government spokesman during the first stretch of the genocide. So basically, he's the guy who sold the world on this genocide more than anyone else. He's the one who amplified narratives about beheaded babies and a baby in the oven on October 7th that definitely didn't exist. Hamas using Palestinians as human shields when that's actually what Israel does. The ultra-sophisticated Hamas bases under the hospitals that were never there, shouting about how anyone exposing Israeli propaganda is part of an anti-Semitic propaganda campaign. Destiny is right at home here, naturally. Here he is with Yishai Fleischer, an Israeli settler in the West Bank where Palestinians are brutally terrorized every single day as illegal settlements continue to expand against international law, and a Kahanist who served as a political advisor to Ben-Gvir. Here he is with Benny Morris, an Israeli historian who tried to whitewash the 1948 Nakba, which is the true beginning of this campaign of ethnic cleansing and dispossession of Palestinians. He also did a 2-on-2 debate with Benny against Norman Finkelstein and Muin Rabbani on Lex Fridman, where he spewed a bunch of Zionist bullshit and got humiliated by Finkelstein, which is well worth a watch. Then here he is with Yair Golan, former Israeli politician, Naz Daly, a content creator who whitewashes the occupation, Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel.
That was the Israeli agent that followed me to Cuba, Naz Daly. That was the one who tried to fucking clip farm in the Havana airport. He was there while we were there in Cuba.
Creator who whitewashes the occupation. Yossi Beilin, former Minister of Religious Services of Israel. Ofer Sheila, journalist and politician. Anshel Pfeffer, journalist and genocide denier. Yosef Haddad, genocide propagandist. That's not even the full lineup. He has long playlists.
It's just crazy because, like, they presented this as seeing both sides of the apartheid. And both sides are just, you know, Palestinian citizens of Israel that are now propagandists for the fucking apartheid state.
With way more content, which beyond interviews includes palling around with IOF terrorists and even reenacting the stealing of a Palestinian's home. We won't dive into all that content today, but that's his little Hasbara field trip. Destiny was recruited by Israel to publish content to brainwash American liberals into denying genocide. Want more? Here he is mocking the death of Palestinian poet Rifat al-Arir, who was targeted and murdered in an Israeli airstrike. He's a garbage human who deserved to be murdered for speaking out against genocide. And what a horrible father he is for having children absolutely anywhere, since Israel bombs literally everywhere all the time, including and especially the places where they specifically tell Palestinians to go.
People have been telling us that the Palestinians are starving to death for decades. People have been telling us since October 7th that no aid is going into a country that has been kept on a caloric deficit. And now here we are months and months and months in. Where are all the people dying for starvation? Something is not adding up here. The math doesn't work. Something is not right about the story that's being told.
Yes, Destiny is denying the objective fact that hundreds of Palestinians have died of malnutrition and starvation during this genocide. He asks where the dead people are and can't even bother to look. Sam Harris does this too, by the way. Another genocide-supporting piece of shit and incredible disappointment of a human being. Who knows, he may deserve a video at some point as well.
So you don't even deserve to be in.
What do you want him to admit? What do you want him to admit?
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
Yeah, you tell me.
Why is there a blockade in Gaza?
When you look at the fact that Israel is preventing cookies from going into Gaza, you know that it's not motivated.
Why would cookies be prevented from going in?
And
what were
potato
custom
chips.
rockets?
Yeah, this was a classic moment. Custom rockets are made with cookies.
Filled with.
Yeah, with cookies? Yeah.
With sugar and fertilizer. Yes, that's how they made the early rockets. The first generation of that was
we're going to
literally
deny Palestinians in Gaza sugar because it might be used for...
First of all, you know what they're actually allowed back in because they use more sophisticated rockets.
You might know.
That's right. There has to be a blockade to prevent food from getting to starving Gazans because they will use the sugar to make rockets. That just came out of his dumb fuck face. Starving 2 million people to death is cool because we can't have tiny dinky little rockets damaging a bus stop while Israel continues to carpet bomb Gaza on a regular basis. Fuck me, what an asshole.
Genocide is a special crime that has two elements. One of the elements requires some kind of destruction of a people or taking away of their children or sterilization, something like that, an obvious thing. But the second part is a highly specialized intent to destroy a group of people in whole or in part. And that highly specialized intent is what makes genocide so unique. And there are so many things related to genocide that don't apply to modern military conflict that you should take note of, because when you start to apply genocide in the way it's being applied to Israel, it basically would be applied to every single conflict.
He doubled down on this today.
With this belligerent imperialistic ethno-state.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
First of all, I like that this fucking I like that this quote was before October 7th, so I had no clue even that much about Israel, and I had no clue. Obviously, there wasn't the terrorist act on all the attention on these on anything related to Israel Palestine, number one. But number two, this is essentially their position just reversed, where they're like, well, both sides are probably going to genocide each other anyway, so it should just be like an Arab state, and maybe they have to...
It's not the fucking position of the Palestinians at all.
Get all the Jews out for it to succeed. Like, it is the opposite position, but it's also very obvious here that my position is like, I don't know, man, doesn't sound like there's a solution. It seems like pretty shitty. I don't know, I guess if one side is going to kill each other, I mean, I'd probably side with the Israelis over the Arabs. They have like 60 states anyway. Do they really need a 61st? I mean, obviously we don't want either side to genocide them, but...
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, definitely the Middle East.
Right out of his own mouth. He is pro...
Yeah, maybe don't say things like that, to be fair. No! I will say things like that, and I'll stand by it, because the people on your side literally watch terrorist fucking videos and they cheer them on. So suck a
People on your side. I wonder who he's talking about. Yeah. Really, really getting a lot of mileage out of the terrorism designation not being deployed evenly to Israel, which would be a far greater terrorist than Hamas ever could be, as they are literally doing a genocide, is you're defending them doing a genocide right now after they have done the genocide. It's so crazy that it's just always his butt Hamas's butt Hasan.
Fucking dick. It is such the tone policing by you loser fucks that also don't care about this conflict and don't know anything about it. Like, maybe you shouldn't actually say you're pro-genocide. Well, sit here with your fucking kafayas backwards and you're in the most retarded fucking statements you could ever make about like, oh, Hezbollah is just like the government of Lebanon and blah, blah, blah. Suck a fucking dick. Don't sit here and fucking virtue signal now.
No one says Hezbollah is just like the government of Lebanon. People say correctly that Hezbollah is an active party within the Lebanese parliament, which is just true. I know it probably hurts your feelings to recognize the truth there, but, you know, they do have civil governance duties. It's just true.
Okay, when you're cheering for dead Palestinian babies because you can jerk off to them and send them to your fucking friends online. Get the fuck out of here, fucking retards.
Genocide.
He's such an insecure little shit, and he knows deep down inside that he fucked up. He thought, because he considers himself to be brilliant, okay, he thought that there would never be pushback on this position. He thought he could carry this position to glory. He even repeatedly said in like 2024, by 2025, I will have eclipsed the sun in viewership. He's on a downward trajectory. Everyone hates Palestinians. Everyone hates Palestine. He's pro-Israel. He genuinely thought that this was going to skyrocket his success, not realizing that there would be a sea change. So now he's just stuck, constantly having to double down. And I only say this because he's a fucking mercenary. He doesn't really give a shit about any of these values, right? Here's another Destiny clip. Responding to a chatter skeptical of his trip to Israel. Given the opportunity to go back in time, I will prefer to the Israeli side 100-0. Obviously, the Israeli side of this conflict is a trillion times more compatible with Western values. Incredibly reactionary bullshit. Yeah, Western values. Western values of genocide? Is that what you're saying?
No, it wouldn't, you delusional asshat. Israel's genocide is not a military conflict. Palestinians don't have a military. They're a prisoner population being indiscriminately slaughtered while their land is demolished and stolen. That's why it's a fucking genocide. There is no conflict happening in the world today that better fits the definition of genocide that he just listed, and yet it doesn't apply to Israel because reasons. In this clip, he also states that the invasion of Rafah needs to happen. Ethnic cleansing is not a real thing. He tries to deny the systematic sexual abuse of Palestinian prisoners. It's a fucking clown show.
You have statements going.
You understand,
all the
for
way
just as a real quick
to
thing,
her-
you understand that transfer is not the same thing as ethnic cleansing, right?
You understand that Benny Morris has said that it's ethnic cleansing and that that's a euphemism.
Hold on,
correct?
no.
That's right. If Israel was to forcibly transfer...
Benny Morris has admitted that it's ethnic cleansing. He just agrees with it. He thinks it's necessary for the inception of the Israeli state, which he places a higher value on.
For all Palestinians out of their territories to keep the land for themselves, effectively cleansing the land of the indigenous ethnic group. That wouldn't be ethnic cleansing. How silly. My BFF Benny Morris told me so.
Like, I think a broad general problem with Arabs in the Middle East is they genuinely believe, like, Jewish conspiracies are like the underpinning of their entire understanding of the world. That Jews control all of the West, all of the banks, all the countries, and that's a thing that a lot of them believe. I don't know how relevant that is to their day-to-day life or how much it matters, but yeah. It's probably a problem.
This is a fucking...
The Hong debate, I will have to watch recaps of because I didn't realize that the Francesca Hong debate starts at 5 p.m. and I scheduled a Trita Parsi conversation for 5 p.m.
Insane
unfortunately.
thing to say out loud. Arabs in the Middle East have been dealing with Western imperialist aggression for their entire lives. Palestinians watched Zionist militias invade in the 1940s and murder entire bloodlines while stealing entire villages. They watched their land being usurped and given to settlers while a system of apartheid was built around them. There's no fucking conspiracy here. This is their personal lived history. Their family members slaughtered. Their homes stolen with all of their possessions inside. If someone came to your house with guns, murdered a few members of your family, and then forced the rest of you to leave with just the shirt on your back while they kept your house and all your stuff, your hatred of those people would not be based on any fucking conspiracy. And this is not ancient history. There are people still alive today that were displaced during the Nakba, and many more from 1967 when Israel did it all again. These are victims of Western colonialism and a cult of Jewish supremacy. But this kind of dismissive bullshit doesn't work on American supporters of Palestine either. People think Jews control the West and all the governments and the media and the blah, blah, blah. How silly and conspiratorial. Well, it's not Jews wholesale, it's Israel. It's Zionists, both Jewish and non-Jewish. They do have an outrageous level of control, most obviously in the media. The pro-Israel bias across nearly all Western media outlets is so blatant that to deny it is pure insanity. It's so self-evident that I don't even feel the need to expand on that statement. Then there are all the mergers. Did you hear about the latest one? Paramount, Warner Brothers, CBS, CNN, and HBO are all under one entity. Owned by, can you guess who? Larry Ellison, the Zionist scumbag who bought TikTok, and for the exact same fucking reason. When Zionist oligarchs have this level of command over the media landscape, while also having their hands in military AI and all kinds of other imperialistic shit, it means being able to execute whatever heinous acts they want, and then completely controlling the narrative surrounding it after the fact. To say that the vast majority of mainstream media outlets are controlled by Zionists is not a fucking conspiracy theory. It's a statement of fact. You don't have to stop at CEOs either. Look at who is selected to disseminate the narratives. Editor-in-chief of CBS News is now Bari fucking Weiss, whose right-wing propaganda outlet, The Free Press, was one of the biggest mouthpieces for Israel in the past 20 years. And what did she immediately do when she got there? She gutted the outlet and ousted anyone with an ounce of journalistic integrity, including 60 Minutes correspondent and 37-year veteran Scott Pelley.
Yep, coming after CNN too. ZNN, baby.
Publicly proclaimed that Bari was hired to kill the place. With the ship now sailing where Bari wants it to go, guess who shows up on CBS News?
They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Full circle.
Well, first, thank you for having me.
Avi fucking Loeb, the exact fraud I debunked that made Destiny cry about how I use the word.
I'm working to reschedule a treater right now. So I can watch the Wisconsin debate. Shut the fuck up, chatter. Shut the fuck up. I'm being super rude to him because it's literally half an hour from now.
Zionist excessively. Zionists take over CBS, hire a massive Zionist stooge to run the news, and they immediately host the Zionist fraud who spews bullshit about the UAP psyop coming from the government that is also held hostage by Zionists. Funny how that works, huh? Speaking of which, let's move on to the American government. To deny the overwhelming Israeli influence on American politics is even dumber than denying media influence. In 2024, AIPAC spent $126 million supporting pro-Israel candidates and smearing anyone who dares utter a word against them, which is why not a single Republican senator or representative, and even very few Democrats, will publicly oppose Israel. This is a foreign country severely influencing U.S. elections and undermining the democratic process. This shit runs so deep that it even trickles down to positions that have nothing to do with foreign policy. Check out this clip from when Mamdani was running for mayor of New York. Hey candidates, first foreign visit as mayor, where would you go?
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first? Left to right, Ms. Adams.
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
Mr. Cuomo.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my 4th trip to Israel, followed by my 5th trip to Ukraine, 2 of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
All of them except Mamdani would visit Israel. They're so excited and so proud to brag about how much they love Israel, the genocidal ethno-state, and how, as the mayor of New York City, it would be so important to them to visit Israel. Why? Why the fuck would they do that? This isn't the president, not the secretary of state, not even a senator, a goddamn mayor. It makes no sense. Only Mamdani had the balls to say that he would stay in the fucking city he is the mayor of like a normal person. When Israeli influence has infected American politics so thoroughly that it shows up in bizarre ways like this, you know the system is completely broken. Anyone who denies this is a gaslighting asshole. Well, Destiny is one such asshole, and it's finally time to listen to him talk some shit about me. Ready for this thing? Let's dive in.
I wish you'd mention anti-Semitism less. You have genuine important points to make regarding Zionism and genocide, arguably more, or important as debunking pseudoscience, but bringing them into all sorts of pseudoscience debunking just muddies the water. You help me deprogram from my scientifically absurd upbringing, and for that I'll forever be grateful. Please help others understand Avi is a grifter fraud without bringing Judaism into it, one step at a time, mate. There's no muddying the waters here, sweetie. Avi is a Zionist douche, using the Zionist playbook of deception and victimization. And I didn't mention Judaism, I said Zionism, get a grip. This kind of like rhetoric right here, you know you don't. This is Nazism right here, right? Deception and victimization are like the 2 key pillars of kind of neo-Nazi belief. It's the idea that Jews are secretly behind the scenes controlling everything to deceive you, and they deceive you about that control. And then the self-victimization.
Care to comment on Professor Dave's stance on Professor Jiang? Oh no, did he do a Professor Jiang video? That actually would make a lot of sense for him to do a Professor Jiang video.
As they constantly harp about the Holocaust. Oh my God, we get it. But the reason why they have to harp about the Holocaust is because they have to center their victimhood so that they have an
His fans have been trying to push this narrative and that blaming AIPAC is just a crazy conspiracy. I know. You know what's also funny? You know who else does this? And their fandom does this? Asmongold. Oh, everything you see AIPAC everywhere. That's what they always do. And it's so funny because it's like, dog, it is deeply embedded. Okay, it's deeply embedded into American discourse. Why the fuck did Daniel Biss, when running for governor against the current governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, fire his lieutenant governor? He fired him because the lieutenant governor that Daniel Biss was working with was pro-Palestine and a part of DSA, and a part of DSA's platform was pro-BDS. That level of involvement is unfucking believable. What other person running for Senate right now in the state of Michigan has said something like this?
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
Is there a clip out there of any other person running for any other point of office that has said things like Lithuania comes to me in my dreams? Bad Empanada had a video about AIPAC. Isn't the problem he's paid? No, I don't think so. I assume, and I haven't seen that video. I haven't seen any Bad Empanada videos, let's be real. But in a quite a while, big mistake to even watch any Bad Empanada videos to begin with. But what Bad Empanada was probably trying to make the argument for was that it's far beyond AIPAC, which is true. It's far larger than AIPAC. The problem is like far greater than AIPAC.
Infinite blank check basically to deceive you and to control society. It's kind of crazy to just, but whatever.
That's right, folks.
It was an anti-J Street video? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, see?
I'm a neo-Nazi for pointing out Zionist tactics of deception and victimization. All the deception Israel engages in to gaslight the world into supporting genocide, that's not real because Stevie says so. The victim complex they espouse, perpetually claiming to be the victims of terrorism while they commit heinous acts of terrorism, that's also not real because Stevie says so. In reality, there are no neo-Nazi tactics afoot here. Instead, there is only the Zionist tactic of irrevocably tethering Zionism to Judaism so that they can shout anti-Semite at anyone who points at their disgusting behavior. Any assault on Zionism...
God damn it, I'm turning into fucking Asmongold up in this bitch. I've never watched a video that I found myself in agreement with so much that there's like no additional notes that I can put, so I just keep going, yup, yeah, based. This motherfucker turned me into Asmongold. The way he's cooking. Fuck! That's not true. This is an hour and 18 minutes that we watch, and I've been watching this for like 3 hours.
Must be an assault on Judaism as a whole because they say so, no matter how obviously impossible this false equivalence is. Zionism is not Judaism. There are countless non-Jewish Zionists serving Israel and reaping the benefits of its imperialism, and there are countless anti-Zionist Jews. Not that many in Israel, of course. We're talking about Jews around the world, but there are even some in Israel. There are even anti-Zionist, ultra-Orthodox Jews in Israel. Want to see what happens to them? Serves those anti-Semites right, don't you think? No, I wasn't talking about the police officers beating up Orthodox Jews.
For the record, so the Haredi population, the Orthodox Jewish population, there are those who are West Bank settlers and like super pro Israel, super Zionist. And then there are some, many of which who live in Jerusalem, who are actually, ironically enough, anti-Zionist. These happen to be the anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews.
That's not anti-Semitic, you silly goose. I'm talking about the Orthodox Jews standing with Palestinians in defiance of Zionist ideology. They're anti-Semites, obviously. Anyone who conflates Judaism with Zionism or anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism, as Israel constantly does, and as Destiny just did, is a worthless anti-Semitic piece of shit. Zionism is anti-Semitism. I'm going to say that one more time so that it sinks in. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Zionism is a disgusting political ideology that has hijacked Judaism and Jewish history
100%.
To justify imperialism, apartheid, and genocide. And Zionism is responsible.
Which, looking at the long trajectory of Jewish culture, Jewish history, being victim to pogroms, being victim to the Holocaust, and having outright revolutionary sentiment baked into many prominent, the understanding of Jewish culture, baked into the understanding of Jewish history, Zionism is inherently antagonistic with the long-standing 2,000 years of Jewish history. It is literally the opposite. And yet, over the course of the last 80 or so years, it has completely revamped Judaism as a civic nationalist religious substitute It is ridiculous. Now, of course, there are still plenty of people who resist against this fascistic ideology, who are Jewish themselves, and yet they are constantly fucking suppressed. No one ever talks about their perspective. They don't get to have prominent talking slots on mainstream outlets. You'll never hear from them. You'll never hear Gabor Mate on CNN. You'll never hear Norm Finkelstein on ABC or CBS. You'll never hear from Ilan Pape. You'll rarely ever even hear from the likes of Gideon Levy, for example. I mean, he's a very prominent journalist.
For the lion's share of actual anti-Semitism that exists around the world as people react to Israeli aggression and misplace their anger on Jews as a whole. All moral Jews know this and speak out against Zionism the loudest, as it is their cultural identity that is being shattered by these monsters. Zionism is to Jewish supremacy as Nazism is to white supremacy. They are indistinguishable. Zionism is Nazism. I guess Destiny's little pea brain isn't big enough to wrap his head around that. Are you really implying that anyone who is Jewish can lie about science as much as they want, and if anyone exposes those lies, they're automatically an anti-Semite?
What, bro? This guy reaches so hard. Holy shit, he's obsessed.
Avi lies a bunch about science. I exposed his lies, and in response, he just called me an anti-Semite. Exactly like the Zionist lobby that banned me from Twitter and tried to smear me for exposing their lies and propaganda. Same tactic. Literally 1 minute prior, you listened to Avi say he puts a viral YouTube video to make money in which he makes anti-Semitic claims, while making zero attempt to dispute any of the science I presented. You heard him say that. He was exposed by me, therefore I'm an anti-Semite. That's the logic he's putting forward. I'm articulating that logic clearly, and you burst into laughter like I'm pulling something out of my ass?
Yeah, this is the other side of the story, which is a classic Epstein defense. When he has no counter narrative, when he has no counter argument, when he has nothing to say, he'll just try to ridicule to his own audience, signaling to his own audience that you're actually wrong. He doesn't have to refute your point at all. Oh, you're just obsessed. You're just obsessed. You're obsessed with Jews, which is, again, classic Zionist Hasbara technique.
Really? Furthermore, what's funniest about this tired angle is that you and all your piece of shit Zionist cronies are not Semites. Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews like you and Bibi and all the rest are European. You literally are not a Semite, while Palestinians are Semites. Therefore, Zionists are, in reality, anti-Semitic. It's quite shocking that Destiny doesn't bite on this and go on a tirade, especially since this was the main thing that upset a lot of people when I posted this video. He just giggles and then moves on. But for the record, this is accurate. Ashkenazi Jews like Bibi are way more European than Middle Eastern. That's why with services like 23andMe or Ancestry.com, Ashkenazi Jew is literally listed under European. I follow Reggie Watts on Instagram, and he recently posted his results. He's 11.1% Ashkenazi Jew, which is listed under European. He's also 0.1% Arab, Egyptian, and Levantine, a totally separate category under Western Asian. This categorization makes sense since Ashkenazi Jews look fucking European. This is also why these ancestry kits are tightly regulated in Israel and can't be purchased in Israeli pharmacies. They don't want citizens to find out that they're not fucking Middle Eastern. They pretend to have a divine claim to a region that they're not from.
For the record, I don't give a shit. Even if Ashkenazi Jews could trace back their like ancestral lineage all the way to Israel, it still wouldn't justify Zionism. It still wouldn't justify Israeli apartheid, occupation, and ethnic cleansing. Also, it's just not true. DNA testing isn't illegal in Israel, and Israelis know that Ashkenazi Jews are from Europe. Yes, it's actually a big point to the inception of the Israeli state to turn this desert land of scary barbaric Arabs into a Western style country. That's part of the reason why there was a lot of eco-terrorism that took place as well. Like that's the reason why the previous names of certain villages and towns after they were destroyed were given European style names as well. It's like just really a big part of the whole settler colony mentality. Early Zionists also very clearly signaled that they were engaging in a colonial conquest in order to, draw more support from European colonists.
Do Ashkenazi Jews have more Middle Eastern ancestry than Scandinavians? Obviously, but over many centuries, that ancestry got diluted and they're largely European now. This is in stark contrast with Palestinians, who have had a continuous presence in the Levant since antiquity, along
he said regulated, not illegal,
with Mizrahi Jews, who, by the way, experience systemic discrimination in Israel, which is socially and politically dominated by European Ashkenazi Jews. It's almost like there's some white supremacy in their Jewish supremacy, wouldn't you say? You can talk about the etymology of the word anti-Semitism all you want, and that's totally fine, but the facts regarding biology remain, and that was the main point I was making. Europeans pretending to be Middle Eastern has the same vibe as some Karen in Massachusetts bragging about being 3% charity.
Actually, this is identical. Another interesting through line. It is identical to that. Just like saying yallah, or taking Arabic food, or taking Arabic terminology in general, many of which Ashkenazi Jews commonly deploy, specifically in Israel. But also another interesting through line is the German philo-Semitism that we've discussed. It is also identical to the Americans LARPing as Native Americans. That there is this German philo-Semitism, the fetishization of Jews in Germany, as I think another version of this exact same thing. You're engaging in the ethnic cleansing of a people, and then you fetishize them and fantasize about being the same people that you ethnically displaced or ethnically cleansed or destroyed the culture and humanity of.
Indian. This claim to ancestral land that Zionists espouse in order to justify murdering people and stealing their homes is total horseshit. We all originated in Africa, so white people should be able to steal African homes too, yeah? A little moot since Africa was very recently the victim of European colonialism for about 100 years, but still, the logic stands. Hey Avi, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the whole world despises your ideology. The world knows your gaslighting and your Hasbara tactics. Shouting anti-Semitism at everyone that hurts your feelings is just going to hasten your demise tenfold. What does that have to do with it? What does being a lying, manipulative, gaslighting fraud in order to get away with scientific fraudulence have to do with this political ideology that involves lying and manipulating and gaslighting constantly in order to get away with war crimes? That's a serious question.
My scientific. Can you be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic? Maybe, but
Maybe. Oh, how gracious. How gracious of the pro-genocide, pro-Israel, sex pest Twitch streamer has given us an allotment. He's given us an allowance. Oh my God. That's my favorite thing that Zionists do, is whenever they're like, you can criticize Israel just in the confines that I think is appropriate. And it's like, why would you be the fucking judge and jury? Why? Kick streamer, not Twitch streamer. I apologize. But anyway, like, what do you mean? What do you mean there's an acceptable way to critique Israel, but you're not doing it? It's like, why am I supposed to listen to you? You're pro-Israel. Why would I listen to you? Do I listen to a Klansman when talking about white supremacy? Or I'm sorry, there's an acceptable way. There's an acceptable way to critique white supremacy, and you're not doing it. You're engaging in anti-white behavior. It's like, what the fuck are you saying, dog? You're a Klansman. Why would I fucking listen to your confines? Why would I listen to what you want to have this conversation, what the safeguards you have around this conversation? I don't give a fuck about your opinion on this. That's your problem. You got to fucking build a bridge and get over it on your own. Yeah, I guess the only appropriate way to criticize Israel is if you go to Israel and you talk to Israeli occupation forces directly on camera and critique them on, how they're doing their war crimes. Like, do the war crimes is fine. Just don't film yourself doing the war crimes. That's the only appropriate way to be critical of Israel in the Hasbara manual. And the crazy part, Israelis have literally killed other Israelis because they're phonetically presented as Arab. Thus, we've seen an appropriate target. If anyone needs a reminder that the IOF killed Israeli hostages because they didn't look Israeli enough, that, or remember when there was an American Zionist in Florida who thought that these Israeli tourists who were Arab and Jewish from Israel were actually Arab, Palestinian, Muslim potentially, and he shot at them. And both parties involved thought that the opposition was actually, Hamas. That was funny. Yeah, that was funny. Classic Florida moment, which this fucking sex pest happens to reside in as well.
If you really, really, really wanted to dive into it, there's like a big, I think it's actually a pretty deep argument, but most people aren't even close to being able to have that discussion.
Hey, jackass, why don't you try having that discussion with any of the thousands of anti-Zionist Jews who fiercely oppose Israel's genocide and co-opting of their faith? I'd love to see that. There's nothing deep about it. Anyone with a moral compass is anti-Zionist. Many Jews have a moral compass. Are you seeing the Venn diagram?
Like, I don't think, does anybody in the Western world ever say, like, is there a position for, like, I don't think Kurds should ever have a country. Like, I don't even know if that's like a position that people have. I think people are generally just like, oh yeah, I mean, they should, but I mean, it sucks for them, I guess. I don't know, but I mean, we don't really talk about Kurdish people much in the West. But to have like a unique person.
Can you imagine if America treated Israel in the way that they treat Kurds? It's ridiculous.
Effective to be opposed to a Jewish state is a little bit weird.
You're kind of missing the point here, champ. This is the old, but why can't Jews have a country bullshit talking point. Yep. First, ethnostates are bad. Equality is good. Supremacy of any group of people over another being codified into the laws of a nation is bad. But way more important is the fact that this particular ethnostate was established on inhabited land through the slaughtering and dispossession of the indigenous population. That's the more bad part. If post-World War II, a Jewish state was set up in the middle of fucking nowhere and built up from scratch, like in Germany perhaps, since they did the Holocaust and over 80% of the...
I rescheduled Trita to tomorrow at an earlier time in the day, okay? Yes, we are going to be watching the Francesca Hong Wisconsin debate.
Country is open land. Very few people would have had a problem with that. It's the ethnic cleansing that's got everyone upset. Do you get it now?
The real, when you really say you're anti-Zionist, what you're saying is that, like, you don't believe that Jews should have some special right to their own country. That's really what people mean when they say anti-Zionist. Now, that only can refer to the state of Israel because that's the only Jewish country.
No, we're saying that Israel shouldn't have the right to murder and displace anyone they want, the thing they've been doing on a daily basis since the state of Israel was established.
But then it's weird because they'll make these same claims in that, like, the Palestinians are for some reason entitled to their own state. I don't know why. It's one of the reasons why they push so hard for. It's like really fun. Oh, bro, I don't want to get into this. I don't give a fuck.
You don't want to continue rambling because you sound like an idiot. People who inhabit a place don't deserve to continue inhabiting that place. Palestinians don't deserve Palestine? Well, it wasn't an apartheid ethno-state. Jews and Christians lived in Palestine and they got along just fine. Jews could have emigrated.
Shout out to the Ottomans, low-key. You know, many mistakes were made, but this was not one of them, okay? Under Ottoman rulership, there was harmony.
In large numbers to the Levant after the Holocaust and integrated into existing societies, including Palestine. They didn't do that. Zionist militias went in and started murdering and stealing everything. Pretty big difference. Anyway, at this point, Stevie got tired, realized that my video on Avi was hard science wall to wall, except for the 2 or 3 comments I made on his Zionism, which he failed miserably to address honestly, and he spent the rest of the stream, which was the overwhelming majority of the stream, looking at something else. Of course, that didn't stop him from choosing this slanderous title and thumbnail. Gotta get those clicks, right, Steven? Oh yeah, I promised some other dirt on this guy. As if the genocide denial wasn't enough, here's a few other tidbits. Here he is advocating for white nationalists murdering BLM protesters.
The rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think that they could torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop. It needed to stop a long time ago.
White supremacists should mass murder protesters. They have Destiny's blessing. What a great guy. Now let's shift from the disgusting to the creepy. This will be courtesy of another creator named Ryan Beard, who seems to have already done the deep dive on this stuff.
A common defense that Destiny fans will give when he says that he wants to have sex with children is that he's just joking. For example, these tweets where he says, "You were hot at 10? Any pics? Check DMs. Jesus, I've never wanted to bend someone over the hood of their little tyke so bad." I do think these tweets are jokes, very strange jokes, but I don't think that him saying he wanted to hook up with this 15-year-old was a joke. You know that classic prank where you send your friends pictures of kids in bikinis and say how hot you find them as a joke? And to help prove that this wasn't a joke, here are some clips of Destiny doubling down on his attraction to this 15-year-old in a debate with someone named Mr. Medicare.
Of course, of this chat log, I was talking with a bunch of other esports guys, and we were basically talking about how crazy the fucking jailbait is in the gaming communities. It's ridiculous. I think I said something along the lines of like, there are 15-year-old chicks that are like hot as fuck that will like try to send you pictures to like fuck you at events and shit, and it's like, you have to be really careful when you navigate that.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds?
I'm sorry. I see stuff like this, and then you're like, oh, Hasan, why aren't you a prison abolitionist? I mean, obviously, the whole point of the prison abolition movement is to show, to expose that people who deserve to be in prison never actually go to prison, and people who don't deserve to be in prison in the current carceral structure that exists are the ones who are often in prison. But theoretically speaking, you know, I think there is a necessity for you know, putting some people in prison, at least for a little bit, to rehabilitate them. Bro, why do you always have to left bash police abolition as a straw man against this guy? I'm making a fucking joke!
And what is that in relation to?
A long and convoluted one. Calm down.
Jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait,
I said
how old was she?
She said she was 15.
Did you get all that? Don't worry, it gets worse.
The next child-related Destiny incident is when him and his friends, the Bro Squad, watched an 8-year-old boy shake his penis for them on a live stream.
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad, okay? Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before, we're part of the Bro Squad, and what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking like, this kid was like 8 years old, and he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat. For whatever fucking reason, this kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it. Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen.
Yeah, don't just immediately quit the stream or anything. Really soak in that prepubescent penis. But at least he's not grooming anyone, right?
Even though a lot of these situations involving children happened quite a while ago, I still think Destiny has been spreading harmful rhetoric around children even quite recently. A couple years ago, Destiny said that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old would not be grooming.
Let's say there's a person that's like 30 years old and tries to like randomly sext like 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds.
Yeah, Shannon Watts supports this guy, by the way. And so does the Bulwark. So does the Bulwark Network. So do all of the former neocon, now turned liberal, Liz Cheney defending Bulwark Network, and David Pakman. And Smeritandon, I suspect. Just, you know, they love this guy. They love this guy.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming.
So that clip sounds pretty bad, right? But we don't want to approach Destiny in bad faith or take him out of context, so let's try to understand the actual argument that Destiny is making.
That wouldn't be, I don't think that would be considered grooming. Now, let's say there's a person that's 30 years old and they're specifically seeking out like 14, 15-year-olds to kind of just like talk.
Brian Tyler Cohen, too. He's a regular guest there. Gross. I didn't even know that. Brian Tyler Cohen as well. Gross. Yes, we're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this in a little bit. Let me finish this video first.
To them about their school life, figure out what the
almost
problems
done.
are. You know,
We
be
got
cool
5
because you're
minutes
old,
remaining.
Experience, and then you kind of weasel in like sex talk. That's like grooming, right? That would be like grooming.
So Destiny's argument is that a 30-year-old randomly sexting a 14-year-old isn't grooming, but if a 30-year-old tries to weasel their way into a 14-year-old's life and slowly manipulate them into sexting them, this would be grooming. But this argument goes against the definition of grooming. The definition of grooming is the action of attempting to form a relationship with a child or young person with the intention of sexually assaulting them or inducing them to commit an illegal act. Guess what, Destiny? Nowhere in that definition does it say that grooming has to be a slow process.
Okay, that's weird, but those are just words and not actions, right?
Alright, let's recap all of Destiny's treatment towards women. Destiny sexually assaulted a woman. Destiny has a long history of sharing women's nudes and sex tapes without their consent. Destiny allegedly recorded a woman having sex with him without her consent. And in his messages to his Discord kitten Rose is Coming, he sent her audio recordings of men that he had slept with from Grindr and said, "I went out and sucked a guy off a few nights ago and recorded the audio. It's really scuffed in my pocket, lol. Did I ever send it to you?" He has a history of calling 15-year-olds attractive and sharing pictures of them in bikinis. He has a long history of getting very mad at women when they post about their sexual assaults on social media. He has allegedly abused at least one of his female orbiters and was psychologically abusive towards his ex-wife. And he also admitted to choking out another one of his exes multiple times. However, he claims that this was done in self-defense.
Because you better fucking believe I had to fucking choke her out a few fucking times.
Finally, Destiny has a history of doxing and threatening to leak the nudes of women that get on his bad side.
Yeah, I didn't feel like spending a lot of
He's gotten far worse at doxing too since then.
time
I mean,
on
he's
this
a
since it's
serial
not the
doxer
point of
at
the
this
video,
point.
but that's a tidy summary. Sexual assault would be the big one, but he is also currently being sued for non-consensually sharing nudes of a minor, and the person suing makes it clear that this is a pattern of behavior from him. I'll link to that Ryan Beard video and this Substack post if anyone cares to follow up and get more details. I just wanted to briefly make people aware that there is a pattern of predatory behavior that goes along with Destiny's genocide denial, so it's a rich tapestry. Speaking of being a sexual predator who supports Israel, do you think there could be a connection there? After all, Israel is a safe haven for rapists and child molesters. That's a whole separate rabbit hole we won't go down, but this is a very well documented fact that foreign sex offenders can relocate to Israel and exploit its laws to evade justice. Especially Zionist Jews, of course. Maybe that's why he's getting so cozy with Israel? Food for thought. Oh, and did you know that Destiny has a son? He's 15 and a full-blown Nazi. The real kind, which actually hates Jews and flirts with Holocaust denial. Destiny is such a shit dad that his son rebelled against him by becoming an actual anti-Semite who entertains Holocaust denial. How fucking hilarious is that? Anyway, we can go ahead and wrap things up here. There's no point in trying to summarize everything we went over regarding Israel, but we can say a few last things about people like Destiny. This desperate insistence of conflating Zionism and Judaism is a Hasbara tactic. It is a Zionist talking point that is used to deflect from crimes against humanity. Zionism is not Judaism. Zionism is anti-Semitism. Trying to insulate Zionists from criticism by shouting anti-Semitism is itself anti-Semitism. It is a deflection from the very obvious facts that incriminate Zionists, which reveal who they are and...
Yeah, isn't it crazy that this isn't even 5% of the shit Epstein has done and continues to do with regular frequency as well? Every single thing that community has concocted as a smear campaign is just pure projection and grasping at fucking straws.
what they're doing, something that any anti-Zionist Jew will gladly tell you. So when someone accuses someone else of being a Nazi simply for opposing what is essentially Nazism, they sound like a moron.
Like, even Dave didn't dive deeper into this stuff, considering his allegiance with numerous white supremacists, white nationalists, neo-Nazis, including Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde, former neo-Nazis, current neo-Nazis that he's dated. So the idea that he claims that people who are critics of Israel are actually Nazis or anti-Semitic is fucking ridiculous when he has prominent anti-Semites on his broadcast.
So go ahead, Stephen. Do your little reaction video to this. Make an even bigger fuss about what a vile Jew-hating neo-Nazi I must be. Dig yourself even deeper into this hole, because what you think you're doing to me, you're doing to yourself. You are exposing yourself.
All right. Let's get into it.
Who's united all shades of blue of the Democratic Party, as I have before. Now, that race in 2022 is the closest U.S. Senate race in the state in over 100 years. It's the closest challenge to any incumbent across the entire country. No incumbent lost statewide. Now, while D.C. insiders like Chuck Schumer didn't see the race as winnable, Republican billionaires certainly did. They spent over $50 million to defeat me, and I only lost by 1 point, 26,000 votes. Now, I can tell you, having been the only person on this stage who's actually won statewide in 2018, when we kicked Scott Walker out of office for good, that race was also decided by 1 point. Now, I've been on both sides of the coin. And you learn a whole lot more when you lose. When you win, you think you did everything right. But when you come up that short, you have a whole lot of time to think about the things that went wrong. You learn about the devastating impact of big money in politics. You also learn about how low Republicans can get. And I can tell you, right now, we have the resources and we have the support to get it done. And on the terms of Governor Evers, I have zero interest in upholding the status quo. I have zero interest in being the establishment candidate. That is the difference right here on the stage, because I am pushing the envelope to make sure that we are as bold as we can possibly be in the Donald Trump era, because that's what people have been calling for Democrats to be all along, and we have not truly met the moment.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan and Ms. Royce, you are both polling in the single digits and have been since the start of this race. At this point, are primary voters wasting their vote on a vote for you, Mr. Brennan?
Well, here's what I would tell you is I don't think primary voters have been paying much attention until the last 2 weeks and all the upheaval that you have seen. This is what I find when I am going out around the state is that, and this has been verified by polls that was done here by my alma mater at Marquette, because about half the people at this point haven't made a decision, and so that is a lane that's opening up. The challenge that I have had from day one is not that anybody thinks I'm unqualified for the office. I served as the top appointee to Governor Evers. We created the largest budget surplus in state history. We increased the rainy day fund. We got billions of dollars out to family farms to.
Bro, when that question is asked of you, you're supposed to just quietly say, you know what, you're right, I'm leaving the debate stage. Okay? That's it. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay? What you're supposed to do, especially with the latest poll that just came out that shows Fran Hong at 44%. Now, I don't hate that the establishment picks are just like splitting the vote, even though it might be too late for them. Because, again, Fran Hong, new poll came out today. Okay, we've been waiting for this poll nuke. This poll nuke that showed she's at 44%. It's fucking over, I hope. But we're going to keep pushing.
If you want the best public schools in the nation for your children, if you want to open up the state's healthcare plan so that everyone can buy in and we can lower costs for all Wisconsinites, if you want a candidate who is going to stand up and fight Donald Trump and bring an end to this authoritarian regime, then you should vote for me. I am the candidate in this race that brings the most experience in and around state government with 10 years of service in the legislature.
Get the Fran. This is boring. I need to hear from Francesca. She looks so good in the green suit.
That has turned progressive
She's
ideas,
suit mogging.
like the kind that all of us have on this stage, into law.
I missed Fran speaking. I know they asked her about the DSA platform. She said, I don't endorse the national DSA platform, and the national organization has not endorsed me.
Not just who can deliver a democratic legislature, although that is vitally important, but who can actually do the job on day one. And I am proud to have earned by far the most endorsements of any candidate in this race, including the most endorsements in Milwaukee County, the most largest labor union endorsement with WEAC, the state teachers union, and the endorsement of former Lieutenant Governor Barbara Lawton.
Thank you all.
Last week, a Madison police officer shot and killed a man.
Look at this.
Tonight, the investigation and the protests continue. Governor Tony Evers has called for transparency and accountability and urged for peaceful protests. Ms. Hong, in the hours following the shooting, standing alongside protesters, you said, quote, "The state-sanctioned violence was an execution." Would you make those immediate declarations as governor, even though an investigation had not yet started?
No, the governor has the largest microphone in the state, and there comes deep responsibility with that. But what we saw in videos and what I had talked to folks who had witnessed that, I think what we saw, it was clearly the type of violence where no one's life should have been taken. My thoughts are with Corey Ruiz and his family, and I hope that the accountability and transparency that both the Governor Evers and I have called for, the independent investigation, the investment in body cameras. We want local governments to be able to invest in public safety, to be serious about public safety, and I plan to be a partner in that.
You have also called to defund and abolish police before, while saying your ideal world is one without prisons. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No.
No. Why not?
The governor cannot defund police, and I'm not here to govern by slogan. I'm here to make sure that I am the governor that is most serious about public safety, and that means investing in the things that we know prevent crime and getting resources to victims and ensuring that the people who are incarcerated and the folks who are working in our prisons are able to live a life of dignity and work with dignity. I think it's important that we invest in communities, including our public schools, out of school programs and mental health resources and attacking the opioid epidemic. These are things that are proven to prevent crime, and this is what will help to make sure that we have a government that is serious about public safety.
Mr. Barnes, you have previously shown support for reducing police funding and abolishing ICE. Following the Madison shooting, you said you were deeply disturbed and pained. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
First of all, we should all be very disturbed by what we saw in those images, what we saw in the video, and we should fight as hard as we possibly can. They gave her the bad mic. As a state, as a people, as a society, to make sure that never happens again. And body cameras, of course, are the norm. It should be the norm. And I wish that the Madison Police Department did have those body cameras. So, of course, I would not sign a budget that reduced funding, because obviously that police department needs the funding to have body cameras.
Ms. Royce, after the Madison shooting, you said we do not have to accept this as inevitable. We can create a more fair, safe world. Would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No, but I think we need to actually fund local communities so that we can do evidence-based programs that actually reduce and prevent crime. At the end of the day, I'm a mom and stepmom of 5. I want my kids and every kid to be safe in our communities, and I want law enforcement officers to be safe in our communities. That means that we have to invest in proven strategies that actually do that, unlike what Republicans like Tom Tiffany have done, which is cut funding to local governments and take away local control so that communities don't have the resources to be able to actually solve these problems effectively. I am really proud, as the only attorney on this stage, to be someone that has fought for and passed criminal justice reforms to make us more safe and more just. I have taken on racial disparities in areas from health to criminal justice. And I believe that Wisconsin can be a place where everyone has the freedom to thrive, but not if we aren't willing to tackle these really tough issues.
Mr. Brennan, after the shooting in Madison, you are also calling for a full DOJ investigation. Would you sign a bill or a budget that cuts funding for police departments?
Of course I wouldn't. And I think, as others have said here, there's been a generation of disinvestment and a broken system between the state, the broken partnership between state and local government. And so we need to make sure that we're robustly funding that. It has been demonstrated this 115-year-old contract that we have had between state and local government worked pretty well for the first 80 years, and then the Republicans just turned off the spigot and stopped funding local government. So we need to make sure we do that. On the larger issue of criminal justice reform, we need to look a little bit to our neighbors to the west.
Who the fuck are these guys, and why are they getting far lighter coverage?
Criminal justice in that state. They're about the same size. They have about the same crime rate. We have about 3 times as many people incarcerated. In Wisconsin, we spend about $315 per capita on that. As a long-term target, spending that $600 million difference that they spend on other things in Minnesota, spending those on early childhood, on K-12 education, on other programs in Wisconsin, that would be the kind of investment over the long term that would put us in better stead and keep us from having fewer of these incidents, because they should outrage all of us, but there are ways that we can make a difference on those by spending our money differently.
Mr. Brennan, thank you. Mr. Crowley, without first seeing any video, you said that you were horrified by the reports of the shooting and immediately pointed to other police shootings in Kenosha and Minneapolis. Did you rush to judgment with your comments, and would you sign a bill or budget that cuts funding for police departments?
No, I did not rush to judgment with my comments. My thoughts and prayers are not just with Corey and his family and friends, but with the entire Madison community and everybody who's been affected and re-traumatized by this. Again, we have seen these types of incidents happening here locally with Jacob Blake, as well as George Floyd in Minnesota. And so it's extremely important that we have transparency.
Will you platform Donovan McKinney? I already have, and I will again. Shut the fuck up.
Investing in public safety, and that doesn't mean more money to police officers. That's like investing in systems like the community violence interruption. Milwaukee County, we have been a leader in actually helping to reduce violent crime here in Milwaukee County, working directly hand in hand with not just police departments, but also community organizations. And so we have to focus on not just investing upstream, but making sure we wrap around services around families so that they don't have to go down the road of criminality in the first place.
Madison police currently do not have police body cameras. Raise your hand if, as governor, you would sign legislation requiring all police and sheriff's departments in Wisconsin to have body cameras.
All of you.
All candidates.
Let's move on to the economy. Tonight, Wisconsinites overwhelmingly say inflation and the cost of living is the most important issue ahead of this election. The failed tax relief deal negotiated by Governor Tony Evers and Republican leaders would have delivered rebate checks to Wisconsinites, directed money to local schools to lower property taxes, increased special education funding, and eliminated taxes on tips and overtime. It failed in the state Senate. I'd like you to raise your hand if, as governor, you would have signed that deal into law if it passed.
If it passed?
If it passed, would you have signed it into law? 1, Mr. Crowley.
Ms. Royce, you were one of the 15 Democratic senators who helped kill the deal. Why?
Because at the end of the day, my job is to be a responsible steward of taxpayer dollars. And this would have created a $2.9 billion deficit down the road, which our schools and our healthcare system and our local governments cannot afford.
I'm sorry to say this, Wisconsin, but you're getting local news mogged by Michigan local news. It's kind of sad to see.
When we are spending money that
Wisconsin is getting a little bit local news mogged by Michigan local news. They have cooked up incredible debate formats. Calm, collected, calculated, insightful.
And making sure that we have a more fair, just tax system. All we are doing is throwing that money away on a political gimmick that was frankly cooked up by Robin Vos as he sees the blue wave coming and wanted to do anything that he could to either protect his members from losing their seats and run away from their terrible record on public education, which Tom Tiffany is partially responsible for.
Quickly, that projected deficit factored in zero economic growth. Would you consider zero economic growth? Would that be part of a Roy's administration if you cite that deficit?
I'm looking at having a president who is hell-bent on making things as expensive and challenging for families across the state, and a congressman running for governor who has done nothing but rubber stamp Trump's agenda 100%.
Thank you. Mr. Crowley, you were the only one who raised your hand to sign the deal.
Commie says, thank you for the 25 subs.
Well, I would have signed it into law because we would have gotten a bipartisan deal actually done. I think folks understand here in the state of Wisconsin, when you have divided government, it can be a bit chaotic. Were there things in this bill that I did not like? Absolutely. I love the fact that we were going to give relief to our schools and property tax relief, and there are other things in this bill that I didn't like. At the end of the day, we know that there are many Wisconsin families who are desperate. We should be focusing on how we lift them up and not playing politics. And so I would have signed that bill because that means it would have passed with bipartisanship.
Congressman Tom Tiffany is campaigning on the fact that he would return the entire surplus, he says, to taxpayers. Ms. Hong, would you return the surplus to taxpayers, or how would you spend the projected $2.5 billion?
Those are the taxpayers' dollars, but investment is what we need, thinking about our shared future, our kids. It is an investment when we invest in public schools and ensuring that we are cutting property taxes but doing right for our kids. Our campaign is about permanent affordability and putting all of those surplus dollars back into taxpayers' money, I think that it would be irresponsible. And the reason why that surplus deal was so problematic is that those who are on fixed income would not have received that check. Folks who are lower income would have received less. I think it's important to think about some of the working class families across our state that deserve real relief, durable relief, and that deal was not it.
We should mention you did vote against that in the Assembly. Quickly, what would you spend the surplus on?
Public education and health care.
Mr. Brennan, would you return it to the taxpayers, or would you spend it, and how would you spend it?
Well, I think Tom Tiffany and the Republicans have already shown their hands about how they'd return it to the taxpayers. There are 3 sections in the studio audience here tonight. If the poor people were, and the people on fixed income and Social Security were sitting over here, they would get nothing. The rest of us who are doing okay would get the $300 and $600. And by the way, if you want a stimulating effect by putting money into the economy, you put it in the hands of people who are going to spend it. And so that was part of the deal. The thing that I would have exercised in all of this is caution, because we live in a Trump economy. I put together, as the Secretary of Administration, 2 budgets for Governor Evers, and we need to make sure that we are doing everything possible to be cautious in this time of Trump. The way that I would spend it, one, it would be cautious, but the first thing that I would spend, the first $100 million, which I will do in January, will go into child care and early childhood education. It is a system that is broken. $1 billion of productivity sits on the sidelines
Can
every
we change
year,
the name money to merit?
especially from
Yes.
women, mainly from women who can't find affordable, accessible, or high-quality childcare. It is a K-12 and workforce issue. That's the first place I'd spend $100 million. Then I would restart the Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund with another $100 million. Like, those are the types of things that we can do. That's bipartisan effort. Those are bipartisan things that have been successful. The Knowles Nelson Stewardship Fund, 90% of us live within a mile of a project that's been enhanced by that over the last 40 years. It's as
Why are all these
bipartisan
candidates
as it
good
gets,
speakers?
and
What the
it's
fuck is
now
happening? Because you got primed by Haley Stevens into thinking that everyone that goes on a fucking debate stage is like, oh yeah, don't you know? That's not the case, okay? A lot of these people really want it, and they don't have $60 million propping their fucking candidacy
Fail the
up.
people of Wisconsin. Our school districts are going to referendum every single year just to keep the lights on. And we also see gaps in healthcare because we are one of
Mandela
10
Barnes
states that
is
has
a
yet to
very
expand
charismatic
our-
individual,
excuse
which
me,
is
expand our Medicaid
fucking
program under
annoying.
the Affordable
Like,
Care Act.
I'll admit
we
that.
are in a world of trouble, and Robin Voss has never
Like,
he's
he's a great speaker. Even Crowley's actually decent.
We give more money back to people the way we
And I say even
actually
Crowley because
return money to
he
folks
was polling
is
at
by
like
taxing the
1%
wealthy,
when he
taxing the
dropped out.
billionaires, taxing these corporations that have been getting over on us, making money hand over fist while communities continue to starve for resources. This is how we can most effectively return money back to folks. And on the issue of affordability, the
What
best way
was
we
the
can close the
surplus, though?
affordability gap is to put more money
It's
in the
rather
pockets of
striking how
hardworking
progressive the tenor of the arguments are. It's because Francesca Hong is on the stage. That's it. When you have, this is what happened with Bernie Sanders in 2020 and also in 2016 as well. Well, I guess not to the same degree in 2016, but in 2020, certainly, a big chunk of the candidates were trying to basically moderate to the left and shift the Overton window to the left just to be appealing to
Also now,
a base
and
of
also
support.
because of Trump's big ugly bill, there's going to be
Happened
some
with Zoran,
stresses
too.
when it comes to expanding Badger care, which I still support. It is the right thing to do for us. So many folks are staring down medical debt, medical bankruptcy.
We're going to move on.
Put money into healthcare.
We're going to move on to taxes. We did bring up taxes, so let's move on to taxes. You all, in some degree, have used phrases like making the wealthy pay their fair share and discussed raising taxes on the rich to fund your priorities. Wisconsin already has the second highest top income tax rate in the Midwest at 7.65%. So we want to know what all of you define as rich. So, Mr. Barnes, under your plan, what is the specific income level where taxes would go up, and what percentage would that top tax bracket pay?
Yeah, so I think that incomes over $1 million should be taxed a little bit higher, even if it's temporary. The fact is we are in a real crisis right now, and our necessities have not been seeing the resources, have not been seeing the funding. Again, there's no reason these school districts should be going to referendum every single year just to fund basic services. And if we increase that tax rate by less than 1%, 0.9%, 0.8%, we do a great deal to be able to provide much more funding to our school districts and also help close the share revenue
Is
gap.
that what you're proposing, 0.8 or 0.9%?
Well, I'm saying this is all. I'm happy to negotiate. This is
Okay.
what we need to negotiate. But this is the arena where I'm in right now.
Ms. Hong, the income level that you would raise taxes on, and how much?
Those who are making the $1,000,001. I think that the billionaire as well, to increase that to 0.9%. It is incredibly disappointing that some of our lowest income earners are paying a higher tax rate than some of our highest income earners. We need to return to a progressive income tax rate. It is how we build sustainable revenue and ensure that we're able to actually increase our tax base across the state as more working class people are going to be attracted to coming to Wisconsin to live, work, and play here. I think that the legislation that I introduced that would tax the billionaire and add a millionaire tax bracket would lower property taxes by up to 44%, and we could put that funding into special education funding, which we have neglected to actually honor the budget amount, and we must bring that back up to 90% reimbursement.
And the percentage for those millionaires?
I would increase that by about 1%.
You would increase that to about 8.65.
Correct.
Mr. Crowley, your income level and how much would you tax them?
Well, let's be very clear. It's just not the income tax, but it's also the property taxes that are also extremely high in the state of Wisconsin.
Yep, and we'll talk about that next.
Okay. Well, when we talk about income taxes, what we really need to be focusing on is how do we actually fix this system moving forward? What we need to do is take a holistic view of our tax.
I'll be honest, I hate American politics so much. I know this is my entire job, but especially when it comes to taxes, I just like, when it comes to taxes, every American is a reactionary. When it comes to policing, every American is a reactionary. When it comes to prisons, every American is a reactionary. When it comes to unlimited American bloodshed, most Americans are reactionaries. And it's so frustrating, especially when it comes to taxes. It's like, yes, of course we have to fucking increase taxes for people making over $1 million. Are you fucking insane? Like, not even by 1%. It should be far higher than that. It should be far higher, but I know that is electoral poison. The moment that you bring that shit up to an understandable rate, and I say this as someone who is certainly in that income bracket, okay? But as soon as you fucking bring that up, every American that makes $30,000 a year loses their dang minds and starts fucking freaking out. They're like, oh my God, they're gonna garnish my wage. They're gonna take away my Honda Civic. Shut the fuck up. You make 30 grand a year.
That have run rampant over the last 15 years of Republican rule. We have rolled out the red carpet for Foxconn. The AI data center tax breaks are estimated to cost us $2 billion. All that at a time when we are spending $0 on early childhood education, when our public schools have been starved of resources, jacking up people's property taxes just to help our kids keep teachers in the classroom. So as a small business owner, it offends me that the largest businesses in the state are not only not paying their fair share of taxes, but they're often getting public resources. These are going to big polluters, big corporations, out-of-state corporations. They're not tied to job creation, and we need to not just tax the wealthy, but make sure that big corporations pay their fair share too.
Do you have a specific percentage in mind?
I think it's concurrent with what my colleagues have talked about.
Mr. Brennan.
You're going to find that I have general agreement that people making over $1 million should pay a little bit more, and we could talk about what that is. But I also think that there are other things, the manufacturing and agricultural tax credit, which is generally not paid to farmers, and which has continued to increase.
Where's the disagreement? Everyone is Francesca Hong, actually. I would like to continue. You guys don't understand. Everyone is Francesca Hong except for Francesca Hong. Okay?
Is making sure that we have had middle-class tax cuts and ensuring that we can continue to do that. Now, the other thing about this, however, is that I like to win, and we are losing right now to Ohio, we're losing to Michigan, we're losing to Minnesota when it comes to economic development. And so if we're truly going to get to the Wisconsin that we need, if we're going to increase our population, if we're going to increase what we're getting out of our government, it's going to come from economic growth. And I think we need to make sure that we are aggressive in those things. You don't need to tell me about Foxconn. I spent the first year of the Evers administration trying to figure out how do we get out of that $3 million obligation. Ultimately, we brought that down to $80 million, and we were able to invest and treat them like virtually every other company, and then be able to invest in Main Street businesses. So this is not just about how do we raise revenue, it's how do we raise revenue by taxes, it's how do we raise revenue through growth and making sure that we are growing our own and investing in economic development in our state.
Real quick before we move on, what if all the millionaires leave the state and go to a state near us that has a flat tax rate or a lower tax rate? Then all of these plans collapse, correct?
I think that's why that's why this needs to be a holistic strategy. You know, there's a whole bunch of ways in which people don't trust government and don't trust Democrats, and we better be in a position where we can demonstrate to them that when we're spending these things, they're also getting some benefit on it. So if all we're talking about is raising taxes, and if this is all going to be about
in your scenario, I drive a Honda Civic and make 30 grand a year, I also have to shut the fuck up. Yes, if you're literally worried about a millionaire tax, then please see yourself out of this fucking conversation, dumbass. We're trying to get the millionaires, myself included, to literally pay a fucking tax rate that is maybe a little bit more reasonable. Okay? So yeah, it's not a conversation for you. Shut the fuck up.
Schools, when we see some of these corporate loopholes and corporate welfare come to an end, when we have investment in rural roads, when there's legalization of cannabis, I think that we can improve the quality of life for millionaires and ensure that they too will be able to live, work, and thrive here in our state.
Let's talk about property taxes.
This past year, Wisconsinites saw the highest property tax increase in 3 decades. School property tax levies increased on average nearly 8%. Raise your hand if you as governor would commit to an across-the-board property tax decrease. All candidates agreeing to a across-the-board property tax decrease. We'll start with you, Mr. Barnes. How would you make that happen?
Well, first of all, we have to get school funding off of the property tax rolls. That's the biggest thing. The reason we have seen these historic property tax increases is, again, because communities all across the state of Wisconsin have voted to raise their own property taxes. I'm thinking of like a busted-down 1992 Honda Civic. It is a very irresponsible way to fund education, to fund our future, to prioritize our children. When I talked about Robin Voss not being a good negotiating partner, when I talked about the priorities in Wisconsin missing the mark, this is how we end up with a surplus, because our schools don't have the funding and the resources that they need. So what we need to immediately do is get to the state's constitutional commitment of 2/3 funding. We have to make sure our schools are fully funded. When our schools are fully funded, that burden doesn't fall on the property tax rolls. And then gradually over time, we'll be able to decrease property taxes.
We are there right now at 2/3 roughly?
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Mr. Brennan, how do you make an across-the-board property tax decrease happen?
It was mentioned a little bit by Mandela, but this spring when we all celebrated Chris Taylor's win, that same night, 72 school districts went to referendum, 60 of them for operations, just to keep the lights on, not to build a new middle school, not to build a new science classroom. That is as big a condemnation as we can get in Wisconsin. And so I would immediately scrap that funding formula, which is under lawsuit right now, but it's probably going to take 3 years for that to work its way through the courts. Our kids don't have 3 more years to wait. I would create a child-centric formula where every kid has value.
It's still good that guys like this are in the race and they're spreading the fucking the establishment vote around, but I can't stand.
That's how most other states have done
I
this.
cannot
And if you do that
stand
and recommit to that
listening to a guy that's polling at fucking 3%, dude. Why is he talking so much more than Francesca Hong?
What they need in the classroom. This is where we have failed.
Like this guy cannot shut the fuck up. Dude, you're polling at 2%. You cannot be talking 50% of the fucking time.
Property taxpayers against kids.
Ms. Hong, how do you bring property taxes
What the
down across
hell?
board?
As I mentioned, that we have already introduced legislation that would
Zoran was at
add a tax
3%.
to the
Not
millionaires
literally a
and
week out
increase
from the
the
fucking
millionaire tax
primary, you
bracket,
idiot.
as well as a billionaire tax. You know, this would help us fund
Zoran
special
wasn't
education
polling at
while
1%
lowering
a week
property
out from the
taxes
fucking
by up to
primary.
44%. It is essential that we return to 2/3 funding
You
and
fucking
make sure
idiots.
that we are bringing a responsible end to the voucher program. This is a program that currently the state is spending over $1.2 billion, and I think that it is not just public school funding that is raising property taxes. Robin Voss and the Republican-led legislature has been decreasing shared revenue, and it is a deep inadequate funding for our local governments, and they too have had to go to referenda, and many are increasing property taxes. So increasing the levies and giving our local governments the ability to raise more revenue, I think that this is how we're going to make sure that communities can invest in the things that and the programs that they absolutely deserve.
And we're going to get to education and vouchers here in just a second. Ms. Royce, so I do want to ask about property taxes. How do you bring property taxes down across the board?
The most important thing that we can do is appropriately fund our local governments and our public schools at the state level. That means getting to the 2/3 funding commitment that was made but has never been met. But it also means fixing the way that those dollars are distributed, because right now it's deeply inequitable. My family moved to rural Taylor County. That's where I was a little girl. And they moved because of the quality of the public education system here in Wisconsin 47 years ago. Now, raising my kids in Dane County, I can see that we have been shortchanging our kids, and that is not okay with me. So we do need more state resources to end this divisive cycle of referendums that are pitting neighbors against one another, grandparents against their grandkids' schools. I also am the only candidate in this race that actually has a plan, not just a wish, but an actual plan to bring that private voucher scheme to a responsible end, because the actual number is closer to $1.8 billion in each budget that is going directly out of the coffers of our local school districts into these private schemes. And they are unaccountable and they can discriminate against kids. And none of us as taxpayers should find that acceptable.
Mr. Crowley, how do you bring property taxes down across the board?
Property taxes are extremely high here in the state of Wisconsin. It's not just affecting the senior who's on a fixed income, it's also affecting that young person who may want to buy a home, and everybody's getting squeezed in every direction. And it's not just affecting homeowners, it's also affecting renters as well, because when property taxes go up, landlords, quite frankly, pass those down to those renters as well. And so we have to tackle property taxes by, one, investing in our education system, increasing the reimbursement rates as well for special education, because our school districts shouldn't have to choose between mandated services and whether or not they're going to have teachers. But as the only elected official who runs, county government, representing 19 different municipalities, close to 1 million people, we have a lot of state mandated services. And with those state mandated services, those resources don't come down the pipeline. And so it's extremely important that we work at the state to make sure that we are getting, local governments are getting enough resources to invest in things like public safety, because the state of Wisconsin is near the bottom or dead last when it comes down to investments and such.
We brought up vouchers, so let's talk about vouchers. Right now, about 30,000 Milwaukee children attend private schools using taxpayer-funded vouchers. Milwaukee was the first school choice program in the nation to help families who felt failed by the public school system, and still do so today. The program has since expanded statewide. As we've heard, some of you are calling to end the voucher program. Mr. Crowley, do you support eliminating or
I get all the
reducing
candidates
vouchers
confused.
in
This
the
is
city
the
of
one you tried to
Milwaukee?
poison, right?
Look,
I didn't try to poison her. It was just
MPS
cheese.
graduate. Went to Milwaukee Public Schools. All 3 of my daughters go to public schools. So I believe in the power of our public education. I think to say that we're going to fully eliminate the voucher system overnight really doesn't take into account the impact towards our family, towards our teachers, and quite frankly, toward the public school system. We've talked about how we went to referendum to make sure our public schools have what they need. And if we're going to referendum for the current capacity of students that they have now, how will we be able to bring on those students and make sure that we have great public schools moving forward? And so I don't think the question is whether or not we should have vouchers. The question should be, how do we continue to invest in our public schools to make sure that they are the school of choice?
So would you sign a bill that eliminated or reduced vouchers in Milwaukee?
To eliminate or reduce vouchers, no, but I don't believe in expanding vouchers in the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Barnes, you're proposing a multi-year sunset of the program as you've described it. What does that look like specifically in the city of Milwaukee?
Well, let's first talk about the reason why parents feel failed by public schools. This all goes back to the lack of funding. This goes back to the state not meeting its 2/3 funding requirement, and schools have been starved of resources. So it will only be natural for parents to feel that way. I am also a proud Milwaukee Public School graduate, but I know, having gone to a school that was starved of resources, what that impact meant on a lot of my classmates. Now, I was very fortunate to know where I was going to go home at night. I was very fortunate to not have to worry about where my next meal came from. But that's not the reality that far too many of our students face. And when we're talking about education, we truly have to talk about the societal factors that impact how our students do or do not learn. If we have these exorbitant rates of child poverty, it is going to impact the way that they learn. And as I have talked about vouchers, the main line is accountability, because we have seen horror stories where voucher operators close doors overnight. These operators moved to Florida on the public dime. And so we have to first get the bad actors out of the system. Now, I believe public dollars belong in public schools. And if you receive a dime of public money as a private school operator, you should have to operate by a uniform set of standards. That means public governance, that means public accountability, public scrutiny. And if you cannot meet those standards, you should be taken out of the system. And I can tell you.
But do vouchers go down, or are they eliminated in the city of Milwaukee?
Well, I think that the income caps being lifted is a travesty because that is what makes it a scheme. This no longer becomes a program for lower income parents to put their children
So
in
there
private
could be
schools.
less
It becomes
vouchers
a
in
handout.
Milwaukee.
It becomes a handout, and we can no longer, there's no justification for expansion of vouchers or lifting the caps if we have not fully funded our public schools. So yes, I would sign a bill that reduced them because we have seen so much chaos with this system. We have seen, and look, a lot of students, and this is not an overnight thing by any means, but we do have to get serious about the delivery of education, specifically here in Milwaukee, but we also have to get serious about the societal issues that continue to plague our system.
Everyone's
We always have the
filibustering.
conversation
Everyone is
about education, but never
filibustering.
about poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. Ms.
Enough.
Royce, at what point in your plan do vouchers go away for tens of millions of children in Milwaukee, tens of thousands of children in Milwaukee?
No student in Milwaukee or Racine who is currently enrolled in a voucher program and is happy there will be displaced, and they will be allowed to continue their education until they graduate, as will their siblings. However, all programs that take public money need to be subject to the same rules and regulations that public schools are. Right now, you can do corporal punishment in a voucher school. You don't have to have licensed teachers that undergo background checks. You can discriminate against teachers and against students, including cherry picking students and saying, no, we don't want a student with a disability. I think that's totally unacceptable as a taxpayer and certainly as a parent. Every single child deserves a high quality public education. And what we have with the statewide expansion is essentially a program that has subsidized the private choices of wealthy parents. The vast majority of students in the statewide expansion were already in private school at their parents' expense before taxpayers started picking up the tab. I believe that public dollars belong in public schools, and if you take even $1 of public money, you need to be subject to accountability. And yes, over time, I am going to bring the private voucher scheme to an end as we increase the quality and the capacity of our public schools, because the most important thing to me as a parent, and what I hope my legacy will be as governor, is to restore Wisconsin in our rightful place as the best public education state in the nation.
So a 3-year-old child, for example, in the city of Milwaukee would not qualify for a voucher under your plan?
Correct, unless they were enrolled in a 3K program or if their sibling was already in one.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, do you support ending or dialing back the state's voucher program? And specifically, what does that look like for Milwaukee?
Yeah, and I do support some putting back the cap on for the statewide program, which has come off. I think that we've already talked about some of the accountability. There's a transparency issue. We should pass a state law that says on your property tax bill, you can see how much the city, the county, the public schools, and how much vouchers are costing.
That's my favorite.
All of those things are important.
That's my favorite bullshit when they're like, yeah, we're not going to lower the prices. We're just going to offer transparency. Trump tried to do this with the fucking pharmaceutical prices too. Remember? He's like, oh, we'll just put bill transparency up. Oh, okay, great.
Because there are representatives in Milwaukee who represent the city of Milwaukee for whom more than half of the people who live there are sending their kids to private schools. Like, we have to live in the real world. This is an issue that is dividing Democrats, because in Milwaukee, what parents deserve is a great option. And I want to make sure our public schools are better than any, bar none. We have the largest achievement gap in the country right here in my hometown. That's not acceptable. So the results aren't what we want. We need to hold everybody accountable. You know who doesn't like accountability? Lousy schools, no matter what kind of school they are. So we need to make sure we are holding ourselves accountable, but we need to also make sure that that we are living in the real world here, because I wouldn't put legislators in a position where they're going to have to tell parents that they can't send their kids to the school.
But let's say a bill got to your desk. Would you sign a bill that reduced vouchers in the city of Milwaukee?
I wouldn't right now, because I think we need to make sure that we are doing right by everybody in the city of Milwaukee. There are changes to be made. The largest recipient of vouchers in the state, $44 million to a virtual school. Like, those are the types of things we can change.
Ms. Hong, you are calling for a responsible transition away from the, quote, unfair voucher program. Does that include fully eliminating vouchers in Milwaukee?
You know, I'm a very proud daughter of immigrants, a single mom where my son is going to the same public school district that I came through in my hometown of Madison. I believe that public dollars not only belong in public schools, but one of the reasons that privatization has grown across the country is that, it's public institutions of education that are one of our last remaining democratic institutions. And if we don't have strong public schools, we can't have a strong democracy. Our plan would ensure property tax transparency. I was in Luxembourg, Wisconsin, at the dairy breakfast, talking to a gentleman who had no idea about the voucher program. And when he found out that the statewide program is where some of the public dollars were going into private schools, he was shocked. Ending that statewide program and implementing property tax transparency, and then moving to Milwaukee and Racine and looking at accountability and transparency measures that is uniform across what public schools are having to be audited for and the different regulations that public schools are responsible for. And I will say, I introduced the Healthy School Meals for All legislation, and that is a bill that would include all students in K through 12. It includes vouchers and it includes private schools, schools for the visually impaired. And this is a type of bill that not only helps to reduce costs for families, but would help all students across the state.
So to the point of fully eliminating vouchers in Milwaukee, your plan?
It has to be a responsible program and process where we work directly with the families and the different schools where the voucher program, depending on how expansive it is in the school, but it would need to come to an end. And I can see, I don't want to put a firm number on it, but I do believe that, again, public dollars coming in public schools, understanding that we have built this system where it's deeply inequitable, and I think that it's important that we put in the responsibilities of working with our partners to end the program in Milwaukee.
Eventually a full end in the city of Milwaukee.
I believe that that is what bringing a responsible end to the voucher program is, Matt.
Thank you.
Let's talk about data centers. In Marquette's latest poll, 76% of Wisconsinites say they believe the costs outweigh the benefits, and that includes a majority of Democrats, independents, and Republicans. You've all outlined varying plans on how you would approach the boom in data centers, from new regulations to construction moratoriums. State lawmakers recently attempted to pass a series of regulations, but they failed to pass the full legislature. If lawmakers can't agree, and if you believe in local control, what really can you do as governor, Mr. Crowley?
Well, one, we need to, it's unfortunate that the legislature actually left session without actually putting any guardrails in place. And so as governor, we need to make sure that we're protecting ourselves from the data centers that are currently here. I do have the same concerns that many folks have across this state, but I think a moratorium, a short-term moratorium, doesn't address the long-term concerns that we have. And so as governor, we will make sure that we hold these data centers accountable, that they pay for the energy use, they pay for the grid upgrades, and they bring the Beyonce approach, bring your own new clean energy. We need these data centers to be as close to 100% renewable energy as much as possible. But they can go anywhere in this country. But we have to understand that our clean air, our clean water, it doesn't stop at the borders of Wisconsin. And so as county executive, we have put in place a climate action plan to reduce our carbon emissions, and we're 50% of the way there. And we need to make sure that we're having that same level of accountability here in the state of Wisconsin. But if they are going to be here, let's make sure we're utilizing union labor. Let's see project labor agreements, prevailing wage, and community benefit agreements across the entire state, because we're all going to be affected. And I believe they should be subsidizing
win the primary. All vibes, not bad vibe. She just doesn't have the juice.
You said they could go anywhere. Do you want them here?
What the fuck are you talking about?
You said they could go anywhere.
Every person that has spoken the entire fucking debate stage is literally like 30 points away from her right now. What the fuck are you even saying right now? She's at 44%. She's polling at 44%. David Crowley, the guy who's talking right now, is at 15%. The fuck do you mean she doesn't have the juice?
Or the other Democratic legislation that had been introduced by my colleagues, and yet Robin Voss ended session early. I think it's important that we have enforceable regulation, that we bring union workers to the table, that this is very similar to what I believe could be seen as more collective bargaining, to make sure that we're protecting union jobs, and that, you know, the natural resources, we're letting some of the big tech companies know that they are not for sale. And until we fully fund the Department of Natural Resources and we have the actual regulations to hold polluters accountable, that we are including in the Public Service Commission, you know, different types of phases where we have stricter legislation and clear definitions of how data centers can actually move forward. This moratorium is necessary so that we can responsibly and put in enforcement mechanisms to protect communities. And seeing local governments already put moratoriums into play, we want people to have local control, but we also want to make sure that there are the guardrails, the legal resources, and that if data centers are going to come here in our state, that they pay their own way and actually pay up front. And I think it's important to say that, the data centers that currently exist in our state, there is a sales tax exemption with over $2.1 billion that could go back into infrastructure for clean, renewable energy, green union jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, if lawmakers can't agree and you believe in local control, what can you do to address the boom in data centers?
3 words to start with: get new lawmakers. That's why the stakes are so important this year. That's why we need a nominee who's going to win down ballot and make sure we can have a majority in the state assembly and the state senate. Once we do that, what people think about when they think about data centers is they are angry. They're angry because government has failed them. The state got into the data center game and they put no guardrails on. And I have not called for a moratorium, but I have said that I would put a pause on the construction of new data centers, not for a year, but in the first 100 days, we can do 4 things. We can make sure that nobody watching tonight pays for the construction, the operation, the transmission, the ultimate retirement of these. Make sure that there are real teeth in the environmental regulations, making sure that they're having to do renewables. Make sure that there are Wisconsin union workers who are building these if they happen here. And number 4, make sure that there are never going to be the non-disclosure agreements that are the reason why people don't trust government, why they're so angry about these things. If we can demonstrate in that first 100 days, and there's good legislation that's gone through 12 drafts, and Democrats and Republicans both, and stakeholders have had involvement in that. If we can do that in the first 100 days, it's not going to make everybody happy, but it's going to set the bar and take away that uncertainty and take away another reason why people distrust government and why they're so angry. Like, that's, I think, what governing is.
Mr. Barnes.
So as a governor, the response has to be bigger than buzzwords. Now, I do think that there should be no new data center construction without those guardrails in place. If a community rejects a data center proposal, then there should be no new data center constructed. And with the guardrails, with the framework that protects our natural resources, that makes sure that water quality, air quality is protected, that also makes sure that people's utility rates aren't increasing.
Nobody's attacking each other.
If that framework is in place, it also needs to be retroactively applied to existing data centers. And we also have to have a renewable energy mandate to make sure that they are contributing energy back to the grid. And I want us all to, caution, especially, because I do, again, no new data center construction without those guardrails in place. But even as the representative mentioned, in urban Milwaukee, it was reported that a
Fran's doing well when you're the big favorite like she is. The most important thing is to be steady and calm. Voters are going to final gut check on her, and she's absolutely killing it. The rest of the field is just copying her platform. I know. I'm very annoyed by it.
To make sure that they have the funding to engage in the ongoing quality monitoring of these data centers to ensure that they aren't negatively impacting
debate stage is just copying verbatim the shit that she has said.
Something that none of my colleagues have mentioned, even though we are all running for governor,
no fucking
is using
debate.
executive
They're all
power
saying the same
against
shit.
The existing projects that are under construction and were put under construction over the strenuous objections of those communities. We have a Department of Natural Resources that should be protecting our air and our soil and our water. We have a Public Service Commission that needs to be much more aggressive about making sure that the big guys are not asking us to subsidize them. I have put forth the strongest legislation and the strongest plan of the candidates in this race to actually address and stop the unregulated development of data centers, because I believe the status quo is totally unacceptable. The moratorium bill has very little support and is unlikely to pass, but the strong regulation bill that many of my colleagues have described is poised to pass in January. But I will not stop there. I will also establish a public negotiating team.
I think they literally realize Francesca Hong is unbelievably popular for good reason, because her policies are really popular, her platform's really popular. So they were like, oh, we're more electable, but we have the same platform. Like, that's the argument that they're trying to present, which, by the way, you can't make an electability argument when you're trailing the fucking front runner by like 30 points, obviously. But that's literally what they're trying to do. They're trying to left bait to the best of their ability without any of the fucking credibility of being on the left. They're all establishment candidates, or even Mandela Barnes is basically an establishment candidate himself. Every single one of them is basically saying, like, there's no distinction between me and Francesca.
It would require K-12 schools to teach Asian American history. So much of working in government has to do with building strong relationships, and I have done that with Republicans. I am willing to work with anyone at the table who wants to actually deliver for working class families and improve lives and work on policies that are going to be deliverables. And I believe that shared revenue, healthcare, and public education education are three areas and some of my top priorities where Republicans have shown some support, and I've talked to them about these issues. And so I believe that even with the split legislature, my focus and my leadership will ensure that we are governing to actually deliver for working class families across the state.
Thank you, Mr. Barnes. How do you get anything done with Republicans?
Well, I can tell you that's why this race is so important. That's why rejecting this broken system matters so much. That's why rejecting the status quo is so important when people go to cast a ballot. Look, we'll never be as bold as we need to be as a state if we continue down this path that we've been going. And it's been mentioned that the county executive had his campaign resurrected by special interests in a dark room with people with their thumb on the scale. This means things will always be the same with that sort of leadership. We should be asking for more. We should be demanding more. And if we lead with a bold platform, we implement a mandate. We have a mandate to govern in the interest of people in a way that we have never done before. And that's what this race is about.
Thank you, Mr. Crowley. How do you work with Republicans? Get anything done?
You know, I served in the state legislature like many of my colleagues here, but none of them have actually run local government. You know, I'm the county executive of the largest community. And when I was elected in 2020, we had to work to get Act 12 passed. And we worked with Democrats and Republicans, and we've done it in Republican-controlled legislatures, and I do believe that we'll get a lot more done.
Thank you. Believe it or not, it is now time for closing statements. We did choose randomly with the campaigns present to determine the order.
Each candidate will have 30 seconds for a final thought, and we will begin with Mr. Brennan.
Thank you very much. Well, you've seen differences amongst us today. We have a common threat. It's losing to Tom Tiffany and Donald Trump. And the stakes have never been higher. We can build 100,000 new homes. We can expand Badger Care. We can stop having property taxpayers pitted against kids in Wisconsin. But we have to win in order to do that. For 25 years, I have been somebody who has solved problems. I'll be a governor who's more interested in results than rhetoric. I hope that I can get your support on August 11th and November 3rd. Thanks for tuning in tonight.
Mr. Crowley.
I want to first and foremost thank our moderators for hosting us, and I want to thank all of you who are tuning in today. You know, my story is like Wisconsin's story. I grew up learning the values of hard work, resilience, and to stand up when somebody tries to knock you down. But people all across this state are struggling every single day, and I know what that feels like. They need a governor who's going to deliver for them on day one. And that's why I have received the endorsements of folks like Tony Evers, Governor Evers, our labor unions, and folks all across our state, because they know I will be delivering the results that's going to make a great impact. I look forward to having your vote on August 11th.
Mr. Royce.
Yeah, these guys had an opportunity here, which was to attack Francesca Hong. None of them seized on that opportunity. And they all basically tried to carbon copy her policies and her platform. So good luck to all of them. I like in that sense, it actually hurts Francesca Hong because she can't distinguish herself as being different than the others. But she doesn't have to do that because she's already the front runner. These sorts of debates are an opportunity for someone who's trailing behind to come after Francesca Hong because she's the top dog.
To everybody watching at home, I want you to know that the establishment is trying to rig this election.
This was not a debate.
They want you
This
to
was
choose
an
between
agreement.
their preferred candidate, and also Republican billionaires are lining up to the tune of $3.5 million to choose a Democratic nominee in this race. I'm here to say that's BS. I've been a progressive fighter who's taken on the tough fights, but also the only candidate on this stage who's actually defeating Tom Tiffany according to the most recent Marquette poll. We can get things done, but it starts on August 11th. I'm asking for your support so that we can go into November with the strength and that we can go into January with the mandate to govern in the interests of people.
Ms. Hong.
Thank you so much to the viewers this evening. I am your fighter, fighting alongside you and fighting for you. And this is a movement moment. Our campaign is one that has built a bipartisan coalition where we have reached voters in every part of the state. Republicans, independents, Democratic Socialists, and Democrats. They have come together and already uniting. We are already beating Tom Tiffany, whether it comes to the number of donors, whether it comes to the number of individual donations. I think it's time for this moment of unity, and I'm the leader to meet that moment.
That was quick, and we did it. We made it. Our sincere thank you to the candidates this evening for being here tonight, and thank you to everyone watching at home.
If you missed any part of tonight's debate, it will be available on the 12 News app, YouTube, and streaming on Very Local.
Okay, she landed the plane. She landed the plane. Okay, listen. I'm going to keep it $150. I'm going to be a little bit critical. People might get mad at me. I think Francesca was a little too timid. I know that she's trying not to fuck up. I know Michael from Pennsylvania is right, but she is no longer she is no longer auditioning for the primary. She's now auditioning against Tom Tiffany. So she got to be way more ruthless in the general. And I hope she will, especially considering that, all bets are off when you're going up against a Republican, right? That's your green suit envy talking? Yeah, okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's my green suit envy. I'm envious because she has she rocked the green suit a lot better than me. I'm envious because I'm still hurt because she rejected my cheese that I put on the Korean food, the kalbijim. We'll take it up. We'll take it up with her in person when I'm in Wisconsin. Okay. Now, one of the areas that I think she could have distinguished herself, I don't know what the attitude on the ground in Wisconsin is, but like she could have distinguished herself a little bit further with the voucher stuff. It is kind of wild that virtually every single candidate on that fucking stage was in agreement with her entire platform. I cannot believe it. If you were tuning in for the first time ever to the Wisconsin primaries and you watched that, you'd be like, what the fuck? Why? They all agree. Where's the debate? They all have the same exact platform. And perhaps that's the goal. Perhaps that's the goal of the other candidates. Instead of attacking Francesca, who's the front runner right now, they're relying on people not paying close attention to the race so far, and that they can present themselves as like the more electable version of Francesca Hong, even though they have the same exact platform. Why won't you vote for me? Look, she's a toss-up. Everyone's saying she's scary. She's socialist. Perhaps that's their goal here. But at the end of the day, they didn't bring that up at all. Okay? They didn't bring that up at all, which is a good thing for Francesca, obviously. It's never good to feel super secure and super confident, and I certainly won't. But overall, not a lot of drama on the debate stage. Yes. Okay, dumps for Toby Durden. I don't care, guys. Come on. You guys are so excited about fucking Toby Durden. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Dave Weigel live tweeted it. He said, first question is for Crowley about him unsuspending his campaign. I was never born into the establishment. I was born into the struggle, he says. For first Q for Hong is about DSA platform. Does she fully back it? Francesca Hong said, I do not support the full platform of the national DSA, and I am not endorsed by DSA National. This is an important distinction. DSA National rarely ever makes endorsements. Maylot Kuros, I believe, was one. Oliver Larkin is another one. Corey Bush is another DSA National endorsement. But most of these, like Zohran Mamdani wasn't a DSA National endorsement, right? Zohran Mamdani was New York City DSA. So you have to remember that. And obviously Francesca Hong is DSA, the entire Wisconsin DSA is backing her. She's a DSA member herself. But so that's part of the distinction. Now, the reason why she's saying that is because they've been eating her up on defund the police or police abolition, prison abolition. She has in the past said things that are perhaps a little too woke for the American electorate to hear on those issues. And she's pivoted to, doing the Zoran technique, which is to literally say defund the police without actually using the words defund and the police next to one another. It's a very interesting technique where they just explain the defund the police position without saying those words because everyone is so fucking negatively polarized against it. She did that on the debate stage tonight. Great work. Love that. Don't care if the hyper wokes get mad about that. It's literally what Zoran did as well. Okay? It doesn't mean that you're not invested in tackling the root cause in which crime manifests. That's the whole purpose of defund the police, right? It's a good way to go about it. I don't necessarily care about the slogan. Like I like it. I think it was fine. I was very mad for years and years. You said the twice, just to be clear. Okay, defund the police as a slogan is unfortunately far too negatively polarized against. As long as you still maintain your position on what must be done to tackle crime broadly, and the solution is to tackle the socioeconomic factors while not increasing headcount, while not like funding the police further, right? Then that's good. Here was her answer to the "I'm a proud democratic socialist" thing. This professor agrees with your take on the debate. Hong is unquestionably the winner of the debate, in my opinion. When you're the front runner, the goal is to get through the debate unscathed. That's what happened to her. No other candidate went after Hong, even though this seemed to me like a do-or-die moment for the non-Hong candidates. Hong got plenty of time to tout her most popular position, data center moratorium, and none of her competitors took advantage of the opportunities early in the debate to go after her on policing/public safety. Yeah. What I don't understand is this messaging of explicitly creating separation from the DSA. Just explain your positions and leave it at that. She's not. She's not positioning herself explicitly as a separate person from the Democratic Socialists of America. She's saying she doesn't endorse the entirety of the DSA national platform.
Abolishing the Senate, prisons, and replacing the presidency and the Supreme Court as
Like, dude, are you fucking kidding me? You're running for office. Of course, if you're running for governor, you're not going to say you're in favor of abolishing prisons. Okay? This is a very unique situation. I don't know how to explain this over and over again. I have so many times at this point, but I'll continue to do it. The Democratic Socialists of America is not an organization designed exclusively to create electable Democrats. The Democratic Socialists of America is a democratically organized socialist political organization. There's the DSA right, there's the DSA left. Obviously, there are people who are card-carrying members of the Democratic Socialists of America that are running for office that are not going to endorse all of the national platform. Okay? The national platform is democratically organized. Okay? You guys got a little taste of it. We went to the convention, if you recall. Okay? In any case, her response here makes sense. She's not distancing herself from... What the fuck is this? She's not distancing herself from the Democratic Socialists of America. She's just simply saying, the way that you're framing this platform, I do not endorse all of it. The national DSA organization has not endorsed me. I am, however, a proud Democratic Socialist.
abolishing the Senate, prisons, and replacing the presidency and the Supreme Court as we know it. Do you fully back the DSA platform, and why should primary voters trust your judgment and your ability to win statewide?
Well, first, thank you so much to the team at WISN and Marquette University for hosting this important debate. I do not support the full platform of the national...
DSA wouldn't even endorse you? I think I'm radical enough that the national DSA would probably endorse me excitedly if I was fucking running for office. I'm exactly the type of candidate that DSA National endorses. I mean, look at the candidates that they have endorsed. National DSA endorsements are great, but let's be real. This is, local. As a matter of fact, I think the Marxist Unity Group presented someone like myself, ironically enough, to run for president as an alternative, which is hilarious. It's never going to happen.
DSA, and I'm not endorsed by DSA National. What Democratic Socialists...
Here, let's run this again.
And why should primary voters trust your judgment and your ability to win statewide?
Well, first, thank you so much to the team at WISN and Marquette University for...
I'm not running for anything. Everybody calm the fuck down. I would never run for anything. You are very moderate as a socialist? Yeah, I'm very moderate as a socialist. I'm also very radical for the average American.
hosting this important debate. I do not support the full platform of the National DSA, and I'm not endorsed by DSA National. What democratic socialism is a form of government that puts working class people first, that puts work first. The policies that we have been working on, permanent affordability, has broad bipartisan support in every corner of the state. Well, things like fully funding our public schools, ensuring that we are doing right by our kids and cutting property taxes, taxing the ultra wealthy and mega corporations, ensuring that we can invest in free.
Not accepting the platform's kind of ass, though. We want a new party. They need to be on our platform and promote the party. Considering that there is no opportunity to generate or create a new party right now, given the current material conditions, given the current political environment, given the current lack of class consciousness, the current lack of political education, we'll cross that bridge when the time is right. Okay? It's the same exact problem. The reason why DSA is not its own unique and individual party that distinguishes itself from the Democratic Party and instead runs Democrats on the, Democratic Party platform or on a DSA platform, but on the Democratic Party line is also the same reason why you can't currently in this day and age wholeheartedly sit there and endorse as a governor prison abolition when the average American's understanding of prison abolition is you're going to empty out the prisons so rapists can be in my backyard and rape me. There's a time and place. DSA is a decentralized org. What matters is your local DSA. Exactly. Michael from Pennsylvania is right. If we want our electeds to endorse a platform, we need to probably have them in the loop with the national SIO platform. We probably need some reforms as to how the platform is developed. Y'all are mad as hell at the DSA chatter. Chill. Yes, he's the DSA chatter who, once again, DSA is a complex tapestry of different ideological tendencies. So the DSA chatter in the chat is speaking from a different wavelength on this issue. Okay?
Childcare, and that everyone has access to affordable housing. And we are the only campaign to support a moratorium on AI data centers, and we have found broad bipartisan support. I am looking forward to helping the Democrats become the big tent party that they've aimed to be for many years.
It's not just, I understand what the dirty break is, bro. We passed national resolution to start forming a party, not a new ballot line. Slatty Matty, I think you and I both understand that I have no issues with the national DSA program or its platform. But if someone is running for office currently, in 2026 in the big 226, they can't run on a platform of prison abolition. Okay? Just like they can't run on a platform of seizing the means of production. It's just not happening. The actual one doesn't call for the immediate prison abolition. I understand that. Of course, no one is demanding immediate prison abolition. Prison abolitionists are not demanding immediate prison abolition. Okay? I get it. I know. But at the end of the day, the means that we have to disseminate our positions are unfortunately stunted by the likes of me being probably one of the largest fucking media platforms for the Democratic Socialists of America as it stands currently. Okay? So what are we supposed to do? There's no CNN equivalent. There's no New York Times equivalent. There's no Pravda equivalent. There is nothing that can actually educate the masses in a short enough period of time for them to understand these concepts so that someone who's associated with that, when they bring up prison abolition, people immediately understand it doesn't mean It doesn't mean open up the prisons so the pedophile rapist can fucking, run amok. Because currently, as it stands, with the hostile, pro-capitalist media landscape that exists, that is the way that it's presented to the average American. That's what the average American hears. That's what the average American understands. That's why we're trying to penetrate public consciousness by associating, by way of sewer socialism, good governance with democratic socialism. Okay? I'll give you one example of that moderation that I abide by. I am a firm and committed believer in a nationalized healthcare system. Do you ever hear me say, oh, fuck Medicare for all? We need an NHS. No, of course not. Because I understand, given the current confines, given the current limitations, Medicare itself is already an existing social construct, is already an existing a part of the welfare system, part of the social safety nets, and expanding the existing part of the social safety nets is the best possible direction to move in terms of real incremental change that the average Democrat claims is far too radical. Okay? That's incremental change. Medicare for all is incremental change in the direction of the national healthcare system. I believe in a nationalized healthcare system. Okay? But I'm never going to sit there and be like, you have to also say you want an NHS. Medicare for all is incrementalism. That's the reality. That's the sad yet scary reality. That's the sad reality of American politics. Okay, but the NHS is not a good model. It's a fucking fantastic model. It's an awesome model. You know, a lot of us were excited because you turned 35 and can run for president. Smile. Yeah, that's not happening. I think the American Long March should be a socialist Forrest Gump who runs around the nation giving people labor and class education. Okay. The real question is, what is the difference between NHS and Medicare for all? Currently, as it stands, none of the hospitals and none of the healthcare system, even under Medicare, is actually public. They're still private institutions. We have to change that. They have to be public institutions, inevitably. So right now, under an NHS-style system, all the nurses, all the doctors, they're all public servants. They're all a part of the nationalized healthcare system. They're all getting paid by the government. In the American system, I think the VA is the only one that is not dissimilar to the NHS, where like the VA has people who work in public service, like the doctors and the nurses are being paid by the government. They're not. VA is the only one that has public sector employees that are doing healthcare. VA for all seems like shit, to be honest. The VA is not comparable to a normal healthcare system. There is no healthcare structure that exists where the entire pool of patients are fucked up and in immediate need of healthcare to varying degrees, from, very complex surgeries, third-degree burns, down to just like regular fucking PTSD and loss of hearing. That's like the entry level in the VA is like loss of hearing and crippling PTSD. There is no healthcare system where the entire pool is fucked up. Of course, the VA doesn't work as a normal system. You guys understand how healthcare works, right? You know how insurance works. You have to leverage the not sick people who are buying into the healthcare with the people who are sick and need the healthcare. The VA doesn't work like that. The VA is a constant pool of growing, needy patients. There's no system. There's no leverage there. There's no like people who don't need the VA but are paying into it. It's just entirely tax funded. And the pool of people who need healthcare consistently grows because we keep sending people to die for Israel. 600 of them recently signed on to veterans to veterans healthcare. As a matter of fact, 600 casualties in just the last fucking 2 to 3 months. Okay? How the fuck is that going to work? Of course it doesn't work. Anyway, yeah, not to mention every person in VA needs care. Not everyone in NHS needs care, but they have access. Exactly. That's how a normal healthcare system works. Everybody pays into it. Not everybody uses it at all times. Anyway. Unpacking card stream Unk. Oh, I saw this.
Okay, let's see what we got here. First one we got is Bernie Madoff. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's from the 80s too. That's good.
Yeah. I've seen a few of these around before. Up next. Solid Sam Bankman-Fried here. That's nice.
Really nice.
That's really nice. What's this made out of?
I think he made it of balsa wood.
This is balsa wood?
Yeah.
Oh. Wow. This is a vintage Zuckerberg.
Yeah, 05?
This is a vintage 05 Zuckerberg. Let's just check the back really quick.
Oh.
Yeah. There it is. That is a patch from his Fruit of the Loom boxer briefs. You can tell by the smell. Yeah, that's it. Onion, hand cream. So that's great. We should sleeve this one.
Yeah.
All right, up next. Ooh, okay.
Nice.
Elizabeth Holmes. We do have two, I believe. We have two, but a triple Holmes is what every good collector has in their arsenal. All right, we have one left.
Last card?
One card left. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It's a holographic
Dude.
Epstein.
There it is. That's a genuine holographic. His moniker in the corner, straight off the island with this. Careful. Sleeve it, and you know what this will go great with? Put this with the Gates collection.
Epic pull PSA 10 holographic Epstein. God, he's so fucking funny. Dan is great. I gotta have him back on the stream soon. It's been a minute. I wish Hasanabi would address the devastating news that has hit the beautiful nation state of South Dakota. No, Larry Roden, you yellow belly coward. Toby Durden is dead. What is this? What the fuck?
直男，你觉得下一个人会同意吗？绝对同意啊，包直男的，包直男。
Okay, what the fuck am I looking at, dude? Turby down! They did Turby dirty! South Dakota, you got a gem in your hands! And you missed it! Have you seen this Instagram post on you? What the fuck is this? Y'all. Stop. Related to today's news?
You can't fill a Lindsey Graham hole.
I don't want to brag, but I filled a Instagram hole.
Closing thought.
You should have done more for Turby. That's my first big L. That's my first big L, boys. In the primaries, we've seen a lot of W's. Okay? We've seen a lot of W's in the primaries, and hopefully we're going to be charting more W's. But Turby Derby, that's a big L. And I might have to hang it up actually. I might have to hang up the reins. I might have to quit while I'm ahead. I mean, this was the one I was looking forward to the most. This was the one I was looking forward to the most. Larry's crediting you for his victory. What hurt you most? Bernie 2020 or Turby Derby? Turby Derby. I got to play it one last time. We had fun, didn't we, boys?
Turby Durden, running for governor of South Dakota. Turby Durden, Turby gonna help protect the border.
Not anymore. He's not going to hurt protect the birder. Better luck next time, Turby.
Turby Durden loves satin burger. Turby Durden loves Driffern Hearst. Turby Durden loves Purser trauma. Turby Durden.
I'm going to be honest with you. If he ran this as an ad, he would have won, I think.
Turby Durden, Firebird to Furcher. Turby Durden, Australia Kirk. Turby Durden, gonna curr the frame. Turby Durden, farts for Thugger Sparl. Turby Durden, gonna earn a hearse num ya. Turby Durden, running for governor of South Dakota. Turby Durden.
It's a real sad state of affairs when a fucking state full of goddamn God-loving, God-fearing patriots couldn't make the right decision and vote for Turby Durbin and instead voted for Larry Roden. Larry Roden, who is, in many respects, a guy who probably loves Obama. Also, I will say, it's very funny that Larry Roden, in his image, is wearing a fucking cowboy hat. God, what a state. What a goddamn state, dude. Larry Roden, you goddamn cattle thief. It's sad, man. I went to a Toby Doby rally for you and we lost. Wait, what?
Figure in American politics, and you have the opportunity to be around him, smell him.
I have a message for you.
You went to a Derby rally? What the fuck?
Have a message for you.
It's so funny because you can wear those shorts at a Derby rally and people will be like, nice shorts, brother. They'd be like, nice shorts, brother. Hey, I like that. I've never seen real tree like that. Chatter single-handedly brought down the average age by 5 years. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do not come.
Hot girls for Toby Doby for South Dakota. Maybe this is why he lost, because we kept saying Turby Derby. Like, maybe people thought I was endorsing someone else, not Toby Dirt. What's his fucking real name? Toby Doden. This is why he lost, because we got his name wrong. Oh, we just kept saying Turby Durden. He didn't get the name recognition. Yeah. There's a writing campaign. By the way, I cannot believe I mean, 28%. Like the estimated number of votes is like barely cracking. It's not even going to be 200K for the motherfucking primary for the governor. South Dakota governor primary runoffs. And it's not even like 200,000 people voting. That's crazy. That's a statewide race in a red state, by the way. How is this a state? They need to unite the Dakotas, man. They need to unite the motherfucking Dakotas. How is this real? It don't make no damn sense. Literally 5 people live in the state. Yeah. And not any of them voted for Turby Derby, which is kind of sad. Anyway, we're looking at the debate. Oh, the Republican Party split the Dakota territory to get extra senators when the states weren't admitted. It was blatantly done for that. No cap. Yeah, of course. Anyway, Barnes says that the establishment is trying to rig the election and knows that money is being spent by Republicans for one candidate, but doesn't say who. Hong. Hong has a sort of electability line after Barnes knows that only he's beating Tiffany in a Marquette poll. And Hong says, we're already beating Tom Tiffany when it comes to the number of donors and also on the ground excitement, like organizing. Also, it's very funny for Mandela Barnes to be like, well, I'm beating Tom Tiffany in the Marquette poll. Okay, big dog. But you can't be beating in the fucking primaries, the front runner, so. Weigel has it out for us for some fucking reason. He's just doing regular gumshoe reporting, okay? Maybe his politics are not as aligned with ours in recent years, but it don't matter. As long as he is still doing regular reporting, that's fine. I know he corrected himself for the blatant misinfo from the other day about no DSA candidates won in Arizona. New Haley. What is this?
Little bit of stick it to 'em, better believe I'm gonna be doing it because that's the Michigan way. Joy, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to 'em, better believe I'm gonna be doing it because that's the Michigan way. I am gonna be working. I am gonna be working. I am gonna be working because that's the Michigan way. I am gonna be telling the stories. I am gonna be working. Better believe I'm gonna be doing it because that's the Michigan way. With a little bit of joy, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to 'em. Better believe I'm gonna be doing it because that's the Michigan way. Joy, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to 'em. Better believe I'm gonna be doing it because that's the Michigan way.
Haley Stevens is growing on me. I'll take the $7,000 in cashier's checks, please. Liberals are now making the joke. The president of the United States and Donald Trump. Dude, what the fuck? Dude, Midas Touch is making this joke. Ron Filipkowski is literally the editor-in-chief of MidasTouch.com. That, like this right here, that joke right here, that joke, I feel like a year ago when I would say something similar, people would be like, dude, you're an anti-Semite, dude. This is the king of liberalism, okay? Look at the boomers. President, vice president, vice president. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's fucking awesome. It's no longer this like sacred cow. There is no more like, oh, you can't say this about Israel. You can't say that about Israel. They're basically fucking treating Benjamin Netanyahu like Vladimir Putin. Because this is exactly the type of humor that liberals would engage in all the time with Vladimir Putin. They'd be like, Vladimir Putin's the real president. Trump is sucking his ass from the front and sucking his dick from the back. Like they would say, oh, Trump and Vladimir Putin are having gay sex. That was like the number one showstopper for liberals on Trump 1. Now they're doing that for Benjamin Netanyahu. Sacred cow is a dog whistle? Wait, is it? No, you're joking. Doesn't sacred cow mean like, an untouchable thing to say? That's what it means, right? You're joking when you talk about the fucking red heifer. That's not what I was referencing, even though that is a funny pun that I unintentionally ended up making. But again, this is good. Toby Durden refusing to concede. Situation to monitor. Toby Durden has not. Y'all are so fucking stupid. Toby Durden has yet to concede the governor's race in South Dakota. A statement from the source familiar with the campaign is alleging that thousands of write-in votes for Toby Durden are also his, which would make this race a toss-up. Here's how Toby can still win. Oh, yeah, here. The strikes hit a reception area for visitors attending the RBN commemoration of Imam Hussein. These are civilians. Reports say Saudi and U.S. jets are over the holy sites of Karbala, Babylon, and Najaf. U.S. and Saudi Arabia attack on Nineveh, Iraq. Reports say in Karbala, 2 processions of stations serving pilgrims for the Arba'in pilgrimage were targeted. This is after, I think, Iran also launched ballistic munitions in the direction of Jordan. I don't know if America actually successfully intercepted them or not. But Saudi Arabia is hitting Iraq, I guess. I don't even fucking know. Sadly, we have to update. You took the L gracefully. Guys, stop. Dude, we're joking about Turby Derby, but like unironically, Politico is going to do a write-up tomorrow being like, is Hasan Piker truly the kingmaker he claimed to be? Another one of his candidates lost. Meanwhile, I've never claimed to be a kingmaker, and I didn't actually seriously endorse Turby Derby. Well, I guess I endorsed Turby Derby, not Toby Doden. His staff was mad at you? I know. IRGC statement just recently. IRGC, in response to the aggressive actions of the U.S. military a few hours ago, brave fighters of the IRGC Aerospace Force targeted a U.S. airbase and Central Command Center in Jordan with several ballistic missiles. As long as the threats against the Islamic Republic of Iran continue, and as long as the illegal and malicious actions of the U.S. force against our interests are ongoing, the resistance will continue. The threats from American officials and their illegal interventions against our interests must be stopped. Yes, they called our ballistic missiles program the IRGC Aero Force. The Saudi strikes. CENTCOM announces joint U.S.-Saudi strikes against Iranian-backed groups in Iraq, which have been launching attacks against Saudi Arabia since the weekend. This op happened after Iran fired ballistic missiles at U.S. airbase in Jordan. A U.S. official tells me, who adds that these are separate occurrences. Officials say the strikes in Iraq, a sign that attacks against Saudi by Iran-backed groups will not go unanswered. These are the first joint U.S.-Saudi strikes during the war with Iran, and also the first U.S.-involved strikes against Iranian-backed groups in Iraq during this conflict, as far as I recall. It was scary going to the Turby Derby rally in my hometown, by the way. I thought I'd be seen by some locals who know I'm a radical leftist. Toby Derby even paid off the one medical weed dispensary, and the owners forced them to put up Toby Doby signs. What a fucking meme. And yes, my home state doesn't deserve to exist. Give it back to Lakota and the Sioux. This indicates to me that Iraq is basically out of play because they can't control their own territory. Huge W for Iran. I mean, that's been the case. It's been the case since the Americans had to evacuate the fucking different bases. So, anyway, that'll be all for today, folks. I will have Trita Parsi on tomorrow. And we'll talk to him about situation monitoring, where the war is going and all that stuff. No, South Dakota doesn't have a right to exist. It has a right to merge with North Dakota and become one major Dakota, one Omega Dakota. That's what it has a right to do. But yeah, once again, big shout out to what's his name? Dave, the science guy. Is that Professor Dave Explains? Big shout out to him. Not Dave, the science guy. Great video from Professor Dave Explains. Very beefy. And I think you can maybe send this to like the Sex Pestiny fans that you may know that you still keep in contact with, or some people who are on the edge. Yeah, he did a great video. Overall. No!
Hey everyone, it's time for another reaction video, and this is going to be another one.
I take back everything I said. I spoke too soon. He came after my goat, Professor Jong. I'm laughing my ass off at the one state solution. Yes, one state solution. One Dakota solution. Anyway, show some love to Professor Dave. He's probably getting a barrage of harassment right now at this very moment. And and he did a pretty solid job of covering why there's tremendous enmity towards Israel. In any case, I'll be back tomorrow. The Hongmentum is real. It's happening. It's live. It's alive. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow. Love you all. Peace.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, I've helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon, just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon, just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon, just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon, just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you, just you wait.